All right, welcome everyone. We're going to give it about 30 seconds here while I just let everybody in. But thank you all so much for taking the time out of your Monday night. If you are like me and you're in the Southeast, you may have just gotten hit with a pretty crazy storm and or some tornadoes. So I hope everybody's safe tonight. But thank you again for taking time out of your Monday night. CWCT students, alumni, and friends of our program. We're really happy to have you here again for another career event. I'm very, very fortunate to have been provided the opportunity to get Alfredo Torres out to be our guest speaker to kind of kick us off and get the ball rolling tonight, who not only is a top career counseling voice on LinkedIn and a Navy vet who's great about talking about military transition, but currently is at a concert and is taking time out of his day to talk to us and talk to you all about what it's like to transition. Hopefully, give you a few inspiring thoughts as you're kind of moving either out of the military or out of being a first responder and trying to get into cybersecurity. But really appreciate you all having here, Alfredo. Thank you so much. Before you start your words of wisdom, if y'all can see the screen, that QR code goes directly to Alfredo's LinkedIn page. Please follow him. If you have a question for him, the best way is to add him and actually message him. Make sure you ask him a question to ensure he's going to respond to it. But this is a great guy, and I'm really excited that you're here with us tonight, Alfredo. The podium is yours, sir, and thank you again for being here.
Oh, shucks. You made me just like blush. Hey, everybody, what's going on? Man, yeah, I'm over here at the Bridge concert. Let me just tell you where I'm at real quick. So we're gonna have Mammoth and we're gonna have Seven Dust play. So, but to me, a chance to speak to you guys who are transitioning or have transitioned out, um uh that takes precedence. What I want you guys to understand is, and I mean this seriously, and if it starts to get loud because someone's checking their stuff. Just somebody, give me a hell yeah. I can't hear you. But anyway, I did 13 years in the Navy, right? And I was also an EMT, so I was a first responder. I completely understand what you guys have gone through, are going through if you're still active duty, if you're still working as a first responder. And the one thing that I want to stress to you guys, and I mean this, is if you were in any length of time, you got PTSD. Don't kid yourself. Don't be the tough guy saying, no, I don't. No, yeah, you do. You guys have all seen and done things that the average person doesn't. Okay? You've dealt with death, you've dealt with suicide, you dealt with murder, you dealt with car accidents, you dealt with having to call people, parents or loved ones, and tell them, hey, so and so isn't here anymore. Johnny's not coming home. Whatever it is, you guys have dealt with it, and the average person doesn't deal with it. And because of that, you guys have some level of PTSD. Here's the significance of me saying that. The significance is that you need to take care of yourself. You need to take care of your mental health. The stress that you're under, the anxiety that you're under. There's a reason that there's high divorce rates. There's high alcohol and drug abuse. There's high suicide rates. It's because you all, me too, try to be tough and soldier through it, and you can't. It's that simple. You can't. Now it took me 20 years to come to terms with what I had. Right. In that time, I ended up homeless 4 times, and I ended up getting ready to end it all twice. Now that I got help, and that life is good, life is great. I mean, here, look at you. I'm at a concert. But now that life is good, man, I can't believe that I ever thought of taking my life. That I ever thought that I was never going to get out of that hell. But I did. And if you guys start dealing with the anxiety, the stress, the depression that you all feel, I don't even have to see your faces. I already know that you do. If you start taking care of it now, then you guys are going to be all right too. but don't wait until you're in the middle of that depression and that anxiety and that hate and all of those negative feelings that are surrounding you. Please don't wait until then before you look for help. Do it now, because that's what you need, and that's what's going to help you move forward. You guys are all in school now. God bless you. I went back and used my GI Bill to get my master's. It was great. And like I said, man, once I started to get help, that's when my life changed. And I hope that you guys are honest with yourself, so that this way you can all, live your best lives. So with that, Steve gave you the QR code. He gave you my LinkedIn. Reach out for anything, please. Whether it's for transition advice, whether it's just to talk, if you need somebody just to talk to, do not hesitate, please, to reach out. That's all I got for now, because the show's about to start. And again, I can't stress enough, please, please, please do not let these demons take over. All right? Steve, what do you got, brother?
No, this is perfect, Alfredo, and I know you're kind of hitting a heavy topic, but I think it's something that a lot of us and the majority of the folks in our program are ex-military or current, and we try and we do a lot of great curriculum. We prepare them with great certs, but if you don't mind, talk a little bit about your advice for beyond, and I really do appreciate what you said about mental health and
Sure.
inspiring that positivity, but this job market, there's a lot of open jobs, but
Sure.
sometimes it'd be a little difficult to actually land one because of this world of like networking. So
Right.
if you don't mind just spending like a minute talking about what that looks like and any tips and tricks of the trade, because your resume, your interview, your certifications are great, but how do you
take advantage of it?
That's it,
Exactly
sir.
what we're doing right now. You talk to people, okay? As far as LinkedIn, the best way to network on that is to ask somebody for time. Okay, I don't know any of you, so if you came up to me and said, "Hey, Alfredo, can I get a job?" I'd say, "Hell no, no. I got friends over here looking for jobs. I'm gonna take care of them." But now, if you come up to me and you go, "Hey, Alfredo, you got 15 minutes to talk? I want to ask your advice on something." I'd be more than happy to talk to you. And now we're gonna start to develop a relationship. Okay, the same way you guys and everybody, if you're in the military, you know how to network. If you're a first responder, you know how to network. It's just that now that you're looking at a job market, somebody threw the word network in there, and now it became a big deal. It's relationship building, which all of you have done, which all of you do. As far as the questions to ask for an informational interview. If you've never heard of that, what that is finding out what the day-to-day is, right? If I wanted to be a police officer, I think it was chasing bad guys and sliding across the hoods of cars, But the reality is, it's a lot of driving or walking, a lot of paperwork. Maybe if I found that out before I put in my application, I wouldn't want to be a cop. If I found out I had to be outside mopping rain, which I did in the Navy when I was an E nothing, yeah, maybe I wouldn't have done that. So ask for informational interviews. Ask what it's going to take for you to succeed in that position. Reach out to people who might have been former first responders, or people who might have been former veterans, or not former, I mean, you're a veteran, but people who were veterans, because those are the people who are going to be most open to talk to you. Those are the people who are going to be most open to not BS you. They're going to look out for you because they are where you're at now. Let's say they were where you're at now. And there's a reason that so many people I got out in 2005, man. I don't need to do this. Why do I do it? Because I want to make sure none of you guys go through what I went through, because it was hell. I don't want you to do that. So just remember, ask the questions that you need to ask in order to find out more information so that you guys can find out more about the jobs. You guys are going to go into breakout rooms now. Ask them, what's it going to take me to succeed? What's it going to take me? What certifications do I need? What do I need to do to give me the best shot to get into this company? That's pretty much it. I don't know if that worked for you or if it was good advice, bad advice.
No, I think that's great advice, Alfredo. So I think that's perfect because I think that sometimes, at least when I transition, I did not want to ask that question. Or at least I
Right.
wasn't confident enough to ask it, like be direct with what I was looking for. But
Right.
another thing I've encountered that students have asked me about too is if the person you reach out to is not the person you were actually looking for, you thought that was the person. How do you ask for, I don't even know how to say it, but do you know who else I may be able to talk to? Something along those lines.
That's exactly how you ask. Okay. If you reach out to me and I'm not the person that you're looking, I'm not the droid you're looking for, right? You just ask. You're always polite, always always thankful, right? Hey, Mr. Torres, I really appreciate you taking your time and speaking with me. Is there anybody that you think I would benefit from to talk to? Anybody who you think um, can give me some more career advice or can lead me down a path that's more aligned with what I want? That's all. Don't make it harder than what you need or than it needs to be.
No, that's perfect, Alfredo. Yeah, I feel like that whole piece though is what can actually land you a gig
Yeah.
after 40 resumes and you're feeling disappointed, but that taking a leap out to actually try and network
It's
with someone, right?
Look, the majority of jobs are gotten through the back door. What the back door is that you know me. Um, I know somebody named John. I'm good friends with John. I'm good friends with you. I'm gonna connect you to John. John's looking to hire somebody. You're looking for a job. Boom, there it is. Now I've connected you guys. Now life is good. Now from there, I've done the interview. Now it's time for you to take the next step up. Okay, so it's honestly that simple.
Hey,
And the
thanks,
last thing I will tell you to do,
please.
honestly, smile. Do not forget to smile. And that's hard in the positions that you guys are at because you got to maintain a certain level of toughness or whatever. No, when you talk to these people, they want to see a smile. A smile is welcoming. A smile says, "Hey, you know what? I want to talk to you. I want you to talk to me." And if you don't know how to smile, learn. And I'm telling you, a smile will open doors.
I don't think
Now
I've
that's
heard that one, Alfredo. That's
really
yeah, I don't in all of the time I've been at this job doing this and trying to bring voices in this community in. I don't think I've heard that one yet, but it's
smiles. When I used to teach my interview classes, I would always tell them, if it's the only thing that you take away from my class, it's smile. Okay. And I'm telling you that if it's the only thing you take away from this time I'm spending with you, it's smile. Smiling makes everything easier.
I like that, Alfredo. I think that's a pretty good anchor. I don't mean to cut you off. You can say more, but that's not a bad anchor. Do you have a few minutes if anybody has a question for you? Do you mind sticking
Yeah,
around for
I
questions?
got about I got about 5 or 6 um uh minutes. So yeah, shoot the questions out to me.
Excellent. Please. Well, I don't see any in the chat, but if someone wants to come off mute, feel free to ask Alfredo a question. You've got him here for a few minutes, so go ahead and do so.
What I got here? In the last in person, I saw something about in the last in person interview, but then it cut off. What was that?
It said they commented on me breaking a smile as opposed to the old straight face, Brian said.
In what way? did they comment on you? Was it in a way of like, you know, oh, why are you smiling? Or was it in a way like, wow, we're pleasantly surprised?
Brian, you
Let me
there?
yeah, come off mute, Brian.
They were just happy to know that I actually had more than just a straight faced look. It was
Yeah.
for a sheriff's department and a correctional facility, but they were glad to see that I could smile and not just sit there with a straight face and answer questions.
Sure. And I can't tell you the importance of a smile, but I want you to think about this. And I'll speak for the military, and I'm sure it might be some way for first responders in their various academies. Okay. But when we're in the military, you're taught not to smile. You're taught to be rigid, stand at attention, looks eyes forward, you know, all of that crap. Guess what? That's not the way it is in the real world, man. In the real world, people smile. People say hello. People sit down and just relax. All right? They have conversations. It's not yes, sir, no, sir. So please learn how to smile, man. And you know what, Brian, I don't know if you got that job or not, but I can guarantee you that smile made some points for you.
Jonathan Tennis. Oh, go ahead.
At the
Brian.
point in time I didn't grab the job, I continued on with this and getting prepared to take my Sec Plus exam, which I'm getting ready to do in the next week and a half or two.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, I'll tell you, when you start interviewing with those IT people, you better smile.
I want digital forensics, so I don't know if there's too much smiling there.
Oh no, they're still smiling. They're still smiling. Yeah, John Key just put it right there. Smiling builds more connection with people. Okay, and it does. Wouldn't you rather walk up to somebody who's smiling versus somebody who's got a stone face? I know when I see a police officer, if they're smiling, I'm kind of a little more relaxed than if they're not. That's probably because they might have seen you know, what I just did, pulling me over. But anyway.
Yeah, like John just said, depends on the circumstance, right?
Yeah, of course, right.
And Jonathan Tennis, one of our good friends of the program, works for Microsoft. He'll be presenting tonight. I think he linked a science article about the science behind the smile thing.
Yeah, it's a true thing. It's a true thing. You know, it shows emotional intelligence. It shows empathy. It shows all these. It doesn't matter if you have it or not. It really doesn't. It shows it.
It also does something.
You have the ability, and I think we're about to rock and roll, people.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, I want you guys to have fun, start networking, smile, and reach out to me, man. I'd be more than happy to talk to you guys one-on-one.
Thank you so much, Alfredo.
Do you mind if I jump in there and finish that?
Please, Jonathan.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Hey, so
take care, guys.
Thanks, Alfredo.
Take care. So there's actually more to the smile thing beyond just the fact that like we love to mirror each other. And so when you smile at someone, you know, you can walk up, you know, to anybody. It not only improves your day, even if you're not actually feeling it, but also improves their day because they then smile, and then, you know, just the what you're going through in terms of your emotions. So yeah, certainly there's things to keep a straight face about. And I'm not nearly as smiley as Alfredo, but you know, we all have things, you know, we should all look up to and strive towards these things. And so he's my smile role model, I'll say. So but yeah, it's definitely, we've been through worse too. That's one thing. I did want to comment also on one thing about the applications. You know, if you're 40 or 50 applications in and you're frustrated, and I'll tell you from where I've stood, and I've been doing, you know, one-on-one peer-to-peer mentoring pretty actively for the last year. Most of the folks I know are at least 50. Most of them are 100, 150 apps in. I mean, the ones that are really desperate are like in the thousands, and then that gets really, you know, but it's hard. It's a very tough market, and people don't want to be open and honest with that. But it is a really, really challenging market. But there are lots of people getting hired every single day. I look at clearance jobs. I look at a lot of the job boards. You get reached out to. Recruiters are out there actively looking to hire for positions. So depends on what you're looking. If you want to be, stay at home, but in a cleared role and you never want to travel, that might be a little bit challenging. But I'm in a cleared role right now and I work remote, but when I need to go to a customer site, I do that. So there's travel involved, but it really just matters. I was talking to someone the other day and they wanted to live in this very specific corner of the world, and I won't name the place. And they wanted to use their clearance, and there wasn't a base, there wasn't a military facility within 300 or 400 miles. It was really difficult to kind of help this person, but yeah, it really depends. Alfredo's a great resource. He also runs a coffee house at 12 p.m. on Sundays. If you go to his page and follow him, you'll see information about that. It's a really great place for him to get together with fellow military folks. I don't participate in that because I do a different mentoring call that on Sunday mornings with a different group of people. Thanks, Steve.
No, thanks for that plug, Jonathan. I always really appreciate your thoughts, as always. I'm excited you're here tonight for a full hour later this evening too. Yeah, I think especially I kind of lost my train of thought there, really, but I think I've just seen a lot of especially cyber and IT roles where they are looking for people, but they also want somebody personable that can communicate technical things and non-technical people too. So like, it's just like friendliness, but also showing that you can be friendly, right? And it seems to go a long way with the folks that take that attitude in the interview.
One of the greatest barriers to a successful IT career is translating your IT expertise into people expertise. It's not hard to find people who are well-versed in IT. It is hard to find people who are well-versed in people and IT. And it will, at the very least, lead to management opportunities. And in most cases, will just help you have an easier job, especially in any level of help desk, as you might imagine.
Yep. It's why I think Mike Judge is probably one of the most brilliant writers of our generation. He wrote Office Space, Beavis and Butthead, and Idiocracy. And there's a great scene in Office Space that I quote from way too much, where Smikowski is sitting there talking to the Bobs. And he's like, I'm a people person. I deal with the engineer. He's getting upset, and he's clearly not a people person. But the fact that my job entirely, I describe my job to people, and that's exactly what my job is. I coordinate with engineers, make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing according to our contracts. And then I communicate with the customer, make sure that the customer understands what the engineers are capable of, what we're capable of as a company. And so it basically has Smikowski's job, but I hopefully am performing it better than he did in that scene in the movie.
I'm glad we got a reference to Office Space here.
Oh, and Silicon Valley's even better if we're going on the Mike Judge train.
Love that. Thank you, Jonathan, and thanks for being here again with us tonight. And thank you, Professor Warden. Just to give everybody a quick overview for the next 2 hours, we've got about 5 minutes left until we're going to break out. If you have not been to one of our career events or career fairs, for whatever you want to call it, in the past, this is a pretty casual, but potentially very meaningful thing for your career. Not only a place for you to practice your elevator pitch and learn about different companies, but also directly network with the folks that are here on this call. So just a brief overview of the evening. We're going to be going from 7 to 9 p.m. here if you're on the East Coast. We'll start with Clearance Jobs, Hire Heroes, and Verizon at 7 p.m. Just a quick tidbit, Hire Heroes, great organization, but this is just for vets. So if you're not a vet, you might want to go one of the others. But either way, 3 great organizations. Clearance Jobs is a great resource for clear jobs. Hire Heroes USA is an excellent nonprofit organization that helps with the one-on-one coaching and counseling and helping to get you that job, even someone to look at your resume, unless I'm speaking wrong, Aisa and Sandy. We've got Verizon back-to-back at 7 and 7:30, along with Erlanger Health Systems and actually TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority. If y'all didn't hear me at the beginning of this call, the Southeast has been hit by tornadoes and storms. So our TVA consultant and recruiter will not be able to make it tonight, as it's stuck and stranded, but hoping for the best there. We've got Jonathan from Microsoft coming up from 8 to 9. I know Jonathan, I know you love being here. So if you need to utilize coffee rooms or something like that prior to, I know you're here for the entire evening. And we also have AT&T Block is an excellent resource also just for veterans, but they do a career readiness program that spans over 8 weeks, in person or virtual, which is a great way to land a job. MSI Workforce Solutions is a staffing agency that specializes in cybersecurity and IT. ACNOW Education is an excellent resource for educational opportunities, but also jobs. Jay Salters will be here later this evening. He'll also be doing the next fireside chat with our program next month. And AT&T will also be here for the following bit of time there to round us off at 9 p.m. Just so you all know, in a few minutes, all the breakout sessions are open. So if you look down at the bottom of your screen and click breakout sessions, you'll see that there's like 16 open, and they show the time, all in East Coast time, and the organization that's going to be present. You are free to go to whatever one you want to. You are free to move from one to another if one is, not the right fit, or you want to double up on your time. My word of advice for you is I would encourage each of you to definitely listen, ask questions, add people on LinkedIn, and if there's an organization you're interested in here, follow up with that person that is here tonight. They either might be a recruiter, a very good person to help you with a referral, or it's a resource organization that can help you land that job. The reason we're doing this is to bridge that gap. So ask those questions, take advantage of the people who've given their time. Everyone here is volunteering their time. Nobody's, none of these employer or resource organizations are being paid to do this. They're here to try and help you and maybe look for somebody that they can hire, right? So take advantage of the rest of the evening. I'm going to be staying here. There will be a CWCT staff member in each of the breakout sessions. If you have questions, private message them. That's Bill Warden, William Warden, Amber Schuler, Chrissy Duncan. They'll be here, as well as Fatima Saladin. And they will be in each of the breakout sessions. If you have a question, shoot them a message. I'm also here as well. I was under the impression, I believe the link is working in the newsletter and in the email, but I've had a few messages that the link is not working. I put in the chat, but we're going to be sending that back out to students. Any questions for the good of the group? I'm about to drop us off to do breakout sessions. I see a bunch of chats here. Oh, Amber, thank you. Sessions will be recorded. So if you wanted to go to Hire Heroes, but you felt like you were missing on Verizon because you wanted to talk to Erlanger or something like that, we are going to record them all. Yeah, Brian, I'm sorry. The FBI could not work out this time, but we're hoping to have the FBI agent Jordan back at the next one. I know we came to the last one. Yeah, Professor Warden, I'm sorry.
I'm just confirming Hire Heroes for me. At 7 p.m. You want me in there?
Please, yes.
Not a problem. I'll head in there right now.
And Chrissy, great. Best foot forward. Represent yourself well. Best light. This is, I would say, treat this as a networking event, if you will. All right, you all. It is 6:59. Employer partners, resource orgs. Please feel free to jump over to your breakout sessions. I'll be hanging here in the waiting room. If you need me, ping me. But and Wayne, you have the record, Wayne Glass, for the most sessions in CWCT. So I appreciate you. I see you every single time. Welcome back. But feel free to jump over to your breakout session you'd like to go to, and I'm here. Thank you all. And if you would like me to assign you one, I'm more than happy to do that. If you're not sure how to join a breakout session, I can push you into one.
Good to see a lot of folks hopping into that Verizon room. I heard they've got a great military program over there.
Yeah, I believe Stephen Weston, who I talked to, Jonathan, they have a pretty cool skill bridge deal that I guess some programs like ours would not be eligible to go into a skill bridge because they themselves are one by the DoD. But so ours, I'm not really sure how it works, but I guess he was saying that it's a good pipeline right into their deal.
Your program should be good. I'm here.
Oh, hey, Steve, how are you?
Yeah,
I'm
your program
terribly
should be
speaking.
fine.
I'm trying to
some of the other
regurgitate.
some of the other Vetatech programs, they're technically like they're a skill bridge, so like it's a little tough, but you guys are not. So you guys, it should be fine. Are we able to share a screen? Because I do have some slides with some actual roles I have available to share.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Steve. I think I just need to make you a co-host. and then you should be good. So you should be able to share in your, I have it turned on, but just in case you're a co-host now. Did I see you might have brought a couple others from Verizon tonight?
They should be popping in. They may pop in while we're in the breakout room. If you could keep an eye on letting them in.
I'll check out for the names, and also those coffee rooms.
There we go.
If you meet somebody that you want to talk to one-on-one, if you feel like sticking around, feel free to use those little rooms at the bottom.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Steve.
For the recording, Steve.
Hey, is that Fatima? Hi, Fatima.
Yeah, me
Permissions
too.
to record,
Probably all of us, Steve, because it's saying I don't have permission to record either.
Yeah.
Well, that's because you rejoined, so I have to make you a co-host again. Fatima, I just missed you, so let me get you, and you'll be good to go.
Thanks, Steve.
Bill and Amber are co-hosts. They should be good. All right, thank you, Chrissy.
Yep.
So hi, we're going into the Verizon breakout room.
Yeah. Hey, Steve.
Hey,
Good evening.
So hi.
Sohaib.
So nice to make your acquaintance, Sohaib.
Yeah, likewise.
Welcome.
Thank you.
If you should be able to just pop down into it, but I can send you there if you prefer.
Steve, I still cannot record. I think permission.
Now try now. You should have a co-host ability now, Fatima. And hi, Jim. I know you're a little early here, but appreciate you making time tonight.
Oh, no problem. I figured I'd jump in, and if anybody wanted to have any additional conversation, I'll be more than happy to talk with them.
Okay, great. And likewise, Jonathan, are you still there?
I'm here.
So I know Jim's got a spot at 7:30. I don't know how much you want to talk tonight, but TVA did cancel, so I do have a slot to bump you up to 7:30 if you prefer, since you're already here.
I can certainly, I was going to say, like, how the coffee rooms worked. I am sorry that TVA canceled. I am aware. It's funny, as a Floridian, like, not messing with these storms, but like, I get an alert all the time now, and I'm like, if it's not a hurricane, I'm not getting excited about it. So
yeah, he was like driving somewhere in Tennessee, then got stuck in Knoxville, and he's kind of like, I don't know what happened to him.
I grew up in Tornado Valley, so I get it. I don't know. Nowadays, I'm a big fan of hurricanes, so
Yeah, I get it. We haven't had a bad one in Carolina in a while, but
yeah, but no, I'm happy to. I can go 90 minutes if you need me to. I can absolutely do 7:30.
Or you could do 7:30 to 8:30 and then just kind of pop off. It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of questions, and there's a lot of folks who definitely so you can leave me on for all three. I'll go make sure I've got water. I'll do a pit stop before 7:30, and we can go. So I do marathon sessions all the time when it comes to these events, so I can go 2-3 straight hours easy. So.
Perfect.
It's for the people here. I mean, this is important. So they've got questions, and I definitely want to help.
Yeah, I don't know how to change the breakouts once I've already done them.
You can make an announcement and just tell them that TVA is now.
Perfect. That's smart.
And I'll just hop in there. So I see I don't see one though for TVA. All I see there.
I didn't do one since I knew they weren't coming. So I might just say you can hop into the Microsoft early or something.
Hop into the one that's 8 p.m. So people can join. So like, there's somebody who's sitting in the 4-block one that starts at 8 p.m. right now.
That's just Chrissy. So her she's just goofing. Brooke Source was supposed to be here. They canceled on us. Just illness from the guy who was going to be here, and they actually had 2 sessions. So she just doesn't have one assigned to her till 8.
Yeah, I'll go off. I'll go on mute, go off camera, and I'll be back at 7:30. And
awesome. Thanks,
whenever
Jonathan.
anybody wants to come in. Do you want to pop that in the chat too, so that people know that like starting at 7:30, the Microsoft room will be open?
I will probably like at 5 till, if that's cool with
Okay.
you. You know,
That's
and
perfect. Yeah.
it's good to see you again, man. Thanks for coming
No,
out.
it's
You're
great
always the
seeing you.
best.
Always. No, I appreciate it. And I feel 100% the same. And I mean, this is why, you know, when you're like, hey, can you be here for, you know, a few hours on a Monday night? Of course, you look
You're
forward
just-
to this all day long.
Yeah, I can always count on you, but I hope that, you know, I don't take your time for granted. So,
No,
and
not at all.
if I don't see my normal chipper self, I lost 2 trees and all of my pool furniture to that storm. So
Wow.
I'm just bummed out that I came home and everything's busted. But
That's a lot. And you're in North Carolina, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
it was just the wind. It was just the 60-mile-an-hour wind we got, and that was enough to snap my pergola, my day bed, destroyed a grill. It flipped my table, broke all the tiles on my dining table outside, and then I lost a river birch in the back. It's on my fence, and then 2 crepe myrtles and a Douglas fir.
No,
But
it's wild. I guess too, because like the storms when they hit, like I saw some pictures and videos of DC getting hit by this storm, and out where I'm out in the burbs, and you know, it was a little bit windy, but I really just didn't feel it at all. There were no trees down anywhere. It was wild. So yeah, no, this is great. It's always great. It's great to see Steve, and I'm always here to support. The thing that I'm really needing some help with, and I'll get with you in a separate session on, is seeing how we can tie more folks in, because I'm sure people are probably tired of like, oh, it's that Jonathan guy from Microsoft again. I want to bring some more folks on, so that way, you know, there's more experiences, and we can kind of, you know, spread the wealth, you know, so we can have folks who are in here who are able to help from different perspectives.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, maybe Jonathan, it might be worth you and me getting a meeting on the calendar so we can touch base.
Yeah,
in
we'll touch
general.
base.
I feel like we
Cool.
haven't talked, just the 2 of us, but
I'll let you get back to it.
I'm not doing anything right now. I'm just messaging, and I think, knowing me, I think I may have sent out 3 emails, and either the newsletter, one of the emails is missing a number at the end of the Zoom link. So there's like a subset of people who are messaging me on LinkedIn and are like, the link doesn't work. So classic me. Omar, Sunil, and Harira, if y'all want to get into a breakout session, you're more than welcome to. This is just kind of the main room, so nothing's really going on here. So at the bottom of your screen, you should see breakout rooms. And you can pick whatever one you'd like, or I can go ahead and assign you to one, or you can hang out here. It's up to you.
A lot of that can be found on our website. Everything from certifications to our 3-cert cohort, which essentially gives everyone the opportunity to earn 3 certifications, industry level certifications, PMP, SAC Plus, Scrum. Get your professional business suit, get your resume done professionally, connect you with a Fortune 500 mentor, and then also connect you with someone that can go over your interviewing process. But today, I actually want to take a different note. And this was because I had someone reach out to me today, and they were working on their resume, and there were some things that they weren't aware of, and I want to share that with you guys. If that's all cool with anyone. If anyone has any specific questions, please feel free to ask. But there's a lot of knowledge that I surround myself with. I'm not the end all be all, but I try to be familiar with some things, and I'm going to talk about some of the resume myths that people think out there, just to kind of help out. Does that make sense? Is that helpful? Okay. All right. So let me get this screen. All right. So just like, is everyone going through the program? Is everyone landed a job opportunity? Is everyone going into
We probably have a little bit of everything. Those who have just started our program, those who have finished. So you probably got a little bit of everything here.
Okay. And is anyone actively looking for a job or planning on looking for a job in the future?
Yeah, I am. I'm definitely looking.
Joel, I got Joel. Okay. Lee, I see you.
Yes. I finished the 2 programs here. The last one I finished was December 2022. So I've been seeking since February.
All right. Yeah. So this is going to hit home. This is going to hit home. And a lot of times people don't talk about this, and that's why I wanted to address it. So normally, yeah. All right. For those who don't know me, I'm Jay Salters, founder of Acton Education. I'm still active duty. I've been in the military for 20 years, and I've been doing this since 2008. I surround myself with resources that are beneficial to the military community, free resources that are beneficial to the military community, whether it's transitioning service members, veterans, military spouses, veteran military spouses, reservists, and National Guard. And this is what I do. Everyone in my organization are volunteers. No one gets paid. We all do it because we're passionate about supporting our community. And we're a crowdsourced community, which essentially a lot of the stuff that we put together is specifically for our community. And so when I reach out to an organization or a potential sponsor, 100% of the funds go back to the community. And that's the way we prefer it. But so resumes. I want to talk one thing about resumes that a lot of people just don't understand or know. The first thing I will tell you is your resume is not about you. I know that's probably different from what you've heard, what you've been told, what people have told you, but it has nothing to do with you. Your resume articulates the skill sets that you have to an employer that is trying to solve a problem. The problem is he's trying to fill or she's trying to fill a position. That position has some clear guidance on what they're looking for. So it's not like we're going to take, and I'm going to use you for example, Lee. We're going to take Lee and see how he best fits into this company. It's the company's looking for who can fit best into this role based off of their background. And if you have that mentality, it changes your perspective on how you approach roles. And when you hear people say, you know, I'm looking for, that's why like it's very difficult to say, hey, I'm just looking for a job or anything, because that doesn't really apply. You have to be really specific, targeted, focused. And so when people say tailor your resume, they're talking about tailoring it to a role that's specific to the company that's trying to solve a problem. Because that's what you're getting hired for. You're getting brought on board to be able to solve that problem. And to kind of break that down, that's how you first look at trying to build out your resume. A lot of people get into, you know, I'm going to build out my resume as soon as I transition out the military, or let me get my resume done first thing. That's not really your first priority. Your first priority is identifying what is it that you want to do and defining what your target career is. And people don't do that. You kind of cast a wide net. I hope I get something. Let me see what comes back. You have to be a little bit more tailor focused when you're doing that for your career transition. Everyone that I've told to do this way has been able to find opportunities, find jobs, and locate. And I'm going to give you few key examples. So there are a lot of opportunities out there, and depending on if you're looking for remote. Actually, Lee, what type of role are you looking for? Let's start there. Let's
So I'm actually looking for either hybrid, remote, or on site. I just relocated from Jersey about a year ago, so I'm in Tampa, Florida. Okay. So I'm not in the military, but I retired after 25 years law enforcement. Yeah. As a lieutenant in New Jersey. So I got involved in this program over a year ago, which I thought it was great because I was able to get hands-on experience doing cybersecurity. Yes. Versus what versus my master's degree in cybersecurity, where it was more of just knowledge based in theory. Where here I was able to just apply that theory into the actual technical side of it, you know, with all the labs. So I do have cybersecurity experience because I did investigations for cyber crimes I was in an FBI task force for 6 years. Mm-hmm. So I was in the cyber unit for about 4 out of the 6 years. And then I was in charge of the cybercrime unit at my PD. So I'm currently looking for like a threat management role or a cybersecurity specialist role or incident responders role.
So I appreciate that. Well, thank you for your service. because
Thank you much.
so 2 is, yes, you had 3 really clear, specific roles that you're looking for.
Yes.
That helps wind down exactly what it is that you need to be able to do in order to get there. And the best way to get to that point is to kind of bridge that gap in talking to someone that's already on that side. Now, when you're working with companies and organizations that, let's say, offer those, let's do, you said incident
responder.
Incident responder. So if we're looking for a role for incident responder, right? Do you know what the average salary pay is for that?
Yeah, it varies. It could go from like between 90 to about 120, depending if it's a senior role or just like a tier 1 role.
Okay, let's look this up. What do you normally look to search for jobs?
I've been using Indeed, and I'm big on LinkedIn.
Okay, big on LinkedIn. All right, I'm gonna bring up LinkedIn real fast and show you how I do it. One second. Do I have a shared access?
You should. It's
I just jumped on board like
yeah, on my end it's showing all participants can share. So you should. If you don't, we'd have to get that from Steve O, because he's the
guy.
He's the guy for this.
All right.
But you should have access.
Okay. All right. Let's try. Share my screen. Okay. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
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 All right. So, you come in here. You search for jobs. All right. And then we're looking, right? And so some of the things that we're trying to look for is obviously location. So let's say you say you're in Jersey.
Tampa, Florida. Now I relocated from Jersey.
Tampa, but you don't mind remote or anything. So one of the things that we utilize, right, is coming down here into the filters, all filters. Some key things I would say is obviously it'll have a lot of information here: contract, part-time. It'll have remote, on-site, hybrid, right? And so if we're looking for something remote, we can click that, and it shows us that's 22 items down here. That's really something simple. But also the other thing that we can do here is we can click on, where is that? It allows you to know how many people have actually applied to a role under 10 applicants. We can click on this, and it shows us 450 jobs have less than 10 applicants. And what that means is a better opportunity for you to get that role, right? And so if you're able to kind of hone in on what it is that you're looking for, where you're looking for, and what sites that you're looking for, it's helpful. Now, let's see if we can find a unicorn. I did less than 10 applicants, and then I'm looking, let me see if I could just do a remote real fast to see if there's any rules. So 8 jobs, less than 10 applicants, all remote, have to do with supposedly incident handling, incident responding, sorry. And so we want to click on that just to verify. All right, here we go. Yeah, vulnerability manager is a little bit something different. That's a little bit something different. These are different roles. And the give or take, right, is not perfect, but this is trying to get you into the ballpark of it. But you can see some of these roles don't really reply to what it is that we're looking for, or correspond to what it is that we're looking for. The remote, that's great. Actually, sorry, this one does. But this is a senior security role, and we'll click on that just to see what they're looking for.
Yeah, that was good. That was also had the threat management that I was looking at. So it's kind of like 2-in-1.
Yeah, and so decent sized company, right? Don't know much about them, but here's where you start. This is where you, as the person, because I'm interested in this role, right? Let's say I'm interested in this particular company. I want to figure out what is Lula's mission, objective, what's their mission statement, what is their vision, what is their to kind of get a good understanding of the company. What is the company dynamic? I only see it's only 200 up to 200 employees, so anywhere from 50 to 200 employees. So not a big organization, but what type of environment do they set for their employees? What type of benefits that they have? Obviously, it's something that we're going to be able to ask when they get on. But I want to do my research before I even go to speak to anybody from this organization or apply. That way, I at least know that if I set something up and I want to lean forward, I know more details about the organization. I've done my due diligence and do care on what they do, how they do it. And that way I can be able to better speak to what it is that I can provide for them. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, you're addressing their problems and trying to identify that. So this particular role, what they're looking for is security engineer with experience. So obviously you have to have engineering experience. It looks like security engineering, related domains. So not necessarily an engineering degree. 8 years of experience, responsible first responder. Yep. OS, Linux, that's not too hard. Nope. All right. And then that's really it. All right. And so what I would do is I would actually go to their website. Let me see if I can figure out how to go to their website. Let's see. See if I can just copy and paste this role here. And if it comes up, I can grab it from their website because I want to see if there's any additional requirements on their site. Well, it doesn't look like that came up. Let me try to put it before. I came up on LinkedIn again, but it did not come up by itself. All right, so I'm gonna have to click on this link just to get their website information, learn more. All right, here it goes. So for developers, so they look like they're very much focused on APIs. They're focused on offering solutions to clients, mainly database-based operations. I don't see, here we go, careers, right? And then that role was right here, remote, right? Is there any additional information? No, it's pretty much the same, right? Everyone sees this. This is the same, correct?
Yes.
All right. So what I want to do, right? The first thing, right? How do you build a tailor-made resume? I'm going to show you guys how to do that right now. I'm going to take this link and I'm going to go to, I'm pretty sure people have heard about it before, ChatGPT. And I'm going to say, now, if I had my resume or I had a resume, I could take my resume and do this, but I'm just going to show you just off of a basic resume, right? So I'm going to say in here, create a resume using this. It's going to say I can't, sorry, whatever, and then it does it. So don't worry too much about it. Well, I guess it didn't do it. It summarized it. Feel free. Okay, let's try that one more time. Normally you just post. Oh, I see what I did. Sorry. Let's try this one more time. There we go. All right. Resume. For some reason, it's not working today. That's really strange. I'm just going to create a generic resume, then I'm going to try to do it backwards. So give me a second. Create a resume. Normally it pulls the link. Okay. Let's do this. I'm sorry, you have to be a little bit more specific than this and watch. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. Don't be like me. All right. Now it's going to create the resume. Create a resume for this one. Oh my gosh. I don't know why it took so long. Sorry about that. This is essentially it pulling from that title that I gave it. But so what it's doing is just doing this, right? And I just wanted to create a generic resume based off of what the backgrounds are. I should have just created a generic resume so I can show you how it converts it. Now, with this information, what I would do is, right, this may not be some stuff that applies directly to the role, but it's just information that applies to that particular job title. I'm going to go back here, right? And then copy and paste this information, right? And then use it in here and say, based off this information, use this information to redraw up. So now it's going to be a little bit more tailored to that role specifically, right? Now, some people are like, well, how does this apply to me, or what do I need to do? So if you had your own resume, you can essentially copy and paste in here and say, take my information and match it closely to this role and pertaining to the type of positions that's filled. So it'll just list out exactly what it is that you do, how you do it. And so it's in a format that they can understand. Because granted, somebody's on the other side looking at this, they're looking for certain things in certain words. And the resume and the description that they put, there's specific things that they're looking for. So you want to be able to capture that, right? Now, let's say you do not see, and they even said what I'll bring to the company. I didn't ask it to do that, but it did that, right? So if I didn't want, and it also did another thing in here, which I'll talk a little bit about. It did action, impact, results. And so it provided me with an action and provided me with an impact and the results. And that's why you have like the measurement here. But let's say this was verbatim, right? We didn't want it to be verbatim. What we can do is use another site called Coolbot, and it will help us with our phrasing. Give me a second. There we go. All right, and so that's essentially the 3 bullets that I posted already. I'm just going to change those so where it's not the same as if I already, like what originally was posted. So you see here, it says that, but let's do more for fluency. And now you see it changes. So I can use this now because it still contains the information, but it's a different format of it, right? And so I don't have to hire somebody to do my resume. I can understand what the job requirement is, understand what the gap they're trying to fill, use these 2 sites to massage my resume to best speak to what I do that matches that company. Does that make sense to everybody? Everyone's like, I don't know. Let me know if I'm crazy.
Yeah, that's incredible though. I like it.
I don't know if I'm you guys are pretty quiet. Is that helpful?
I actually used GP Chat once to answer some questions I got for from human resource to set me up for a job interview. So yeah. I took the questions and I told GP Chat help me out to translate this question through my law enforcement experience, and I actually did a good job. And all I had to do is like edit and paraphrase after that.
Yeah, it's pretty solid, right? And so if you understand that, like now I can copy and paste this and bring it back into ChatGPT and do whatever it is I need to do. Now, some things I'm going to talk about in your resume, and I'm going to bring up one just so I can have an example of things that you do not want to do when it comes to your resume. So tailoring your resume is not difficult, right? And that's why I wanted to show you just now. It, like, even though it took me a few times to get it right with ChatGPT, typically it does scan the website. I'm not sure why I wasn't doing it today, probably because, you know, the internet gods don't like me today. I don't know what's going on, but it is really easy to use as a tool to help you articulate your skill sets. Let me go to, one second, try. Let me see if I can find, I know I have a resume on here that I can show you guys. Okay, yep, and I can use this one. All right. So this is a random resume. Let me just take some of this information out, just so you're not like, it's not random, it's actually like somebody's own resume, but I'm just moving some information before I share it. All right. So let me go down here, shift up. I'm just going to talk about some things on the resume. I'm not saying this is like I said, this is not the end all be all, but this is really just to give you better guidance on what to do and how to do it. All right. So this person, right? Whatever her career field is, whatever her background is, here's some things that you want to keep in mind when it comes to drafting up your resume. The first thing is typically people have their username, their name and their address in the header. Don't do that. Do not do that. Anything that you put in the header or anything that you put in a table will not translate if a company is using an ATS. ATS is applicant tracking system. Typically what it does is it scans for keywords so that it gives an indication to whoever is the hiring manager or whoever's department is trying to hire you, indication that they have a candidate that matches some of those keywords. There's always going to be a person on the other side, but the difference is having the keywords is a difference between someone spending 10 seconds looking at your resume or spending a few minutes looking at your resume. So you want to make sure that you do not have, you know how people put things in the header? Anything that requires a double click doesn't transfer over. So what happens is if it goes to an applicant tracking system and transfers over, none of that information is read. And so it shows up blank. Now, do you think, to put yourself in the recruiter's shoes, do you think as a recruiter, I'm going to be like, oh man, I need to get his information. I need to get her information. Let me call her back so I can get, no. They're probably going through like 50 resumes a day. So they're not going to do that. One other thing, you want to make sure that you don't need your full address. You can put where you live, like essentially like the state, right? Like this. And this is actually a pretty okay resume. You want to put your email address, but you also want to put your LinkedIn on there. And for your LinkedIn, this is a good indication for you. That's the reason I tell people don't put your address, but put your LinkedIn on there, because what happens if someone clicks on the LinkedIn? Now you have indications that someone is actually looking at the profile from that company. So you may have stuff listed on your sheet or your form or your resume that they can see, but additional information could be found on your profile, which people will start looking at. And then now you have an indication that someone's actually paying attention to what you're providing. You definitely want to list out your core competencies. And you do want to do, like I said, the action impact results, which are in here. So that's really key. You want to make sure that you are specifically talking to the skill sets that apply. And you don't want to oversell yourself as far as like different things or adding a whole bunch of things. Like you don't want to put down here, I'm a great chef. No one really, that's not something that pertains to the role. So you want to stay within the role means. On an interview, you can be like that. You can talk like, you know, what you like to do, your hobbies, if those are questions, but you want to be really specific on what it is that you provide. And you want to keep it 2 pages, unless it's a very technical resume. And what I mean by that is if you have the experience and the background and the knowledge that kind of supports it, then yes. But typically most people stay anywhere between 15 to 10 years of experience. And they list that out, right? And so you don't want to go into like 7 pages of writing a resume unless it pertains to the role, right? And so that's something to be cautious of. There is a difference between federal resumes and normal resumes, which is, you know, either you're doing chronological or you're doing targeted resumes. But federal resumes, you can put everything since you were a kid, whatever, anything that you've done that gave you experience, you can put it on there. But for specific company-based resumes, you want to make sure that it's targeted and focused on the role. All right, let me go back. Any questions so far about anything that I've talked about? None? Well, you guys are great.
What was that information you said about don't include your name in the header?
Yeah, don't put your name in the header or don't put any tables on your resume. The reason is because if you do that, your resume will not it will not be read by any ATSs. And so you want to make sure that you do that. You do not have that. So make sure you do that and make sure you customize your LinkedIn. And what I mean by customize your LinkedIn is if I go to LinkedIn, and I'm pretty sure most of you may not know this, but you see how it just says Jay Salters?
Mm-hmm.
If you go to your LinkedIn and there's a whole bunch of numbers, that is not easy for someone to find. So there's a way to edit that in your profile so that it just says your name. Unless you have a really common name, then you might want to put something else behind it. Does that make sense?
Yes. Oh, I also had a question about the LinkedIn. I
Yes.
noticed a lot of people are using like the premium account now. I'm trying to make a transition over to cybersecurity. I work in IT, but I just want to make that switch over. And I'm trying to decide whether or not I should actually, subscribe to the premium. Now, I know that they offer it for free, I think, for a year for military, but I'm not military. And
are you doing school right now?
I'm in the I already graduated, but I'm doing the Ivy Tech. But I don't know. I heard there was a way that you could request it. Like if you put hashtag LinkedIn Premium, you could probably get somebody from LinkedIn to give you like a code for like 2 months. But is one using this for 1 month? Would it actually be effective in actually trying to get a job, or would you recommend trying to use it for more than 1 month?
I mean, I think it's worth its weight, but it really just depends on the situation for you, right? And so for here, like the biggest thing about LinkedIn Premium is you get access to their courses. I don't even know how to get there. Wait, let me see where it's at. You get access to the LinkedIn Learning that provides you with a lot of different.
They actually have through Ivy Tech if they go into their My Ivy account. So they already have access to that.
Yes, we do.
But they don't have access to the premium?
Well, they have a .edu email address. So if that's all it requires, then
if you go to my
okay, I see what you're saying. Here's the thing. Yeah, so you're utilizing the school for that. Yes,
they bought a commercial account. That's correct.
Yeah, I think there's a program for students to be able to do that. If you were, I'm gonna give you guys a quick hookup. What is it called? Last Mile. So this organization is an organization that focuses on providing support to minorities and folks that are interested in getting into tech opportunities. Not only minorities, but like they cover just diversity within itself, and that includes everybody essentially. And so depending on what program that you go through, their backing is they'll give you a LinkedIn Premium account, and they'll also give you money pertaining to whatever certification you're doing or program you're doing. So like, for example, if you were connected to a community college and was interested in taking a certification course, you can get up to $500 for that. And there's no connection to it. You don't have to go through this big elaborate process of filling. The money is there. The money is already there. And if you do it through just a certification program, it's $375. This is money that they give to you. But when you become one of their grantees or one of the folks that they give the money to, they will also give you access to additional programs like LinkedIn Premium and things like that for free. And you don't pay anything out of your pocket. My organization focuses on free, so this is a free opportunity. And they also have other programs in here, like if you need to pay your car bill, your car note, or if you, it's a bunch of programs in here. So I would highly recommend you check it out. But that's one option that you can use to get into it. So hopefully that's helpful.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, see, these are all the companies that are currently affiliated partners, but here are the investors: LinkedIn, Google. So you get access to a lot of the stuff that they bring. GitHub, you also get a GitHub account as well. And so it's pretty crucial. So if you're interested in trying to tap more into that, I would use it. I would see what's free before I pay my money, because there's always some free resources out there. Cool?
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you.
Do you know any resources for like Udemy training, like free Udemy training courses?
Easy day. I could do this all day. All right.
Uh-oh.
All right. You guys gonna give me something that's challenging. All right, let's go. I'll show you this.
I say you stop sharing your screen. So there you go.
Okay. I'll show you how to get Udemy for free. You don't want to type in just Udemy. You want to type in Gale Udemy. Gale Udemy is connected to schools and libraries. They have national accounts depending on where you go or where you live or what school you attend. And so the way that it works is you will come here and you say, access this library, right? And so if I access this library, it would tell me what college that I go to. So let me see if was it Ivy Tech is in here? I don't know. Let's see. I'm just seeing to see if it comes up. No, but I know that.
Can you try Embry-Riddle?
I believe Embry-Riddle. Let's see. How you spell that?
E-M-B-R-Y.
Let's
flip the first two letters.
Oh. There we go. Nope.
How about Jojo?
Let me see. Actually, let me see if it comes up with just showing Texas. I must have. Oh, that's right. It might be showing like. There's got to be more states than just 2 schools. Anyway, I'm not sure why it's showing that, but I know for the public school, I mean the libraries. Like for instance, I'm in Maryland, and so in Maryland there are a couple of libraries that's here. And so if you do when you originally log into this and you use your location, it will try to find it based off your location. So it might be able to have to find a school, but it's based off of your location. So Enoch Pratt is a library in my location, right? And so if I typed in that, it will come up, but it's already there, right? So that's a library that's in the Maryland area. I don't even have to go to that library. Don't even have to step a foot in that library, but I can get me a Udemy account. So the way that it works is I click on this and it's going to ask me, what is my library card number? I will go to the the Enoch Pratt website. All right, click on that. And then I will go to library cards and create me an e-card. Use that e-card to log on, now I have access. And that's exactly what I've done. Like I have access to the Udemy account through the library and I didn't pay a dime for that.
But you have to be in the area though, right?
For this one, I mean, no, so I'm just searching on my area, right? And so you can search, like, just to give you an idea, this is just for Maryland, but there are other libraries in other states. So it just depends on what state you are in. So if you went to go look in another state.
Because I'm in New York and they always give us a hard time. So like
let me see New York. Let me see if New York has one.
Because New York Public Library wouldn't have it, but they would have it like in Long Island, but then you would have to be like
or Jersey, right? Or Jersey. I don't see I don't see New York on here. I don't see Jersey on here. So yeah, it would really just depend, or it might be just name something different. But you would have to do like use your location to search, give you a list based off of your location, what's around you. Some of these libraries, like even for mine, I know some people that don't live in Maryland and have a Udemy account.
Okay.
If you can read between the lines there.
Yeah.
All right.
I got it.
All right. What other questions you guys have?
I say we are over time. So if you're okay. You're the last one. So, but yeah, if you guys have any other questions.
Was this helpful?
Yeah, this is good stuff.
Did you post your LinkedIn account?
Oh yeah, I can give you my LinkedIn. So this is what I do. Like I said, I focus on free resources and opportunities that can really be beneficial. And it's just important to kind of understand that because it's helpful to know what's out there and how it can really make a change in your career and your trajectory and what you're trying to do. 1 second. All right, I'll drop my LinkedIn in there now. But there are so many resources out there, and there's so many opportunities out there. Yeah, it's I typically tell people don't pay for anything, because there's probably a resource out there that can cover it down on it. You just gotta be aware of it or know what it is. And see, yeah, James posted for the Air Force and the Army, they have a Udemy account. I know for the Navy, Coast Guard, and Marine Corps, they don't. But that's the reason why I like, yeah. So any other questions? Feel free.
I noticed that military has a lot of links. Does retired law enforcement has anything similar to that?
So here's the thing, right? With military, now yes, military has a lot of programs, absolutely. But there are also programs based off of state, right? And so state, depending on what state you are, the state also has programs that not a lot of people are aware of, resources for workforce development, for first line responders, and then also military community. And to give you an example, I'm in Maryland, so I know about a lot of stuff that's in Maryland. But I know for my state, if you were here, there's a program that they'll pay for your certification, any certification that you want. They will pay for childcare for your spouse, or you, if you can't get to the training site. They will provide you with $250 for a professional dress. And they also may pay for additional certification depending on how much your first one is. And all that stuff is free, federally funded dollars that was given to the state to be able to help first line responders and military utilize it. And that expands out to opportunities. But most people don't even know about it. That program actually, like for what our program is, that program actually went away a couple of years ago because they had, I think, I don't know, millions of dollars in funding, and no one used it. And so, like, they only used like 100,000 or 200,000 of the money when they had millions of dollars. And so it was reissued. So it's also important to pay attention to what your state programs are. And I would just say, like, state federally funded cybersecurity programs, because everything is dumped into cyber and IT. So look into those programs, and you might have a long list of opportunities. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well.
All right. Sounds good. Oh, did somebody have something else?
I just wanted to say thank you. Very informative.
Absolutely.
All
well,
right.
Thank you guys.
We appreciate you, Jay. I mean, we appreciate not only your time, but I mean, Act Now is an incredible organization that you've got over there, and I know that you're committed to not only veterans but helping folks try and navigate this nuanced deal, trying to get a job. So these resources you provide are invaluable, and we appreciate you. And I know you're a busy guy, so I appreciate your time on a Monday night to stay this late. So thanks, Jay.
I do got one last resource for first
Please.
responders. If you're a first responder, can you put a 1 in the chat so I know how many people?
Retired counts?
Yes. So, well, and I know it was another. Okay, we have 2. So one other program that will be beneficial to you, if you, it depends on whether or not you want to take this route, but this program guarantees you a job, but you got to earn it. CyberCorps. If you haven't heard about this program, it's a degree issuing program. You can get your associate's, bachelor's, or even your master's. And they put PhD or PhD in here. And they have a list of schools that you can apply to. So you'll choose one of the schools that you're interested in. And this scholarship track, essentially the way it works is a scholarship for service, meaning that you will go to school, and upon you completing your school, you will be required to give time back to the federal government, local, or state. So you could work at an agency like FBI, CIA, NRO, DEA, any of those agencies, a bunch of agencies. You can work for the state level doing operations or whatever it is related to your degree plan, or you can work at the local municipality level. And so it's a free degree and you get paid to do the job afterwards as an employee, and there's no catch to it. I know some folks that have used this program to get security clearances and get into agencies. And like I said, you just have to make sure you check out what schools you can apply to, and it's a free ride, full ride. So put that out.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, no worries. That's all I got.
Thanks, Jay.
Good evening, everybody. We're making a recording of tonight's session for everybody's benefit after this live evening we're having. We're having some weather issues and stuff, so we expect to have a really good attendance here. It's August 7th at 8:03. We have Jonathan from Microsoft, who is probably going to have quite a group with some of the other sessions that have canceled because of the inclement weather today throughout the Southeast. But for our benefit is we're going to have a great audience for a great presenter. I'm not going to even try and do him justice by introducing himself. I'll let Jonathan do the honors for that and tell us all about how Microsoft might be an opportunity for all of you. So with that, Jonathan.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm Jonathan Tennis, and I'll say it again since now we're on a recorded line. Excuse me one sec. So I'm a veteran, did 5 years in the Army as a SIGINT analyst and as a Russian linguist. I do not work as a HR talent acquisition person within Microsoft, I'm just passionate about the veteran community, care about trying to help out as much as I can with the community. Excuse me again, one sec. So my path to coming to Microsoft, I've been at Microsoft going on 2 years now. Did my time in the Army, got out, and did what a lot of folks do in the military. Well, I moved into my parents' basement actually for 4 months while I looked for a job. My top story is honestly what makes me so passionate about transition and helping veterans. I was basically given an opportunity to re-enlist in the place where I was at the time. I was a part of OIF 1, so I'm dating myself a little bit there. Or get out after I had been stop lost for 2 years. And so I'd done my time and I wanted to see kind of what the rest of the world looked like. And so I went ahead and got out and found a role, you know, in 2004, and just the rest, as they say, is history. But coming to Microsoft really was just an interesting opportunity. I wasn't looking at the time, but I was really happy in the project I was in. Microsoft recruiter called me up, started describing my job, the job that I got hired for, and had been doing this type of role, customer success, account management work for years now, and really enjoy it. I thrive in it, in that environment. It was actually a networking event the other day with, I won't name the organization, but the person was like talking about how it was customer facing, and they sort of made a face. And I said, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh, I hate customers. I'm like, customers is how we keep the lights on. So I like living indoors and I like what the lights stay on. So yeah, I love customers. They're fantastic. And so, you know, in terms of roles at Microsoft, there's roles in everything. Of course, obviously being a tech company, we've got a lot of cyber. But when it comes to, at the end of the day, and I popped my LinkedIn in there, and earlier in the day I popped in the call, I popped in a couple of different reference points. So when I talk to anybody who's transitioning, when I talk to any veterans, my interest is focusing on what you want, not on what I want. So I'm not recruiting for Microsoft. I'd love if you ended up here, but if you end up in Amazon and we're all doing the same work, you know, to help keep our nation safe, you know, I'm all about that. So but with that, I'll mute and let people, whoever wants to jump in. We can use hands if you want. If there's that many people, throw it in the chat if you don't feel like coming off the mute. But this time is yours, and so let's talk about what you all want to talk about. And if you want to talk about me, I'll leave the room and let you guys talk about me. So
yeah. Nobody has to come off mute if you don't want to. You can easily hit it up in chat. However you feel most comfortable speaking, feel free.
I have a question. It's a general question, just about the hiring climate at Microsoft right now.
Sure.
Because I mean, it looks to me like Microsoft is still doing staff reductions, and I actually interviewed with Microsoft a year ago and made it through all of the interviews, and right when they were making a decision on my candidacy, they started their staff reductions, and it looks like it's continued. So I'm just asking in general, I'm asking in general, is this a good time to be applying to Microsoft?
I appreciate the question, Terrence, and absolutely, it's there's definitely times when I'll speak, my personal experiences. It's felt like I was jumping from the pot into the frying pan, or from the frying pan into the pot, and so jumping from a tough situation to a more difficult situation and not realizing it based on the climate. But you got to jump at some point, and so it's really a matter of if you're in a position right now where you can weather sort of the instability of the tech sector as we go through some difficult times. I'd say, go for it. I wouldn't say there is a bad time to be at Microsoft. There are people who, if you read online, there were eras in there, and I won't name the CEO, but there is a very, very famous CEO, a period of time where people said this was a tough time to be at Microsoft. This particular CEO leveraged and used some very interesting management practices that are well known and written about, in business journals. But I have no comment on his time because I wasn't here then, and also, like, it's just not my place to speak about. I don't think that CEO really is concerned at all.
Well, given that Microsoft's only had like 3 or 4 CEOs, I can do process of elimination.
Yeah, well, I was going to help you even further, and he's a heck of a sports ball team owner. So he's found what he's passionate about, and that works for him. But climate's really an interesting thing. Culture is a fascinating thing to study. There are lots of folks in the tech industry who say, I never worked for this company, or I never worked for that company. And really what I think is interesting about that is that, like, people love to bag on, and I don't call them our competitors. They're just people who share this space with us, right? People bag on Amazon all the time and say, well, the culture there is awful, and this, that, and the other thing. I've met people who are completely content, in their roles and are having a good time, or well compensated. I've met people at Microsoft who do not like where they are in life at the firm, don't like particular aspects of some parts of our culture. But what I have kind of come to realize is that, like, even in the middle of Iraq, in the middle of a war, I was happy as it could be. I was with my team, doing a job that I loved. It was just time for me to go, and that's why I got out of the Army. And so I think it's just really a matter of mindset. As far as the broader tech sector, because I spend a ton of time on calls like these, I drop the Microsoft Careers page in there. So if you go to the Microsoft Careers page right now, hit that link and then hit enter, you'll see that there's 1,600 jobs listed right now. When I got to Microsoft 2 years ago, I think that number was around 4,000. I didn't take screenshots and I didn't take notes, but there was a lot. It seemed like the jobs were sort of growing on trees. It went down. I've seen the number lower than this. I guess it's a very long way of me saying, Terrence, I don't think there's a bad time to join Microsoft. If Microsoft has for you what you're most interested in. A colleague of mine who I met during his time at Microsoft was a change management professional. He was only here for, I think, a year and some change, and was a part of a recent reduction in force. But I talked to him, and he had an already pretty stellar and career and resume. But having it on your resume, there are some firms out there that will want to hire you because you were part of the FANG or the Mama crew, the Microsoft, the Apple, the Amazon, the Meta, so I don't know. I'd say it depends on your specific situations, but it depends on what you want to be doing. And sort of if you're leaving your dream job to come to Microsoft, I don't know. I don't know that would be wise, but would you want to go into further details on the form, or do you want to talk more offline? I'm happy to do either.
I guess we could talk offline. I want to give other people a chance to ask questions, but I do appreciate that answer, though.
No, I appreciate it.
I was just hesitant. I was just hesitant to reapply again, not knowing what's going on within the company. But if they're actively hiring, then I'm going to be applying.
So, you know, with investments, I mean, this is the kind of crazy thing. I mean, I think our revenue went public because our fiscal year ends in the end of June, and our revenue went public in July. You know, and it's hard to sort of fathom and understand, you know, when they talk about missing targets, and this is all publicly available information now. We missed a financial target by a significant number, and I say like billions of dollars, and it's sort of like mind-boggling to me, the scale of that. You know, it's like a company can bring in $200 billion but still miss a target by a few billion, and that be a significant sort of newsworthy thing. And Wall Street sort of was like, oh, they get nervous, and, you know, stock starts to go down, and you need to take corrective action because, you know, the CEO works for, you know, all those stockholders and for the board. So, but yeah, it's I don't regret it. I left probably legitimately, and I've been very fortunate in my career. I can probably look at every single one of my jobs and been like, I can tell you 10 or 12 aspects that I loved about each one of those roles. I left what probably was my favorite job that I've ever had as a contractor, as a consultant for the military. So the time out of uniform, it's definitely the best job I ever had. And I left that to come here, and I still wouldn't regret it. I'd do it all over again if I could do it, even with everything that has taken place. Anybody else? Wayne?
Yeah. I've been retired for about 5 or 6 years. Up in the U.S. military, 28 years as signal officer, and, you know, did all levels of signal and communications, C5, ISR, and stuff. Looking to get back into the job network. Not sure. I mean, I worked on the government side, and Microsoft was one of our contractors, you know, helping us by networks and all kinds of stuff internal. And I was wondering now how which level do I try to go for? Management where I left, or get in where I could fit in and then move up? I mean, what's your recommendation?
You said you're a retired signals officer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it ultimately, I mean, I was doing work with a mentee the other day, and we talked about sort of his base requirements. You know, what I kind of talked to folks about, you know, it gets very personal very fast. And so in a public forum, I'm not going to ask you to say that I need to make this much, or, you know, these are my bills, or any of that stuff. So, but when I'm one-on-one with somebody, I still don't even ask those questions. I say, what do you need to get out of bed in the morning? What do you need to make it worth your while? This particular individual, when he was factoring in his retirement and his living expenses, he needed to make somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000, I think, a year. And I was just like, you're going to be fine. Like, there's plenty of jobs out there. And certainly I told him, I said, my spiel is this: I want you to make as much money as possible. I want to be everyone's Jerry Maguire. And you know, stand up and scream, show me the money for people. But you know, so I always help when it comes to negotiations, or talk to people about, encourage them to get as much as possible. But it ultimately, I guess, you know, you said you're retired. How much longer do you want to be in work? You know, and you know, do you want to climb up, you know, to a certain level, or is it a matter of like, well, if you're a retired officer, I'm assuming you were at least a lieutenant colonel, major?
Yeah, lieutenant colonel. Yeah.
Okay. You know, and one of the things, I mean, I was on the enlisted side and did 5 years, so I didn't have this particular set of problems necessarily, but you know, coming out of an experience where you were a lieutenant colonel, I've got some officers I work with who are like, yeah, I want to go right back to it. I want to be in charge of 250 people. I want to be the person that gets called in the middle of the night. I want to be in charge of the budget. I want to be responsible for everything. And some are like, you know what, sit me in a cubicle and tell me when I need to show up and what uniform I need to wear, and I will be set. So it's I guess it is very much dependent. Microsoft doesn't do a ton of outside hiring for management. The leveling is very respectful and very, very decent. I came in, you know, with the time I did outside as a contractor, as a consultant, I basically came in after my 20 years, sort of thing. So I spent 5 years in the Army and then close to 15, I think, as a consultant. So I had done sort of 20 years or so by the time I came over to Microsoft. And I'm working with some retired full bird colonels and some retired lieutenant colonels who are roughly around the same level as me. And I'm fine with that. They get a retirement check and they seem to be happy, but they're not necessarily in charge of anything. And they don't seem to be, they don't seem to feel like anything's missing from their life. But your particular situation is unique to you. So do you want to have everybody, do you want to have that, do you want to climb, or are you just kind of like, hey, I'm going to be happy, I'm going to cash them checks and break them necks, and then, eventually everybody wants to be retired. And I know that's weird because people in the military retire and then they're like, well, you're retired. I'm like, depending on where you live, there aren't a lot of places where you can take half of your paycheck and then still be able to keep the lights on, keep the mortgage, keep the kids in college. I was talking to a retiree the other day. He started late, and I think he had a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. And I was like, you're gonna be working for a while, man. College ain't cheap. So just buckle up and keep them pants pressed, because you're gonna be working for a long time.
Yeah, no, I'm very blessed, and I'm not, that's what I'm saying. I'm not, I'm trying to do what I love, so I love cybersecurity and everything. It's morphed into all cybersecurity, but we did all the other C5 ISR in the military, and it's sort of everything. And I've been going to the CWCT, just trying to get certified, because that's what they require in the private sector, and everything was OJT in the military. So, but right now it could be, I don't know, I would like management, but it's not what I have to have.
Sure.
I have that capability as far as financially. It's not a requirement. Like, I don't have bills. My kids are all up, out, school paid for. And so now it's just about me trying to give back, in my terms, finding a job where I can be functional, then give back to society, maybe trying to grow the next, generation of cyber talent or something, since we're so short, on that. So I don't know.
We are, and it is absolutely a national security risk because of how short we are. And I have a graduate degree in cybersecurity, just because honestly, I sort of looked at a board full of the things I wanted to study, and I was like, well, I'm a former SIGINT analyst, so this is something that sort of interests me. So let me go ahead and pick this one. And I picked a program and I loved it, had a great time. I'm not here to plug the program, but if you want to look at my LinkedIn profile, you can see clearly where I went to school and studied cyber. Fantastic program, loved it. But yeah, I think it's good that you're able to do that if that opportunity existed. A lot of it is also very geographic dependent. So are you still in a vicinity? I don't know where you are necessarily.
Oh, I'm in Tampa, Florida. I used to work at CENTCOM, a couple rotations and stuff, but I'm in Tampa, Florida.
Well, that's where I left to come to DC. I turned in my badge on September the 10th of 2021. So almost 20 years focused on the Middle East, and it was a good run. I loved my time at CENTCOM and SOCOM. I had an absolute blast. I made amazing memories. The experiences I had, the things I've done, downrange and back in Tampa. I loved it. So you're in a good spot, as far as, especially Tampa's got CENTCOM, SOCOM. They've got, of course, other tech capabilities. So if you're interested in studying cyber and working in the cyber community there should be plenty of opportunity. If you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, I'm happy to open up my network of any of the folks that I know in the Tampa area. I'm a Masonic brother, and one of my brothers owns a contracting firm down there. But yeah, the whole point of my network is not to collect vanity metrics and be like, oh, I have this many connections. The whole value of my network is to make sure that anyone in my network can connect with me and be like, hey, I need a who's he, what's it, and it's like almost like a supply room. And like, I got one of those. Hey, I need somebody who does something obscure in Alaska in the fisheries. And like, I got one of those, so that's definitely what I want to do. So yeah, I'd love to connect with you. My LinkedIn's in the chat.
Thank you. I reached out. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Joel makes a great point there. Some people complain if they had too much money in their accounts. I mean, I think it's an interesting thing. If you like the news, and if I could talk about the CEO or former CEO of Amazon, he had a super yacht built a couple years back, and they couldn't get it out of where it was being built, and he wanted to dismantle this historic bridge that had just been like reconstructed. And I laughed at that because I'm like, I don't have super yacht money problems, but Jeff Bezos was upset, I'm sure, that his boat is stuck behind this bridge, and all the money in the world can't solve it. Eventually, some portion of all the money in the world solve that problem, but he's got problems just like us all, right?
I still feel sad for the project manager who didn't get the measurements right. Because they had to know they were building the boat on one side of the bridge. And to me, there's a third party there that is getting away with something here.
It's always funny.
There has to be a project management lesson there somewhere.
Oh yeah. It might end up on the new PM exam. You never know. But yeah, I think it's great, Wayne, what you said about not necessarily everyone's got different motivations, and if the kids are all grown up and out of the house and school's paid for, that's fantastic. But giving back to the community is a great thing, and there is a huge need for cyber, and we really need to. I think if I can get on my soapbox for a few seconds, I know this is being recorded, so I'll keep it clean. But the cyber community, we have to create more entry-level positions that are actually entry-level. Yes. We have a big problem in cyber related roles where it's like every entry level job I see needs 3 to 5 years experience. Well, the path for so many of us who entered the job market post-military, we had the experience that allowed us into these entry level jobs, but we need to create avenues for high schoolers, for college kids to intern and get this experience, so that way they can enter the market, because we've got real actual threats, and the other countries aren't playing by any rules, and we're sort of putting these barriers up to helping us. And there's folks who know it, but I'm all about exactly what you're talking about, giving back to the cyber community in any way that we can to help improve it.
That's one thing that I know India was famous for, having a 20-year plan for what they are now succeeding in IT, by starting first at what we would call the kindergarten level, and building a workforce from the ground up with a coordinated 20-year plan throughout their educational system to provide, in effect, a ready-made, low-cost initially workforce that attracted a lot of American business. And I don't think that we in this country have been able to do the same thing, but the hidden resource we have always had is what our military, which has always operated at a different level than the commercial sector, has the ability to give back, if you will, to the private sector. And so even when those entry-level jobs, and you're completely right, are so necessary, at the same time, we do have an untapped skilled workforce that can hit the ground running, and have had to literally in some cases, right? So I just wanted to cut in here just for a minute. We do have the benefit of Jonathan. I believe you're here for the next half hour as well. But I just wanted to do my due diligence and let everybody know we are coming up towards the half-hour mark. I'm sure you could spend another 30 minutes with Jonathan and still gain some fantastic insight. But if you do wish to join one of the other sessions, I will stay here until the last person leaves and we stop the recording. I'm going to keep this recording going until the top of the hour at 9. But if anybody else wanted to look around, see if there were any other sessions, I just wanted to interrupt for a quick moment to let you know that we're getting to that bottom part of the hour here in just a few minutes. But with that, I'm going to give it right back to Jonathan.
I appreciate it. Can you repost your LinkedIn URL? I sure can. That I can do. Great thing about having a last name like Tennis is there aren't a lot of us out there, so it's not too hard to find. But I'd much rather click on a hyperlink than wonder. Uncle has the same name. He's a musician, and he has a LinkedIn profile. So if you see the guy who's not holding a guitar, that's you've reached the right Jonathan Tennis.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Hey.
I have a question.
Please.
So my question is, It's about I don't know Microsoft. I have SQL Server, but I don't know if you have any answer for that question. So I don't see any certification for SQL Server, and I do have another question too. Is so what advice do you have for someone who's pretty much doing well in IT, but is not doing cybersecurity, but really interested about get involved in cybersecurity? Because I have all the tools to be in cybersecurity, but it's just like the job I'm doing, I'm getting well paid for my job. It's in database, but I'm really interested about cybersecurity.
Sure. Let me hit the last part first, because I think I missed some important part of the first question. So in terms of advice for if you're doing well in the current role that you're in, and then you're moving over potentially to another role, there's a potential shift in your income, your earning potential there. And you personally have to decide if for you and your family, depending on what size it is, what your requirements are in terms of work, you need to figure out if that's something that it makes sense for you. There's certainly a lot of earning potential in tech, because you work in tech. There's earning potential in cyber. It's just got to be if those perfectly overlap, or however closely they need to overlap for you to make it worth your while. The one thing I will say, and I don't give advice for a living, but I do give this one for free. Whatever you do, don't take a job that you're not, don't feel like you're going to be, enjoy it, the right pay, whatever, because then you're going to get in and it's just going to be miserable. And I've worked with people over the years who took jobs, they didn't like the pay, or they didn't like some aspect of it. Like it required deployments, and then they would deploy and they were like, I hate this. And I'm like, it was in the job description, sort of thing. So I would definitely hope that, if you end up having to adjust in terms of your earning, because you have to go down in order to go back up and build your experience in that particular sector. But yeah, and then the first question, there was something about certifications, but I missed, there was something.
Well, for SQL Server, so I'm doing database, but I don't see any, so I'm pretty good in what I'm doing, but I don't see any certification for SQL Server, something that will, kind of validate someone who's doing database and using SQL Server. I see stuff for Azure, for cloud, but not for SQL Server.
I'm not getting it.
They used to have a certification for SQL Server, but I think they will move it. They don't have it anymore.
Oh, okay.
So
The
we're
question
talking like we would say SQL as well, SQL Server, SQL.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Do we have a certification for SQL Server? I don't know.
Microsoft did at one point for their engine, I think. I'm going to look it up while you guys discuss it. I'll see if I can post something in the chat for you.
So how I came to IT and came to work for the world's biggest IT company. I'm a project and program manager by trade. And so I've managed help desks. I've worked obviously around IT, but I've not sat hands on keyboard. I've never been a tier 1 help desk support person. I've managed those folks, but yeah, I'm not probably the best or most well-versed when it comes to certifications, because I just simply haven't needed them, nor do I collect them. But yeah, it's something that I'm glad William jumped in. So sorry, I'm not better able to answer your question.
Thank you.
From my experience on it, I've done a few certifications in my time, and I've taught for 20 years. I didn't do the database side as much as, ironically, the Microsoft server side and things like that. Industry level certifications tend to be centered upon the product that is represented in the industry. So if you're talking about getting a certification in a vendor neutral category, the irony is that the CompTIA certifications have name brand recognition because they've been around so long that they were designed specifically to be vendor neutral. So in the other side of it, you'll have industry certifications that center around the industry leaders, typically like Cisco, VMware, Microsoft, and Oracle would probably be one of those industry side leaders for SQL kind of certification. I pronounce it as SQL, by the way. But there are other options as well. What I've put in chat is, it's kind of metadata, right? But it's data about data. And that is Springboard has a concept of what are good certifications. And you'll notice Oracle, Azure Data Fundamentals is considered a SQL certification because in order to do that in Azure, you're basically sending SQL instructions. Coursera, that is more of a certificate that deals with, you know, knowing that you've covered the basic principles. But then you get into some things like MySQL is an open source database engine, SQL engine. And you have foundations for a lot of open source entities. So the MySQL Foundation, or the foundation that basically handles that open source community, provides the authoritative sources, etc., might be one you could look at as well. But for right now, most SQL certifications come under the umbrella of, well, like Oracle University for MySQL 5.7. Udemy would be a online academic entry, if you will, that brings concepts together under their brand. So it is difficult in programming and in database to find industry kinds of certifications, but one that was just mentioned, there's the National Cybersecurity Summit coming up here in Huntsville soon, and I noticed they have a learning track on Data Plus, because data is becoming such a big deal. Now we have CompTIA. You can always identify their certifications because they put the plus sign after it. So they're coming up with Data Plus, and I'll almost guarantee you that's going to involve a little bit of SQL along the way as well. So I hope that helps.
And there's definitely a lot of certifications out there, and I recognize the importance of them, and you know, I definitely want folks to focus on, you know, in your hunt, what certs you need, you know, so for example, if like somebody was like, hey, I'm thinking about studying for my CISSP, or I'm studying for my PMP, or I'm studying for my SEC Plus, which would you pick? And they're wanting to work on computers in the DoD sector. I'm like, well, you absolutely have to have SEC Plus to start. Like go ahead and get that knocked out, you know, and there are places that will substitute and accept the other ones in. But if, you know, you're picking between studying for your SEC Plus and your PMP, and you want to be working on computers, you know, the PMP is great, but it's not necessarily. I think that the one thing I don't like about certs is there's so many of them out there, because, you know, companies realize they make money off of them. That I've met folks who are really great at being project managers. I'm not going to put myself in that category, but I am one of the project managers who does not have a PMP, and simply because I don't need to and don't want to. I've lost job opportunities because of it, and I've been completely okay with it, because I don't think that reading a book, you know, the PMBOK, or sitting down for a 4-hour test is going to make me a better project manager. There are, however, people I know who sat down, read the book, studied for it, and got a PMP. They were terrible project managers, and you know, so certs are, though, a way for us to qualify people for some of these roles. So, but it's a tough one. So, you know, but you got to play the game. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. I've got some direct messages.
Microsoft one.
What's that?
I did find a Microsoft one, but there's actually a newer version of it coming out, I believe, on August 23rd. And like he had mentioned, it is centered upon Azure, because when it comes to database, the cloud is one step away. The way things are nowadays. I mean, you might as well have cloud skills if you're going to have database skills, the way things seem to be going.
When folks do bring up what they're interested in, like somebody's like, hey, I'm interested in joining Microsoft, what would you recommend? And the two certs that I tell them to go after, they're foundational certs, just to kind of show a Microsoft flavor to your resume, if you will. They're not very challenging. They're pretty simple. I don't work in cyber, even though I have a graduate degree in cyber. I took the SC 900 with about 2 or 3 hours worth of study. I ran through the material. I looked at some of the questions, and I was like, I think I can do this. It was very heavy on Microsoft specific security products, which I did not know at the time, but you know, I made it through. And the other one is Azure, which is our cloud services. And honestly, if you're interested in cloud at all, I would highly recommend looking at all the cloud providers, you know, the big three: Google, Amazon, Microsoft, and seeing what they have out there and available. But But yeah, there's some people who are like collecting them, like, you know, they collect them because Credly gives you little badges, and they're like trying to collect them all like it's like the sash, you know, in Scouts, and they're like trying to have every single one of the badges. And I just don't understand that, but some people just like it. It gives them something to do, something to focus on, and I'm like, go for it, whatever makes you happy.
The certifications are just there. They're not magic keys to the kingdom. They are not, it's the certifications are what you make of them, is what it really comes down to. But most certifications are trumped by any job experience, because it's really hard in an interview to tell people about your experience with a certification. I mean, you could talk about your study habits and getting it, or the fact that it's not easy to get demonstrates some tenacity on your part. But experience is the key. So when you're first starting out, that I think is where that comes in. The certifications give you a leg up, confidence-wise.
I have a question.
Go for it, Ronnie.
I was curious about advice, like personally, so I've been in the military about 9.5 years in the reserves, 8 years medical and 1 year in cyber. And I feel like I'm just kind of at a crossroads where it's like, I have a year in cyber right now as a reservist, and like background wise, I got like a year in IT doing like help desk. But kind of going back to you guys' point about the entry level positions for cyber, a lot of them require as a minimum 3 to 5 years and a bachelor's degree, which I don't have either one of those. So I was just wondering, like, advice as far as, should I still apply for positions like entry level cyber security roles, even though I don't have the bachelor's in like 3 to 5 years? Or should I just, because I'm working on certs as well, so should I also just try to go back to school, get my bachelor's at the same time, and then start applying like while I'm in school when it comes to cybersecurity positions?
And it's hard in a public forum, you know, because I would need a lot more, you know, to kind of narrow down and understand, you know, your specific, you know, situation, you know, and in terms of, can you, you know, for you to focus on. We can definitely connect one-on-one and have kind of a more in-depth, but I'll just give, you know, general vague, you know, kind of discussion here.
Yeah.
When it comes to applying for jobs, you know, so there's 2 different pieces of advice I give. So for female candidates, I tell every female candidate, you know, if you are a man, would you apply for this job? And I do that specifically because of all the people I work with in terms of coaching, they self-eliminate more commonly than men do. For everybody who's applying for jobs, I say, if you hit 60-70% of what the job requirements are, you know, go for it. You know, it's not costing you anything, you know, you're not, but I'll caveat that with, be honest, look yourself in the mirror and be like, okay, so I don't have a bachelor's degree. This is saying I need a bachelor's degree. It's asking for years of experience. I've looked at, and I've gone through and combed through resumes or job recs with folks and said, hey, this is what, you know, this job rec is saying. And I say, okay, like, you know, how many years experience do you have? What type of experience they are? And this person was like, well, I don't have this specific, you know, gaming experience. I'm like, it says gaming or project management or blah, blah, blah. So it gives a lot of ors. And the more, you know, that means that they're willing to kind of be flexible. The job rec straight up says, hey, you need to have a bachelor's degree, you need to have 3 to 5 years experience. And if you don't, you know, don't come knocking on the door. I feel like you're just gonna be wasting your time. And even if it's free, you know, I don't know the benefit there, you know, because one of the worst things that we have as candidates when we apply for jobs, and I've done this myself, I've applied for just shot for the moon. I mean, we made it to the moon because somebody was like looking up at the stars and we're like, let's go over there, right? It's amazing. Right. You know, shoot for the stars, land on the moon sort of thing, or shoot for the moon, land and start. I don't know, whatever the saying is. But I also, like, I've applied for jobs that I'm completely unqualified for, and you know, didn't get the call back, and it's like, oh, I didn't get the call back. I think it's common to go stretch a little bit too far sometimes and be like, hey, I just had a call with somebody the other day. I was sharing earlier in the forum. they were looking for a very niche, small corner of America where they wanted to work. And they were convinced their value was well above what I know the market to be. And it wasn't a great conversation because they were only going to accept a job that was at this category. And I was like, listen, in my experience, I've never seen anybody get that, but by all means, apply for what you want to apply for. So be realistic in it. You know, one of the great things, I will plug Microsoft here, not just because I'm wearing, you know, a Microsoft t-shirt here right now, but we do have full pay transparency on all of our positions, which helps a lot. One of the hardest things when you go into an application process is applying for a job, and there are jobs that project managers pay that pay $40,000. There's project manager jobs that pay $400,000. I'm somewhere in the middle of that. But you know, when project managers work in both of those along that entire spectrum, it makes it really challenging to know where you're going to land in there. The pay transparency helps a lot because you at least have an idea of, hey, if I fall somewhere in the middle, or if I fall on the low end of this pay scale, I'm going to be happy. My bills are going to be paid. My family's going to be taken care of. We'll live indoors, keep the lights on, all that stuff. So, yeah, that's what I would generally say. We can definitely, you're a veteran. If you're not familiar with Veterati, that goes for everybody on this call. If you've never been on Veterati, it's an amazing platform. It does peer-to-peer mentorship, one-on-one. Veterati doesn't pay me to plug them, but it's probably one of the easiest. And I'll drop the link in the chat for those who missed it earlier in the call when I also plopped it in there. So any veteran, you are eligible for an account. It's easy to sign up. You sign up with your LinkedIn profile. So and then you can pick mentors. The nice thing about that is you've got folks who are already willing to, whereas in LinkedIn, you go cold calling people and you're like, hey, would you be my mentor? Some people just don't have the time. Some people won't respond. These are people who specifically have signed up for and volunteered for dedicated hours of their week each week to provide that service. So Rodney, if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, we can talk more.
Definitely.
On
okay.
Yeah, I don't want to go too much into detail because it gets very personal very fast.
Definitely. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Who's next? We got 15 minutes, and I'm certainly willing, as long as my lights and my internet keep working, I'm willing to stop in. Yes, I can do that for you for sure. Apparently, I'm just far enough north of the storm that I have missed any of the stuff other than I heard it raining a few minutes ago.
I'm sorry. So I got one more question for you. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize. This time is your time.
So I just recently got my TS as well. I was wondering, how does that, because I know some people say, oh, that's like the gold standard, like when you apply for these jobs and stuff like that. But how is it really like in the job market, like when you really apply for a position? Like, does it really give you like an extra boost when you know, especially for cyber? Like, does it really help out as much, or is it just a nice thing to put on there?
Well, I mean, I want to be respectful and cognizant of the significance of a top secret security clearance to national security and what you've been entrusted with. I've had a top secret security clearance for 25 years and it's absolutely helped. I mean, 100%. There's no way I can't say that I wouldn't. I've been in a lot of rooms that I never would have been granted access to if it weren't for. I've been given roles and you know, earned roles, awarded roles, whatever, secured roles that I never would have gotten had it not been. The problem I'm running into is that my clearance isn't high enough, even at TS/SCI level, because there are roles that I want that need a full scope or a CS full scope or a CI poly, and those are hard to secure. So when it comes to searching on Microsoft's webpage, and this goes for anybody who's cleared, the letters that you would be using are Charlie, Tango, Juliet. If you search on our careers page for cleared roles, Amazon also has a cleared page, and I'll drop both of those links in the, so we don't have a cleared page, but our careers page, if you use, and I'll just type this out, if you want to search cleared at SFT, CTJ, and then I'll plug the Amazon one in because I want to give them love as well. And they have a page that is set up just for cleared roles at Amazon. And I want y'all to end up wherever you're happy. And you know, this is my free time, and I don't represent Microsoft. I don't work for HR, talent acquisition. I'm just an employee of who wants to spend his free time doing this. And I want to get you into a role. So the one other thing I'll say, Rodney, it depends on where you are. What part of the country are you in?
I live in St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis. All right. There's some facilities out there.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Well, thanks again, sir. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Who else? We got some time.
It might be that you've left him stunned, Jonathan.
It's I can read through my emails. Have you guys ever seen like I'm not a celebrity, but celebrities reading like angry tweets about themselves? It's kind of a funny thing. No one tweets about me. I could read my last LinkedIn post if that would be of interest. Really put people to sleep. I don't even know actually what I posted about last on LinkedIn. Oh, I posted about Travis Manion. I did a cool project this weekend, handing out backpacks to young kids here in DC and Baltimore. It was amazing. It's a great way to spend the weekend.
No doubt. Back to school.
Back to school. It's legit. I am. I don't really keep track of when the calendar changes. It's just kind of like, just notice that the school buses are back on the streets. That's about the only thing I
made a joke with my mom many years ago when she was mad at me for missing a few days of school. And I was like, but Mom, maybe in the future I'll become a teacher and this is my way of making some balance. Oh boy, did irony come and hit me for that, because 20 plus years of being a college teacher later,
Yeah. It's yeah, I mean, and I was a difficult student, and I'm grateful my teachers stuck with me. I'm also grateful I read to kids who the reading literacy isn't where it should be, and so just kind of do some one-on-one reading. And so I read a lot to 5 and 6 year olds, and it's neat because it gives them an opportunity to grow and get comfortable with reading. But I'm so lucky I had older siblings who stuck books in front of my face and read to me, and so it's such an
I was
important
lucky enough to do that as an outreach when I first started teaching at the community college level. There was a program somebody told me about, and I jumped on it, and it kind of faded away. But I've seen it with my own children. I have a 17 and a 15-year-old, and with my daughter, she was a little bit behind the curve. She didn't start embracing books until she was probably hit around about 5 years ago. But now she's the one hitting us up to go to the bookstore. And that's just, not just there is a distinct difference between reading online or in any sort of digital way and just having a book in your hands. And I don't think it's going to fade away. I think books are going to survive for the foreseeable future. And I'm seeing a lot of young people really appreciating the difference in how you intake information. We've just been so fascinated with the way we intake information in the late 20th and nascent 21st century now, that I think we're getting to a balance where we appreciate the different ways we take in information much more. Like we were talking earlier about Oppenheimer, and how if you're going to go to the movie, it feels like what we have done with streaming and everything else is raise the value of the movie experience to those things where you really can't get it sitting in your home. So should be interesting. But yeah, I think you're absolutely dead on. A young person watching an older person read to them, I don't know that anybody's done a study on it, but it has an indelible mark on young people for their future success. I'm absolutely convinced.
And it's building that good foundation. And I'm an avid e-reader, but it's because I traveled a lot and because it was a whole lot easier to put a tablet in the backpack than as I was traveling. But I still have, behind me is a shelf full of, I have a graduate degree in creative writing because that's what you do when you have leftover GI Bill money. This is my plug to anybody who wants to use every single penny of their GI Bill. I will offer free financial advice on that because I used half of my GI Bill for a degree in cybersecurity and half of it for a degree in poetry. I don't know what I'm going to do with those two things since I don't work in either of those fields, but you know, whatever. I got them. They're in the shelf over there. So,
well, you're servicing yourself as well as your practical and your non-practical side. There is some benefit to that.
To me, it was you do not give a single piece of government cheese back, and so I used every penny. I ran across the graduation line with you know, I was running on fumes, but I graduated and owe no money. So,
like you just said, you never know.
No, yeah, no, I'm waiting for that job rec that gets posted that needs somebody with a graduate degree in cyber and poetry, and I'm like, I'm your man, because there ain't a lot of us out there. A lot of us out there.
Well, it's like the old joke in the movie when they have this obscure scientist that's been working for 30 years on this thing, and he gets called into the White House because they have a very unique need. The aliens have landed and they're speaking to us in cybersecurity poetry. Who can we get?
I'm hoping one day. The White House isn't that far away, you know.
Well, hopefully, and you got your clearance, so you know.
Hopefully they'll send a helicopter because traffic around here is terrible. The world will have ended by the time I got across 66 to get to the White House. Yeah.
Well, we are coming up on our last 8 minutes or 7 minutes now, I guess, but I think you all understand now. This has been a quick hour, and I think you understand why Jonathan, in dedicating his time and his passion, his experience, I think you've all had the benefit of a unique experience in speaking with him, even though I think this is your third or fourth round with us speaking, something like that. You are one of our veterans, so to speak, in the cyber and CWCT for certain. And it is very much appreciated, and we hope to do it again. But I want to do a all call for last questions.
I saw a hand and then the hand went down, I think. I don't know if it was a clap or okay.
It might have been, yeah.
Oh, I have a quick question, if it's okay. It's probably slightly different because it's because I have a son. He is a third-year student in computer science, and I heard that earlier you were mentioning something about internships just briefly when talking about answering another question. So I was because I guess my son, he got like a very small, first gig where he'll be teaching some kind of a small class at his university where he's studying. But I was thinking, since you're familiar with Microsoft, very well, do people need to just go to Microsoft.com and type in the word internship if they're looking for internships? Or
so I would definitely recommend that you know, a person, you know, reach out to connect with somebody who's at Microsoft who is willing to kind of talk to them about internships, because I didn't come in that route. But many interns will list that they're interns at Microsoft. So if you do a search on, I guess I'm on LinkedIn right now, so we're going to see interns at Microsoft. Let's see what that comes up with. So it's searching hard. Okay. So when I did the search phrase, just interns at Microsoft, it came up with a bunch of results, and I got a PM intern at Microsoft. I got a software engineer intern at Microsoft. I got a Microsoft research intern. So I think the best thing would be to have your son reach out and connect with people who are in those roles, and then kind of get better information about how to go that route. I did not come in as an intern. There are a lot of different ways to come into Microsoft, through Hiring Our Heroes, Microsoft Software and Systems Academy, internships, Aspire, Leap, you know, and just being hired off the street. So, I mean, that's just to name 5 off the top of my head that I know. So a lot of different ways. So yeah, I would say that would be the best thing.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Feel free to connect with me as well on LinkedIn, and you know, message me if you want to connect me with your son, and I can kind of go through that spiel with him as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Of course, absolutely. We got 3 minutes. Brian, too kind, talking about time and knowledge. I don't know, definitely time. Knowledge is questionable. So.
All right. Well, if there are no more questions, I think I can stop the recording just a little bit early. I don't see anybody else with hands up or anything else. So I'll go ahead and stop the recording here. Thank you once again to Jonathan for being with us this evening, and I hope you enjoyed everything you were able to hear and gain insight on. So I'll stop it right here. Thank you, everybody.
So my name is Rohit Bhandari, and so I'm transitioning my career. So my past was in medicine. I have worked in various public health departments, and I as a tutor, as a medical professional. And so I was always interested in computer science. So in the last 3 years, so it started as a hobby. I was sitting in COVID, not doing anything, just looking after my daughter. And then one of my friends says, why don't you, because you're already interested, so why didn't you start? And then I started as a system admin, and then it was a startup, so it got me so fascinated that I started thinking, okay, let's do it professionally. So I got this opportunity to work. Enroll in the CWCT program. So I'm enrolled in digital forensic, but I think I'll take the system admin course as well. So 2 courses completed, and I'm on the 3rd and 4th. So this is more like a hobby. It doesn't even feel like a job. So that's.
That's a good thing. Are you familiar with clearance jobs at all?
Yes, I do. But, when I look at the clearance jobs, they always say, do you have a clearance? And I'm like, no, because, I never needed a clearance in the first place, so never needed it. So, yeah. And I don't even know, do I apply it, or the employer applies it? How does it work? But I have had my friends, who have had clearances, so a lot of my friends who I hang out with, they work in all those, they are here, of the job charts, because I'm just transitioning and they are already there, so they work in Microsoft, or they're doing contracts for DoD or all those things, and I'm just starting. So, but still,
Well, so I'll go through sort of my spiel. So prior to supporting clearance jobs, I was actually a recruiter for defense contractors, and that's had DoD contracts and worked under the intelligence community. So I was actually a user of clearance jobs to find cleared candidates prior to joining them. But basically, we are a website that acts as the conduit between federal agencies and those defense contractors that are looking for cleared candidates to staff their programs. And so from a job seeker perspective, it is required that you have an active security clearance to be able to join our site. And it's free for anybody who's cleared, anywhere from a public trust all the way up to a TS SCI with some sort of poly. But that being said, we also understand that the cleared candidate pool is shrinking. And so one thing that we try to do is educate folks who might be interested in getting their foot in the door into some sort of national security career. And so kind of walking through the process, I think that might be helpful. And if I saw that we had, 10 people in here. So if anybody else has questions, please feel free to put those in the chat. So we're kind of hearing our spiel. You may be more familiar with something like USA Jobs, which which federal agencies. Yeah, that's sort of their application system. And so we are kind of similar, but the really big difference for us is instead of filling out application after application, you actually have a living profile on clearance jobs, so one thing that I do like to tout is we do try to make the hiring process easy for recruiters who are looking for candidates, but we also try to make the job seeking and application process really easy for the job seeker. And so kind of going over right now is a really decent time to try to get a company to sponsor you or an agency to sponsor you, just because clearance processing times are considerably lower compared to like a decade ago when we were experiencing the really high backlog of periodic reinvestigations. And so I'm not going to touch on the security clearance process in that regard as much, but right now is a really good time because I think the last numbers that I saw, it was like 180 business days for a top secret clearance. And that's just the average of the faster, the 90% fastest investigations. But now is a really great time to sort of apply for that clearance. So, and there are, oh yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to note there are a couple of different types of security clearances. So you have confidential, you have secret, and then you have top secret. The kind of generally the way that the process works is you would apply to an opening for a defense contractor, or you can go the federal government route and apply to a federal agency. Once they see that your skills, aside from the clearance, match that position, they'll sponsor you through the security clearance process. So that would include filling out an EQIP or the SF-86. Then after you submit that, you'll go through the background investigation. And then following that, if it's successful, you would be adjudicated. And then you'd be cleared to get inducted onto that contractor, to that government customer. So any questions so far? I'll also talk about ways that you can convince a company to sponsor you, if that might be helpful.
So what about the private companies? So do they also, is this the same process, or is this the government companies that sponsor?
Could you say that again?
So so you said that, if I apply to a, government position, and then, so they think that I'm a good candidate, and then they put me through that process. What about the private company? So how does that work?
Yeah, so I mean, it's the same process. The company would have to put you through the same background investigation process. In terms of, I mean, you might be better if you meet requirements going the government route, just because the government might be in a better position to leave that position vacant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so really that's where the government pays for a security clearance, but where a company is kind of indirectly paying is that position that they are leaving open for the time to put you through the security clearance process. They're losing money on that vacant position. So let me take a look in, do we have anything in the chat? Any questions I can answer? I have not had a lot of hits with the interested. Okay, expressed interest. Currently cleared and looking actively for work to maintain your clearance. Okay, what are your options? So Brian, are you comfortable kind of, answering a few questions for me in this setting, or would you prefer to connect directly?
I am open to answer honestly, very candid.
Okay, great. So you say that your last contract was supporting the intelligence community. In what capacity? What were you doing?
CI for Afghanistan.
Okay, and so now you're applying to things logistics, management, business support. Okay. So you said you haven't had any luck with the expressed interest button. What does it look like for you in terms of numbers or quantities of going through, job recs, hitting that expressed interest button, maybe connecting with the recruiter that's attached to that position? What do those numbers look like for you? Is it just a few, and you're feeling discouraged, or are you really hitting it and just not hearing anything?
I'm hitting on certain positions just to see where I can stand with them. Most of the jobs that I have actually applied for, I would say I've gotten probably a 50% ratio of a hit back. But as far as hitting the interest button, I have had zero response from the recruiters, including Khaki, KBR, Amentum, and SMX, I think, was another one that I had hit.
Okay, interesting. So I have not heard that feedback about expressed interest. So I'm interested to hear it from you, just because maybe it's because of what you're applying to, or maybe with the CI focus, those recruiters, they just have an influx of people expressing interest. So I'm happy to hear that feedback. But I think one of your options, just hearing some of the companies that you just listed, I'm not sure if you happen to know of people at those companies, but I think having an in is always, just because I know that on their internal sites, they do have an influx of applications. So having an in,
alumni.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm CACI alumni.
Oh, are you? Okay. And so you don't have anybody currently at the company that you could reach out to, or?
Not at the level that I want to kind of take my focus to. I'm dead positive I could probably talk to my former program manager and get a job back there, but I want something more.
Okay.
A couple, I had one hit back from CACI through a direct connection with alumni status for a Wexford job. I'm pretty sure you know who Wexford is.
I do.
And unfortunately, just did not meet the standard they wanted at the point in time. I'm pretty sure it was something with the interview. They're kind of sticky to get along with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it may be worth connecting offline, just to hear a little bit more in detail about what you might be looking for. You know, there's tons of opportunities using the CI background when it comes to training, stuff like that, but maybe that's not of interest. And so it might help me to help you if I get a better sense of what you might be looking for when it comes to salary, location, work-life balance, what kind of company. I mean, obviously you're willing to go back to CACI, so I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you might be looking for. So I'm going to drop my email here in the chat. And I'm happy to set up some time to talk one-on-one and try to help you, you know, internally navigating clearance jobs, but also maybe there's somebody I can connect you with at another company that might suit your needs. Does that sound good?
Yep, thank you. I believe I also have you on LinkedIn, so worst case scenario, I'll hit you up on there as well.
Okay, cool. That sounds good. Okay. All right, Rodney, how important is it having a bachelor's degree or having work experience in regards to cyber when applying for positions? So I'll speak to, you know, I was a contractor. So when you are applying to a contractor's opening, if it says minimum requirements must have a bachelor's degree, it's going to be extremely important. And those requirements don't even come from the company, they're coming from the government. And so one caveat is, you know, some contracts allow for years of experience in lieu of a degree. The other thing is, if the contractor that you're applying to has a good relationship with that contracting officer representative, sometimes recruiters or hiring managers can ask for a waiver. Now, you have to have a killer resume if you're missing an important minimum requirement, but I have in the past, especially for contracts where there are added requirements, you know, for the life of the contract for a certain position, they need an Intel background, but they also have to have, you know, a little heavier on the data science. They also have to have some random cert. I've been able to ask for a waiver in a situation like that. So it is important, but sometimes you can kind of be creative and massage your way around the process. Sabrina asks, when we have already submitted an SF-86 for other agencies, or when, okay, like Coast Guard Auxiliary, or when we were active duty, we had a secret, things are changing for sponsorships now, and we have active investigations, or they leave them open during your hiring process. So it sounds like you submitted an SF-86 and then you applied to another company that was willing to put you through the investigation process. Am I reading that correctly?
Well, to join the To join the Coast Guard Auxiliary, you have to submit an SF-86, fingerprints, all that. I did that in 2016. I've already done that. But I was already working at Bragg in the hospital, and I'm a nurse. I was a nurse in the Air Force. But I was surprised this time when I took a part-time job at Bragg, had nothing to do with anything. They called me and said, "Oh, you have an open investigation." I'm like, yeah, well, of course, like it's open, right? You know, like I'm still in the Coast Guard Auxiliary. So I didn't know how to respond. And that's what I'm asking for is guidance on that, because, you know, I'm not really sure what they see when they do that, you know, like what they're talking about exactly.
So when did you receive notification that you still had an open investigation?
Well, I'm working at quote unquote Fort Liberty now, right? And during the onboarding, they called me like, "Oh, you still have an open invest." I'm like, "Well, I put on there that I'm in the Coast Guard Auxiliary. Currently, I hold a position for them in communications." So I was like, I didn't know how to answer them. They're like, "Oh, okay."
I mean, if they see that you have an open investigation, I mean, they obviously have access to DIS and are security folks, so they would maybe know more than you, just because I do know people who have been cleared at higher levels and had no earthly idea, or they thought they had a clearance and they don't. So if they're able to look at you in DIS, or, you know, to see that you have an open investigation, I'm not sure what response they would be looking for from you. The only reason I ask on timeline, though, is because the clearance process, if this is an open PR, which we've kind of transitioned from that, and have gone to sort of automated record checks through continuous evaluation. So, I mean, my best advice there is talk to your security shop and try to get an answer from them, or I don't know if you're in what capacity you're supporting at Fort Liberty in the hospital, but if you have the security officer of some capacity, that's who you would reach out to. So
yes, and this is not in the hospital anymore. This is just a part-time gig that I'm doing just for fun, and it came up and I was like, "Oh, okay. Got you." Tracking, but okay. I just work for MWR Outdoor Rec. Like, and they're talking to me about open investigation. I'm like, "Well, dude, don't you know?" I mean, I would think that you would know more about that than I would, because you're looking at the screen, but you know.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I would just kind of push back. I'm not sure what kind of answer or movement you would be able to
I didn't do
push
anything. I
forward.
just told them, yes, I'm in the Coast Guard Auxiliary. Does that answer your question? Or like, is it that you can't see something? Is that what it is? Or I wasn't quite sure how that was working, since they are changing the way it's going with that. So yeah.
Well, yeah, I put my email in the chat, so feel free to connect with me after. The other thing that Clearance Jobs, you know, in addition to having our career site, we do have a very large resource library, including things, you know, for career advice wise, any question you could possibly have, we probably have an article on it or some white paper or something like that. Security clearance questions, we have our blog, which is comparable to Reddit. And so if you have a question, you can ask it anonymously. So yes, everyone, please feel free to connect with me after. And I'm happy to send resources. So Wilbur asks, does Clearance Jobs provide help to people who don't have a security clearance but need help getting their foot in the door with cyber? Absolutely. So I'm not sure, Wilbur, if you heard at the beginning of the 7 o'clock hour, but while Clearance Jobs, you must have an active clearance to register for our site as a job seeker. All of our resources are free and open to the public. The other thing is, as a, even if you don't have an account on our site, you're able to search through our open jobs. So I always recommend, if you're looking to get your foot in the door with gaining a security clearance, searching willing to obtain, willing to maintain, or willing to sponsor. Those are all good ways to search for companies that might be open to sponsoring for certain roles. Cyber, the other thing, if you don't have a ton of experience in cyber, I always say a really great way to gain that experience and kind of avoid the conundrum of, I can't get a job because I don't have experience, yada, yada, is supporting nonprofits. They're always looking for help. Again, it can be a good way to gain some experience in cyber, or at least, maybe make connections with other places you can be gainfully employed in the meantime. The other thing is, in addition to programs like CWCT, there are so many nonprofits that work within the cleared space, doing boot camps, doing accelerated programs for certifications, and they connect you with many of our partners, actually, following that accelerated training. And then you have an internship, a potential job position open for you after that internship. So again, connect with me over email. Let me know that you want to be connected with some of those folks, and I'd be happy to make that introduction as well. Foot in the door for cyber, be willing to take a position that you normally wouldn't want to. Yeah, no, that's a great point. Managing your expectations when it comes to transitioning or pivoting your career, knowing that you may not get the highest level, being willing to take a lower job just to gain some experiences is a great point. Any other questions? That's all that's in the chat. Any other specific questions I can answer, or anything you all would like me to go over in terms of making an introduction with a recruiter? I'll drop my email in the chat again, Teresa. And yeah, I will grab my LinkedIn as well. Feel free to unmute though if you have any additional questions that popped up.
I have a question. I came in late. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Real good. When I always hear, we can do the volunteer at a non-for-profit.
Mm-hmm.
But when you really, are they willing to take someone who really don't? I'm trying to figure out how it works when we're taking these courses but really don't have hands-on experience. How does that work in terms of them saying, okay, we trust you with our cybersecurity issues? So how does it work?
Right. Again, I think it really is all about who you know, one. So having an in, whether that be a nonprofit or another organization, understanding what training you have gone through and that you don't have that hands-on experience, sort of being able to take you under their wing and almost as an intern or an apprentice or something of that sort. The other thing is, in addition to maybe, having part-time projects where you're supporting nonprofit, I'm not sure any nonprofit that would, give you all of maintaining their cybersecurity compliance and, networks and all of that, just, without any practical experience. But I think those kinds of applying to internships, which most are paid now, just because I think organizations realize that is a really terrible thing to have free work for folks that are just trying to get their foot in the door. But, finding those internships, which you can search on our site, LinkedIn is a great resource for that as well. Especially out of the cleared space, LinkedIn is totally fine. You just have to be worried about, with a clearance, nefarious actors and things like that. But I would, aside from that, I think in every individual organization is just going to operate differently. So, touching base with nonprofits, especially national nonprofits that have larger teams. Again, maybe you can support in an intern capacity. and not necessarily take over everything. But that would be my advice. I hope that's helpful.
Hello, Katie.
Hi, Wilbert.
Hi. Yes, I guess I wasn't a little clear when I mentioned that I was trying to get my foot in the door with cybersecurity. Actually, I have experience. Like I have like over like, let's say 10, 15 years of experience working in
Oh,
IT.
wow, yeah.
And I'm currently working for a private company. Don't want to mention its name, but I'm trying to make a transition out of like field engineering to just cyber. My issue is I'm just trying to get my foot in the door. So I have IT experience and a law enforcement background. So I'm actually a retired officer. So I've been working with the city for I guess about 10 years. And it's not easy leaving IT to get into cyber, even though it's there. So I had an interview recently, and I was surprised they even called me. It was for a lead cyber analyst position, and they didn't give it to me because I didn't actually have the experience. So I'm trying to figure out how to get my foot in the door where I can get that experience, because I have certifications. I'm currently working on my Security Plus. I don't have that, but I did acquire the ISC Squared certified in cybersecurity because it was free. And I'm working on the current certifications within the CWCT program. So my thing is, a lot of these jobs, they want you got to have some type of experience. And I just wanted to know, with things like sites like Try Hack Me, like using sites like that, would that help me? Would that count as experience to get my foot in the door? Because that's what I'm looking at right now.
Sure. I wouldn't be able to speak to each company willing to take on certain experience in your resume, but what I can tell you is a great, especially if you've worked in local government, you said you worked for the city, working for an agency like the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, that can be an excellent way to get your foot in the door for cyber. You just might have to be willing to take a lower level cyber position. It sounds you have great experience, 10 to 15 years in IT, but that is a good agency to sort of leverage. Take a look at their openings, go to some of their hiring events, start that networking process, and really just don't get discouraged as you go through those interviews for that lead analyst position, and you don't get it. Just maintain that confidence and really put yourself out there in terms of engaging with some of these recruiters and hiring managers. But that CISA is an agency that I can definitely recommend.
Can you repeat the name of that agency again?
Sure. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. CISA. CISA.
Could you put it in CISA? Could you put that in the chat?
Sure.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Katie.
For sure. I didn't spell infrastructure right, but okay. I saw another question pop in. How do you get employers to see your experience beyond job descriptions? Nurses have many skill sets besides medical when you work in prisons and volunteer on post and base. I know that this is such a huge issue, especially as I was just talking to a guy, who was an 11X, and everybody's like, translate your experience from the military. And it's like, how do I translate that into something? So I understand that this is like a real issue. Again, I can't stress enough, like networking and reaching out to people on LinkedIn, targeting the companies that you want to work in, and maybe not necessarily look for the open positions they have. Reach out to somebody that works in that division, get a virtual coffee with them, or go get an actual coffee with them, because to see past experience, recruiters rarely are going to do that. They're looking at minimum requirements. They're looking at the opening that they need to fill, and they're trying to get it done quickly. So it really takes that human approach to connect with someone working in the field you want to work in, that they're successful in, at the company maybe you want to work at, and that is going to be the easiest way to get your in. So I can't stress that enough.
And when you're networking and they put you in touch with HR for a certain company, it's a little overwhelming, I guess, talking about your clearance and the company and everything all at once when you're trying to introduce yourself. So I guess was my main question. I've already gotten a referral to an HR person at a company up in Maryland, but based on his knowledge of me and that sort of thing. But
yeah, do you find it gets like so real and corporate with HR? Or, I mean, my recommendation there is just take a breath and like, you've made it past the phone screen. You've made it past the application. Like, really like, super woman power, like pose and like, you got this,
Well, and his referral is to help me with my resume, make sure my resume matches with the job description, and the HR person for that particular company is interested in helping me do that. It just is a little bit overwhelming because you want to have something prepared that they can help you with. And my resume is maybe, so there might be some things on your site that would help with that.
For sure. And, I know that we're at time, but I appreciate you all, choosing to come and listen to me yab about all this stuff. But I dropped my email in there again. If you want me to look at your resume, I'm more than happy to do so, to give those initial, not seeing job descriptions and things like that, grammar, what things look like design wise. You can even send me the job description. I'll say, hey, you need to add this in. So please, all of you, feel free to lean on me for that. Clearance jobs, again, we do have a ton of resources when it comes to building out resumes. We have templates, we have best practices and other tips and tricks. So I'm going to drop a few more links in here before I sign off. Clearancejobsblog.com, that's the security clearance Reddit-ish site. This is our news site / resource library with a ton of articles that you can search through. And this has all of our white papers, all of our reports, including our compensation report, which can be a really great, useful tool when it comes to salary negotiations with your boss or a prospective employer. So I appreciate you all. Good luck. Best of luck, and please reach out if you have any questions or if you need any assistance with anything. So with that, I hope you all enjoy the rest of the fair.
That Amber's in. Amber, are you?
I'm here. Thanks so much, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
He hasn't started yet, so I'm going to stop recording and then you can go. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Amber's going to take over for me from here.
All right. Thank you, Chrissy.
Yep. Oh, I was saying, we've had everybody's dialogue is going to be completely different for each company because it's really going to depend on your company and all that. So you'll be fine.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Yeah, Jim, whenever you're ready, I don't know if you want to just introduce yourself or your company, or if you want, or you're open to questions.
I'll be more than happy to do it. And, I'll be the first one to tell all of you, I work in the hospital space. I used to work in the defense industry. I was a defense contractor for about 8 years before I got into the healthcare space. I've been in the healthcare space for quite a long time. So, I may drone on a little bit about healthcare in general, but I think it's an area that many of you might want to take a look at. I'll give you a little bit of an idea about Erlanger Health System. We're a 7-hospital system. We have 5 hospitals in Greater Chattanooga. We have 1 hospital in Western Carolina. We also have 1 behavioral health hospital. We're the only level 1 trauma hospital in the tri-state region. So when you look at Florida, Alabama, I'm sorry, not Florida. I don't know why I'm saying that. Alabama, Georgia, and Tennessee, where Chattanooga all comes together. We're that, they call that the tri-state region for us. And we're the only level 1 trauma hospital there. We're also part of Vanderbilt Health's affiliate network. which is 56 hospitals and over 4,000 physicians. At Erlanger, we treat approximately 1 million people through all of our facilities. We're affiliated with the University of Tennessee College of Medicine, so we're a teaching hospital. For those of you, obviously, that are in the military, you may have an alliance to this. We have 6 Life Force air ambulances. 3 of them are stationed here in Tennessee, 2 in North Georgia, and 1 in North Carolina. We also employ over 200 physicians through our Erlanger Medical Group, and that's at 56 locations. We're the home to the Children's Hospital at Erlanger. We're the only level 4 neonatal intensive care unit in the region. We have a pediatric trauma emergency department and a pediatric ICU or intensive care unit. So just as a real high level for you, we see, as I stated, 1 million people a year in our health system. We have about 6,400 employees. And as I mentioned earlier, we have 6 helicopters and we've flown 2,903 air ambulance missions. We have 7 hospital emergency room departments and 10 intensive care units. Just to give you an idea about an IT facts for our organization, we have roughly 7,500 users, 6,400 employees, but we have about 1,000 physicians and other clinicians that attach to us. That represents about 25,600 plus devices on our network. We push out anywhere between, we receive 800 to 900,000 emails a month. We push out 650 to 750,000 emails. And as most of you know, that's going to present a huge problem for an organization like us because everything comes in to our organization and goes out of our organization. We have a lot of trading partners, so we've got many hospitals that refer to us. We also have a lot of people that like to try and send that nefarious stuff to us. We roughly see 150 to 200,000 ransomware type things occur across our organization in a year. My organization itself, we have CrowdStrike, we have Splunk, we have Mimecast, we've got KnowBe4 for phishing, we've got multi-factor authentication. We're currently a consumer of the Talus product, but we will be converting to the Duo product to make that worldwide. When we say worldwide, getting it into everybody's hands today, we have about 3,100 multi-factor authentications that occur with our remote users, but we're rolling that out and making it so that people can use apps on their phone and things like that to be able to connect to us. We use PeopleSoft, we use Epic in our healthcare centers. We also have VPN. We use Cisco clients, a whole lot of Cisco clients out there. We run VDI for desktop environment. We have over 200 applications. Some of those are departmentally managed. So really kind of to talk about healthcare in general, it's a totally different world than you'll see in the banking industry, or you'll see in some other industry, because many of those are really restrained down to the number of applications that they run and the types of technologies that they're trying to defend against. Many of the situations, and I've kind of written on some cards, additional information maybe to kind of spur some idea for you. So I came through the IT traditional route. I've worked my way through the healthcare environment as a technologist up through the analyst programming and all of that. I was a CIO and a chief information security officer in another facility in Middle Tennessee, about 45 miles south of Nashville. Today in my job, I work with the Erlanger CIO or Chief Technology Officer, other technical areas within Erlanger, and also work very heavily with our privacy and compliance area. We're basically going through an overhaul of everything that we've done. There's been many iterations. I'm really the Chief Information Security Officer, and when I say that, I'm the first designated Chief Information Security Officer for Erlanger. You will find the healthcare is a little slow in its uptake, and I do see a message from Phyllis Rosa. Have we been affected by any of the recent healthcare ransom attacks? Interesting. We have seen those. We were actually part of one for a denial of service that occurred within our web environment. So within the healthcare space, you really kind of segment things out. You try and segment your electronic medical record from your financial system and then from other managed systems that are out there. So what you'll find is that if you do get into the healthcare space, it's a wild, wild west for us. We have about 25,000 devices. And when I say 25,000 devices, there are things that connect up to our network. You wouldn't even think of connecting up to a network. You know, we've got fetal monitor strips. We've got some of our equipment gets connected up to the network, and we're constantly having to address the issues there. We've recently purchased some products to help protect that environment, a product called Order, you know, and don't take this as me being a 30-minute road show for a whole bunch of vendors, because that's not the case. That's just our stack. But the stack that you find in many organizations, many healthcare organizations, is a lot slimmer than what you're going to see in many of the other industries. My healthcare IT security team consists of access and control folks. Those are the folks that are granting the user IDs and the passwords. We usually have a turnover rate of about 250 to 300 user IDs get turned over in a month. We're accessing all of these different systems, and we're also addressing all of the threats that come from all of the tools that we have, CrowdStrike, Splunk. So we have decided as an organization, because it is so difficult to be able to get folks like you and to have and recruit and retain those folks, that we've had to go out to managed service providers. Would I like to have those people internal to me? Oh, yes, definitely. I'd love to have those people reporting to me. It's just very difficult to be able to keep those people in place. You know, most of my staff is remote. I'm the only one that's there during the day. Most of my folks are working remote. They're working with our CrowdStrike team. They're working with our Splunk team, our managed service provider, and they're working on all of those effects that they see throughout the day. We probably process 800, 900 tickets in a week sometimes, because of the things that we do. You know, we run a lot of phishing campaigns, so we use the Know Before product. Usually when we see those, I usually get blank stares from people. I also get a lot of people that get very upset with me because they think that I'm trying to trick them. Well, as we all know, we're just trying to simulate what the bad guys are doing, the nefarious characters. I see that there's a message from Sabrina. She says, as a nurse, 30 plus years transitioning to cyber, how can we allow you to see our technical skills and trainings? I'm interested in analyst or healthcare system. In analytics to support the healthcare system, or possibly in a SOC. I've always been in the trainer in epic transitions and training nurses. I help pick vendors for the hospital and the Air Force. So that's a great question, Sabrina. You know, as I say to most people, and I've met Steve Ryder, he's on the phone with us. As I say to most people, traditionally what we find is those opportunities become opportunities of time in the moment, let's say. You know, we're currently, we as an organization are going through a process of trying to onboard 2 interns from the program, and we were lucky enough to be able to work with Steve and the team. And a couple of the opportunities that we have that are going on, you know, we're going through role-based security. I think almost every hospital is going through that. you're readjusting the way that you grant access in a role-based environment. Multi-factor authentication, obviously we as an organization, we're rolling it out again after only having it operational for 3,100 people.
No.
But the multi-factor rollout is going to be something that's fairly large for our organization, getting that into the hands of those folks that are using Kronos and they're using PeopleSoft. The big thing today with most hospitals is this whole restore recover. I've probably talked with a half a dozen CISOs and CIOs to talk about, how did you guys recover from your cyber event? And what did you do to prevent it? And what lessons are learned that are out there? Those are things that you can do as a student today. Those are things that, when you hear about those things, try and get on those calls, because many of these organizations, some of them have to communicate that information out. You're going to find that it's going to get blocked in many cases. We have a community college that's here in Chattanooga that just recently went through a cyber event. Anytime that you get an opportunity, or you get the opportunity to sit in and talk with someone, or hear about what did they do and what kind of precipitated where they were going as an organization, and how did they eventually find out that they had a cyber event, because you really don't find out about that. You find out about it 30 days, 60 days post after it's occurred, not while it's going on. Another big thing that I would highly recommend everybody to do is, today NIST, they're going through the cyber framework, and they're transitioning from version 1 to version 2. Those meetings are all open. You can actually get on the calls and you can hear what they're talking about. I would suggest that you jump into some of those discussion groups and get on some of those distribution lists to look and see what's there. You can pick your niche usually within the environment. As I mentioned, my team is made up of access control folks, and that's really where people start. They start out in our access control group. I've had an opportunity to, and we've had the fortune of being able to hire 2 folks that have bachelor's degrees in cybersecurity, and they have come into our organization, and one of them is our threat management person. He's focused principally on CrowdStrike and Splunk and working directly with our managed service providers. And the other young lady, she's actually working with the other ancillary products that we've got. So Mimecast, KnowBe4, those are some of those other tools. I'd highly recommend you take a look, do some Google searches, find the tools that are out there that are the most widely used. CrowdStrike and Splunk are 2 of the bigger ones. You could jump on the free webinars. You can hear the things that the people are looking for. And what you will hear from them is you'll hear the trends that are happening. Most of those organizations that have purchased these products have the training in place. So you just have to get your foot in the door. I heard the one gentleman who spoke earliest today, and he talked about, how do you get the jobs? And Steve has mentioned, and we've talked about this quite a bit here at Erlanger, you can't get a job without the experience, and you can't get the experience without the job. Well, that's what we're trying to do in offering up internships. But what I would highly recommend all of you do is subscribe to things. Get yourself on some of those subscriptions. I do see a link for these webinars. What I'll do is I'll send some links to Steve Olson, who's running this webinar this evening, and we'll that way you'll be able to see some of the things that we see. Subscribing to things like Tech Target and some of those other things are things that kind of give you an idea into what the industry is doing and where they're going. Healthcare in general, I would recommend networking is key. Things like this, things like ISACA, professional organizations and things like that. Find yourself a mentor. Find someone who's working in industry that you can attach yourself to and try and figure out from them, what are the key hot items? You really need to kind of find an industry that you want to be able to work in. We all talk about cybersecurity being an industry, it being something that's in every industry. Yes, that's great. Unfortunately, if you don't have a lot of experience in, let's say, the healthcare space, and I believe that Sabrina mentioned that she's a nurse, that's a good leg up for her, because now she understands the challenges that she has as a nurse and being able to move into those areas. But think of the area that you want to be focused and working in, and then try and figure out some of those leaders in those areas and finding some mentors in those areas. LinkedIn is a great resource to be able to find that. Many of these organizations like ISACA and some of the other professional organizations, they do have folks that will help you out. And because you're students, many of those do have student participation, and their subscription fees to be part of their associations are much lower. But when I think about, where can an organization, or where could an individual get to if you wanted to get into the healthcare space, like in an Erlanger or something like that? Most hospitals have volunteer programs. So you can go in and you can volunteer, and many of them will say, hey, what area are you interested in? And you could very easily say to someone, hey, I'm really interested in the IT space. I'd like to do some volunteering in that area. They're not going to put a large burden on you to be able to get in there. But once you get in, you get to develop and understand those places. We're a whole different environment than many of those other organizations. So we have foundations, we have all these other different avenues in which you can get exposure to the healthcare space. So your local hospital is an area that I would recommend you maybe look at and say, hey, is there a way I can do some volunteer work via the foundation? Maybe the foundation will help introduce me to folks in their information technology department. Maybe they'll help me get me involved with the compliance area and with the internal audit area, because we work so closely with those two other areas. It's tremendous opportunity for you to really kind of learn about the healthcare space and what we do. I can't say enough about the fact that healthcare is filled with audits. We have HIPAA, we've got HRSA, and those are audits that we have to do. There are many consulting firms that work in the space that are healthcare consulting firms, and they're dying to find resources much like you all. I saw the curriculum for what you guys do and the resources that you guys have at your fingertips, and it'll be tremendous for you to be able to reach out and touch base with some of those consulting firms. Yes, it may not be specifically 40 hours. You may get a 16 or 30 hour exposure to it, but it is an experience that you can put on your resume. The real big thing within healthcare is just healthcare in general. HIPAA is a real big thing. IT governance and controls, and NIST. NIST crosses everyone. NIST is probably the one that most healthcare organizations are trying to push through, just simply because the organizations have got to find some type of a framework to work within. I briefly talked about our exposure to the environment and our exposure. As I said, we've got 200 applications that are out there, and every nefarious character wants to get on my network, wants to get into my website, my forward-facing website. We've kind of taken a little bit different approach, and we've outsourced some of that. But there is a lot of outsourcing that takes place within the healthcare space. I've droned on for quite some time. I apologize for that. I'll be happy to take questions if you guys want to unmute. You're willing to unmute, or I'll try and read the ones that are off of here. I think we have another question from Sabrina. How do you set up quality control to help with sharing and storing records with other hospitals in a timely manner? So most healthcare organizations have environments that they work in. I know in the organization that I worked previously, we had a hub, which was essentially a way for us to extend our data. We also do pushes of data from one hospital to the other. There are government formats, government regulated formats that tell us what the data needs to look like. So we've got what your immunizations are, what your current pharmaceutical mixture may be, all of the drugs that you're on, and then of course all of the medical conditions that you have, and that gets actually pushed from one facility to the other. Many hospitals have their emergency department are connected up, and us with Vanderbilt, we actually have a push and a pull with Vanderbilt. So anybody that's ever been seen within a hospital that's part of the Vanderbilt Health Affiliate Network, our ER physicians can actually log into the system. Once they log in, they can pull the records up of an individual. So if I wanted to find Selena Marshall and see if Selena has been seen in any hospital within all of Tennessee, we could just find her, get some more qualifying information, and maybe she was seen in Memphis, or maybe she was seen in Nashville, and we're sitting here in Chattanooga. The fallacy that most organizations, and I think it's something that HCA had kind of driven. HCA is the largest publicly held hospital. They're not for they are a for-profit entity. They used to have a commercial out there where you had this farmer leaning on his tractor, and he was talking about, I went to this hospital, went to go see my daughter, and they were able to pull up my records. That's not really how it works. I'd love for it to be that way, but that's just not how it works. So we do have the ability to push stuff back and forth. There is a requirement from HIPAA for us to encrypt at rest and in transit the data that goes back and forth. So we are sending secure data through SFTP. We're sending records. We use Box. My organization actually uses Box to exchange records with people as well. I would just recommend looking at all of the technologies that are out there. And if you go onto somebody's website like Box or CrowdStrike or whatever, go in and go look at the news and look and see what organizations have they partnered with most recently. They usually make a big deal about who they partnered with, and you can go back and see that several years ago they partnered with Erlanger. I was not part of Erlanger. I joined Erlanger in November of 2022, so I've only been there for a short period of time, but that is the standard operating procedure for hospitals. They like to get that press with their vendors. So when you find the opportunity to to get some education in CrowdStrike and Splunk and some of those other tools, it does help you in your job search as you move forward. I've got a couple more questions, 3 more. Yeah, Brian, you make a great statement there about CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike itself is probably one of the most comprehensive tools we have within my organization. CrowdStrike also is CrowdStrike is not only a piece of software, but they also offer consulting services for organizations that have been hacked or have had nefarious activity occur. Are there any other questions? You're welcome to come off mute and ask the question live. I know we only have about a minute or so left.
Are any of your positions global?
My positions within Erlanger, all of my team are remote. Everybody is remote on my team. And what you're going to find is probably within the healthcare space, they've been the slowest to adopt that because of just the industry itself. But I can tell you the pressures within trying to recruit and retain, very difficult, very, very difficult for us. So if you get a job, if you're able to secure the education that you're getting through this program, you should not have a difficulty in being able to find something within the healthcare space. Everybody in the healthcare space is looking. I'm competing against everybody.
Then I have a
So
question.
as a
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry. As a travel nurse, when Epic was rolling out and they were calling it different things and they were competing software for, our charting purposes, it seems like that's the same right now for data or for storage or for sharing. It seems like a lot of things are rolling out to try to make it easier to send electronically encrypted messages between hospital systems, but is there one company that's helping with that as far as just ER visits and trying to contact a hospital system back home, something like that, for an emergent type of transfer of data?
Usually what we're seeing is they're regionally based. That information is regionally based. Those are called HIEs, or Health Information Exchanges. And, here in Tennessee, there's a state-run one. Within other areas, I know in the Panhandle, there's actually 3 different ones. And usually it's the organizations that are competing with one another are typically trying to build those HIEs to make it easier for their population to move around. Some organizations specialize in cancer, some specialize in cardiac, others specialize in pediatric. Maybe you've got somebody that specializes in diabetes. Every one of those, they really want to be able to follow the patient around, and they're really trying to build.
And is
All right, good evening, everybody. It is our session on August 7th. It's just after 7 o'clock. We're in with Hire Heroes USA. Joshua's been nice enough to join us as well. This is kind of a freewheeling conversation, but I will go on ahead and let Sandy and Ayessa go on ahead and introduce themselves. I probably mispronounced her name, and I'm just going to go on ahead and cut the video feed for me and leave it to them. So thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you. So my name is Sandy Cater. I'm the manager of our Referral and Training Partners program at Hire Heroes USA. Ayessa works on my team, and we together connect our clients with additional resources, whether that's physiological needs, food, clothing, shelter, or whether it's training and certification. And we work to vet all of the partners, all of the organizations that we partner with, to make sure that we can make good recommendations, quality recommendations to our clients. Are you a client? Well, Ayessa, go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll proceed.
Yeah, my name is Ayessa Holland. I am the Referral and Training Partner Specialist.
So Joshua, are you already a client of Hire Heroes USA?
I'm not, no.
Okay. Are you a veteran?
I'm actually about to retire from the Marine Corps.
Awesome.
Got my DD 214 this week.
Well, congratulations. That's really cool. And thank you for all the years that you invested in that. Well, Hire Heroes USA is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to empower service members, veterans, and military spouses to find success in the civilian workforce. We begin with a professional resume draft that's been formulated to get through the applicant tracking systems, and then we walk with you as the client one-on-one. All of your engagements with us, with your transition specialist, who is like a career coach, will be one-on-one. You're also eligible to participate in any virtual event that we have, which we try to have at least 1 or 2 events every week or so. We do have a job fair coming up, a virtual career fair that will be, I think it's the 17th. It's in just about 10 days. And the employers who will be there have open roles that they are looking to fill right now. And they want to fill them with veterans or military spouses. So there's no cost for that. There's no cost for any of the services that we provide. And you also have access to mock interviews and career counselings, just all kinds of things. You can talk to somebody who's in the industry or get general information, whatever's most helpful for you and whatever you're interested in. You choose what you want to engage with, and we're here to help.
Joshua, sorry, Sandy, I'm going to share
okay.
the registration link as well, since that is the first step to get started with us. So you should have that direct message shortly.
All right, I got it.
Could you also drop the in the general chat, drop the events link in?
Oh, sure. Let me do that really quick.
Thanks, Aisa. So Joshua, do you have any questions about what Hire Heroes USA does or anything like that?
I guess not really. My biggest thing is trying to figure out how to transfer almost 24 years of experience in the Marine Corps on a resume.
Yes.
It's simple and easy for you guys to do 4 years and get out. They've really only been in one place. But
okay, right.
Like, so, I put 24 years, all of this, or break it down maybe duty station or by rank, or
that's a great question, and one that the transition specialist will be able to really deep dive with you. But just for some basic information, you're going to want to stay within the last 10 years. You can identify that you've been in the military that long, but most employers are looking for something that's really relevant. So you want to look for those skills that will transfer from one industry to the next. So let's say you're in a, okay, so I apologize. I'm used to Navy terms, but, so I'm not sure what the like cavalry or infantry. I know infantry is also Army, but, a foot soldier, so to speak. If that's what your job was, it may be a little more challenging to find those skills, but you definitely have them, because after 20 years in the Marines, you've got leadership skills. You've done administration. You've tracked, logistics or information or people movements or whatever the situation might be. So what you would want to do is kind of group them according to, duty station or, job title, and make sure that you translate those terms to, something that a civilian employer would. Right, exactly. So instead of gunnery sergeant, you would be a manager, and things like that. So, and it's okay to get that it's not an exact one-to-one, as long as it's pretty close. And it doesn't have all the acronyms and all of those things. Just try to think, okay, if this were in another environment, what are the skills that would be looked for, and what are the skills that I have used? And that will help with that. And that's one of the things that we do really well, is that translation piece. What was your role in the Marine Corps? What did you do?
I was in logistics.
Okay. So I know with, and another thing to make sure that you include as far as logistics is concerned, is the value of whatever it was you were moving from point A to point B, because that shows your the level of expertise. Right, exactly. Because, anybody can move a box from one room to the next, or even, ship it across the country. But that box is not going to be worth the value that you have overseen and you have been responsible for. Make sure that you use those strong action words at the beginning of your bullet points, and bullet points are fine. You don't have to have a narrative, especially if you're going into the civilian sector. If you're going into the federal, they like more of a narrative situation. So that's a completely different avenue and method process of applying and getting hired. So let's see here, in logistics, in your logistics, did you use tech, computer programs for tracking shipments and things like that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So those types of things, since you're going into a cyber, I'm assuming since you're finishing a cybersecurity program, that's the field you want to go into. So you would pull out anything that is tech related, and you would make sure that you put that in each of, as much as possible, as it applies to each of the roles that you want to use. And so you would, in essence, the way your work experience would be is U.S. Marine Corps. You wouldn't have to identify every location you've been. You could just say various global locations. And then you would start with kind of the chunks. I would chunk it based on the different types of jobs that you did. Or when you increased in rank, how that made a difference. But you've used tech, I'm sure, all the way through your career in the Marines, right?
Right.
So make sure that that's in there. And it seems like, a lot of times it may feel like, well, everybody did that. It was just part of my job, but it speaks to the employer and what they're looking for, because they want to make sure that not only do you have that experience, or rather the training, you also have the experience to back it up. Maybe that tech experience was not specifically in cyber, but it still is becoming familiar and comfortable in a tech environment. Another thing that I would recommend that you do is before your actual work experience, but underneath the professional summary, which says what you're bringing to the table, that's something where you want to make sure that you have as many of the keywords from the job posting in that paragraph as possible, because that's where they're going to look first. And you've got 6 to 10 seconds to capture their interest. So you look at that, and then underneath that, you're going to have some bullet points that are skills that are specifically noted that you have that are specifically noted in the job posting. And under that, I would make sure that you put all of the current certifications, tech certifications that you have. And that way, it's kind of like the newspaper. The most important stuff goes above the fold. It's doing the same thing with your resume, so that when they look at it, they can, kind of get a quick glimpse of what you bring to the table, and they go, okay, this is somebody we want to talk to. And then you can speak more to your experience. Does that all make sense?
Yep.
I know it was a lot of information. So do you have any questions?
No, I don't think so. I'll hit that registration link here in the near future.
Awesome.
I would like to welcome Joseph. We've got Joseph coming in. Joseph, it's going to be a little repetitive for those of us watching on the video later, but I'll let Sandy and Aisa go ahead and let you know a little bit more about what's going on with Hire Heroes. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask afterwards.
Thank you. So my name is Sandy Cater. I'm the manager of the Referral and Training Partners Program for Hire Heroes USA. Aisa?
Hi, my name is Aisa Holland. I am the Referral and Training Partner Specialist with Hire Heroes USA.
And our role within the organization is to connect our clients with additional resources, whether that's physiological needs, food, clothing, shelter, that type of thing, or additional training and certification. And that's how we're connected with the CWCT program. Because we vet all of our partners to make sure that they are quality and that we are proud to recommend them to our clients, which with CWCT, we absolutely are. So
in a sense, you could think of Hire Heroes as helping prep you the same way CWCT is prepping you, but doing the things that we don't do academically. So,
correct.
You may not be heroes for a job interview, but they can give you that solid base that will allow you to excel in your next one.
Absolutely.
And if you guys have any questions, feel free to come on in with them.
Absolutely. So we provide free job search assistance to veterans transitioning military and their spouses. So whether they're active duty or veteran spouses, even if they're no longer with the service member, we will help them. So Aisa put in the chat our registration link. And the registration is free and all of the services that we provide are completely free. And you as the client receive personalized one-on-one assistance, as well as you choose what you want to do and how much you want to engage with. So do either of you have any questions about what Hire Heroes USA does or about the job search either in general or in specific?
I think one thing you might also do, would you like to, if you want to do a screen share, you're more than welcome, for the sake of the recording at the very least, show them the website, how they can connect, and what resources you might have available on that, because a lot of the students will refer to this video later.
Okay.
So
all right.
It's always good to have plenty of live participants, but having something for the video later, those are the little gems you find when you're searching through at a later date. So that's one reason we record these as well.
Awesome. All right.
You should have share capability. I don't see anything that
Yes.
says, okay, great. I'll leave it to both of you then.
Well,
I have some more people popping in, but it gets kind of, there's a lot of mixing going on in between sessions. We're about halfway through this one.
Oh, it
Welcome,
says
James.
host disabled participants.
Okay, I might need, let's see here. It might be under, oh, okay. No, it should be all participants. There we go. You should be fine now. They've changed the interface a little bit.
No worries. All right, here we go.
There we go.
Okay, can you see the Hire Heroes USA page?
Sure can, thank you.
Okay, awesome. All right, so this is the homepage for our website. If you are not registered with us, but you would like free job search assistance, you would just click Get Hired. And then if you want to scroll down this page to learn a little bit more about what we provide, you can find out more here. And these are the bread and butter of what we do and how we help our service members, veterans, and military spouses in their job search. We serve all service eras, all service branches, and all ranks. So as long as you can show your military connectedness, then you're eligible for our services. And your eligibility never expires. For our events, you can hover over job seekers and click on events. And you can see here our next virtual career fair is on August 17th. This is also a free event, and it has employers that are going to be presenting at this event are looking to fill open roles, and they're looking for veterans and military spouses. So that is one thing that you can look at there. Also, you'll find other events. So AWS and Amazon Spotlight for data center. Here's one that is especially for women, which is a salary negotiation, but you can scroll through the calendars. You can choose the month, whether to see the list by month, day, or week, and then you can go forward in the next month. So you can see here, we also have a federal employment webinar, and we have a team that is dedicated to the federal employment sector. So they are experts in that avenue, which is completely different from the civilian job search.
Now, it's interesting. You have one on the 27th for military spouses, 5 steps to get hired.
Yes.
Did you say that this is something, because it's kind of new to me, and forgive me, but I don't have the military background where I haven't served, but I have heard a lot about their special issues, not just for our veterans, but for military spouses. Could you expand on that?
Absolutely. So our military spouses actually have about a 25% unemployment or underemployment rate, much more than our service members. And our service members also experience underemployment and unemployment to a greater degree than what most people do. But our military spouses also are dealing with situations like gaps in employment, or their certifications are not portable, licenses or certifications are not portable across state lines. They have what is the word I want? They have deployment times. If they're able to go with their service member, they could be out of the country for a while, and there may not always be a job on the base that they can get, or they may not be in an area where they can get a job off of base, so they have gaps in their employment. Our Serving Spouses team recognizes these challenges. It's staffed by military spouses themselves, and they have strategies and tips for navigating these challenges that our military spouses often experience. So they're experts in that field, and they're happy to share their experience and provide additional support as far as that's concerned.
This is excellent. Absolutely. So we do have a few people in with us. Any questions on what you're seeing? Anything you'd like more information about?
Once you're registered for our job search assistance, if you have another need that falls outside the technical job search, that would come to Aisa and my team. You would click on My Track login and use the same password and username that you used to register. And then there's an avenue there where you can request additional assistance. You can request for referral or training partner information. You can request a volunteer interaction, or you can request a federal resume review. Our volunteers, we have more than 1,500 who are actively working with us. They are experts in their own roles and in their own industries, and they're across most industries. So, of course, cybersecurity is applicable to pretty much every industry. I cannot even think of an industry that would not use cybersecurity. And if they don't use it, they should. So we can connect you with a volunteer who is either in a cyber role in a particular industry that you might be interested in, or just in a cyber, or in the cyber industry itself as, a role there. But you provide the information that you're looking for, and we're happy to connect as many data points as we possibly can to get you connected with the best volunteer possible. And you can have as many of these interactions as you'd like, to include mock interview assistance, salary negotiation once you've had that interview, and you'd like to learn more about how to negotiate the salary for a cyber role. We can connect you with a volunteer who can help you with that as well. Or if you're just curious about, some other industries and looking to see how cyber could fit within those industries, that's another great way to use our volunteers.
And you noticed up at the top of the page, you have a companies link. You work with many prominent companies across the world, not just the US, I would presume.
Yes. So this is more for our virtual career fairs. Most of our the companies who come to us to advertise their open roles, and we also, on the job seekers tab, you can also see our job board. And you can filter by all different kinds of ways, and there at any given time are between 20 and 30,000 open roles posted on our job board. So all different kinds of locations, all different kinds of industries, roles, and company types. For the person that was looking for FBI, they're one of the employers that post on our job board. So you can just see here, the featured employers are the ones who have paid to put their open roles on our job board. But if you're looking for something that the featured and the partnered employers, if you're looking for something that may not have as many opportunities connected with us, we still look for non-partnered employer jobs. And those are postings that we found out from places like ZipRecruiter and other reputable job boards, so that we're kind of a one-stop shop to help you as far as that's concerned. For any of the open roles that are for our partnered employers or our featured employers, if once you're working with us, you don't have to be working with us to take advantage of our job board. But if you are, then once you apply for an open role, please make sure that you let your transition specialist know and provide the resume that you use to apply, because sometimes and pretty often we have a point of contact within the company who can help make sure that your resume gets to the right person. So we want to make sure that we use that as much as possible. So that gives you a little extra help, kind of like that networking piece. It's we kind of do the networking for you in that way, but it helps you get connected with the right individuals in the company. You can also, the FAQ just gives you, there's at the top is employers. This is job seekers. So you can look through there. Also, let's see here. Go back to our homepage. I think it's on the news. Okay, yes. So if you click on the news tab, you can also see where we've been, stories have been done on us, and on the blog page, that will also give you information on our top jobs, and there are open roles in the top jobs newsletter, some information about our volunteers and just different things like that. And these articles are archived for quite some time. So if you want to look at those to get a little bit more of an idea of what we provide, you're more than welcome to. Our website is a public page, so you don't have to be working with us to learn more about us. You're welcome to take a look and see what's available there.
I think it was interesting. I saw one of the quotes further down on the page that was mentioning how beyond the tools that were given, it was the confidence that really is key. I mean, one of the reasons so many people are in CWCT is to get that background technologically to add to their confidence. But it's more than just your technical capability. It's the confidence to go a little bit further. And there are a lot of things that I have noticed. I've learned a lot about what our vets and first responders deal with in their transitional periods. And I can say from everything I've heard and seen, there's something to be said for everything that Hired Heroes is providing very freely to our vets. It's an incredible organization for sure. We are coming up at 7:27, so I do know that we're going to be transitioning to a couple of other sessions, but I will leave, of course, the last word to you, Sandy, and you, Asa, for anything else you'd like to close us out with.
Well, do any of you have any questions either about Hire Heroes USA, skills translation, job search, anything like that?
To me, that's a sign of a good job. Without any questions, that's not bad at all.
Either that or else they're shell shocked from all the information.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Any transition is a very intense time. I'm starting as a new full-time faculty member after 20 years in a previous occupation. And I was reminded of that this week, just on the benefits alone, going through all the different health plans and things. It's like, I haven't had to think about this for a while.
Yes. So, one thing that is so important to remember is you don't have to do the transition alone. We're here, many of our employees, they're either military spouses, or in fact, most of our employees either fall under military spouse lane or under the veteran lane. And so they've been there. If not, if they don't have that firsthand experience, then it's secondhand, because the person that they work with daily, in essence, next to them is a veteran or a military spouse. And so, as well as not all of our volunteers are veterans or military spouses, but a lot of them are. So they can help with that too, and they can do mentoring sessions. But we are so happy to help. And we just want to encourage all of you, if you've not registered for our services, it is completely free to you, the client, and you choose how much you engage with us and what you want to interact with. We're not going to force you to do anything. The more you engage with, the better your experience will be. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I read that statement from Steve really
We're just coming
quick.
up on the, we're going to do the 8 o'clock Microsoft section a little bit early since we have an opening at 7:30. I'm not sure where I'm going to be yet, but you are welcome to stay in the room here if anybody wants to ask questions following the conclusion. Technically speaking, we are at our time, so I will go on ahead and stop the recording here. But once again, the room is available if anybody wants to stay behind and ask questions that aren't on recording or what have you. But for right now, for record keeping purposes, that'll end the recording of the session right now.
Security, organization, and also just our programs currently. I may branch out to even mention some other programs that have correlation for maybe a cybersecurity major to apply to as well within AT&T. And then we'll keep going from there. Now, am I sharing any time with Microsoft or anything, or is these individual rooms for
These are individual rooms.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Emily Liu. I've been with AT&T probably for about, give or take, not coming on 9 years now. I came right out of my undergrad degree. I actually graduated from Rutgers Business School, studying supply chain management and marketing sciences. And I did do a little bit of IT in that mix as well. So I took some courses, but didn't necessarily major in that area. However, when I came in through AT&T, I came in through what they call the Technology Development Program. That's one of our largest programs at AT&T. It caters to various roles, more at a high level, because the way that program is set up is you're brought in as a college hire, whether that's as an intern or a full-time, employee, and you're basically sourced to work on various projects across AT&T Business. So you're not limited to only one specific area of AT&T, but you're potentially working in projects in the lab side, maybe in more the network operations side. It could be in the cybersecurity arena too, within the chief security office. It could be in the big data organization. There's just a variety of projects that you could potentially go into. So that's the program I came into. They typically hire very heavily software engineers in the current landscape. But when I came on board, they also hired a lot of project managers, or what they call technical business managers. And they also hire a lot of business and data analysts in the mix as well. So that program is the one I came in through. It's a 18-month program. And after I graduated from that program, I actually stayed within the IT side of the house for another maybe 2-3 years before I moved over to the chief security office. And it just so happens, one of the concepts you guys hear very often is networking. And really that's how I kind of found my opportunity in the chief security office of AT&T. I happened to be doing sort of a project collaboration with someone from the chief security office, and it just so happened their organization was looking for program managers. So I ended up interviewing and got into the chief security office. Now, I did have to do a lot of reading and sort of taking some courses that we had within AT&T to sort of get up to speed on the elements of cybersecurity that I may not have had focused training or education around, whether that's things around identity, access management, like authentication, authorization, hardening, looking at various aspects of threat analytics. So I had to do some training to get up to speed, but those are things that, AT&T fosters a really great culture of learning and mentoring. So people are very motivated to help one another in terms of helping them to move forward in their career, or if they're making a pivot, like some of you might be. It's really a great place where a lot of people really care about one another and want to help each other be successful. So with that being said, coming full circle, I came into CSO, the Chief Security Office of AT&T, doing program management for cloud security. So we were migrating a lot of applications to the cloud environments that we were looking into. We started with AWS, but moved more to Azure side of the house. And then I also took on more network security based projects, as well as some productization, security productization projects. And from there, I also acquired the talent development pipeline. So I do drive the cybersecurity internship and college hire program for AT&T currently. I do have a partner out in Dallas that also partners with me on this program. I'm based here in New Jersey. So right now, from what I can tell you, it's mainly in New Jersey, Dallas, and Atlanta where we have the largest amount of chief security office or organizations presence and team members. So really, ideally, when we look at internships and college hires, we prefer hiring into those locations where there's more support for someone new to the company. So with that being said, the whole cybersecurity landscape for AT&T, really at the core of it is protecting and securing our network. So everything that we do is always with that in mind. So a lot of our various programs and projects, as I mentioned from my own career path, you could have things directly in the threat analytics group where you're looking at data and analyzing that data and trying to find if there's vulnerabilities in that data. And when we talk about data within AT&T, you're talking about things like network traffic, what kind of data that traverses our network, and trying to find bad actors within that arena. We also have teams that specifically hunt, meaning they look for and break things before it becomes an actual vulnerability for AT&T, because their goal is to get ahead of the curve on that front. We have various teams, as I mentioned before, that deal with cloud security. We have specific platforms that support helping to, secure our cloud environments, making sure that we're following in compliance to all the various policies that we have in place to ensure that it is indeed secure. I'm trying to think what else we've got. We've got various teams that work not just in threat analytics and data analytics, but that do security architecture. Now, that architecture can deal with basically any project that comes into our pipeline within AT&T. So we do definitely partner with all the various organizations across AT&T when there's new projects in the pipeline. We kind of come in at the onset from a security standpoint to look at what they're planning to do and ensuring that we are staying within our means to follow all of our corporate compliances and policies to ensure that nothing, is compromised from that perspective. So you have data protection teams, you have all kinds of things. So AT&T really has a very wide range of cybersecurity areas that you could potentially work in, pen testing groups, things like that. So I've just kind of rattled a lot. I hadn't necessarily prepared a ton of material ahead of time, but just, openly talking here. And in terms of programs that we have, given the nature of sort of your backgrounds and what I heard, right now we primarily have a internship program for folks that have an interest and a passion for cybersecurity, or if they have a degree or some kind of focus area within their STEM degree that touches cybersecurity. Those are folks that we tend to look for. And how this works is, it's a 10-week program. You come in, you work with a project team. We also supplement, a group project as well, in addition to an individual project. And these are all real world projects. They're not just, we make a project for you during the summer. These are actual projects that are currently in the pipeline. You may even get a chance to see the features that you may develop get into releases and get deployed, things of that nature. So, we go through that 10 weeks and we do an evaluation at the end to assess whether this is someone we want to pursue for potentially a full-time opportunity. Now, not everyone here may fit that criteria for, say, an internship, because typically we're looking for folks with continued education, in order to do an internship. However, we do also support various military fellowship programs as well, where we bring in folks like some of you who have military backgrounds, to do sort of like a pilot, or it is almost like an internship in some ways, for a certain set period of time. College hire program. I mentioned the military fellowship program, and also the tech talent program for more seasoned individuals. So those are only 4 programs, and AT&T has many other programs across. I think in total we have somewhere in the ballpark of 12 or so various programs, obviously in different areas. So I focused more heavily on programs that are more related to the rest of you in this audience. But yeah, anyways, I think I've talked for a good amount. I wanted to pause and see if folks had any questions.
Yeah, how do we get the links to apply for all those different programs you mentioned?
So if you go to att.jobs, and what I can do is, let me see if I can type this in the group chat here. If you go to that site that I just plugged in, you can actually just type that into the URL, and just do att.jobs. It'll take you to the career site for AT&T. And under careers, there should be an area for students, and you'll be able to look when things are posted online for you to apply to. Now, what I will say is that most of our programs have not started posting anything as of yet. We're looking at closer to mid-August to more towards the end of August or early September, that we're going to post our requisitions for, at least for, like, for example, the internship program or some of the full-time college hire programs, for that. So yeah, the timeline sometimes fluctuates, but typically we're looking at in the month of August to post. It just so happens for AT&T this year, we have a new chief security officer that just stepped in last week. So we're kind of in a transition period of sorts, from a leadership perspective. So we're also trying to accommodate and make sure we capture any direction from our new CISO when it comes to this program and how we sort of drive it going forward. So we are posting it a little bit later than we normally would. Normally it's earlier in August, but we're looking at mid to late August currently. And by the way, on the att.jobs site, when you see various programs that you are interested in applying to, but they're not listed yet, you can actually go ahead to create an account and set up an alert for the specific program that you have an interest in. Once it posts, you should be able to get a notification via email that you can go ahead to apply when those requisitions get posted.
Could you possibly give us what the profile of a good candidate would be at this point that AT&T's looking for, background, etc.?
So from a cybersecurity standpoint, we definitely prefer that folks have some level of cybersecurity exposure, whether that's an actual major or minor in cybersecurity, or if they have a computer science degree with a maybe cybersecurity focus area within that major. But that's not the sort of end all be all, like that's the only way you can get an internship within the chief security office. We do also take into consideration, if you don't have a degree focused area, that if you have a genuine interest in cybersecurity, so you've exposed yourself through either Capture the Flag hackathon, or if you've participated in clubs that have had sort of security or cybersecurity based projects or sort of programs that you had a chance to be exposed to the field, or if you do some, self training online. There's a lot of various training out there. So just some indication that you're not just literally coming into it with no idea what cybersecurity is even about. Because ideally, when we are looking for candidates in this program, we are looking for folks to potentially hire back full time. And I'm talking from like an internship perspective, but even from a full-time, employment opportunity or position, we are looking for folks to have experience, whether it's from a degree standpoint or from, prior work experiences, prior school projects, or of some capacity that you have had some exposure to the cybersecurity field. In terms of, certifications, we have kind of a split within AT&T, because there are people like myself who didn't necessarily come from a cybersecurity background coming into the organization, but there are people who do have a background in cyber, and they also have all those various certifications like the CISSP one. So it really just depends, but it depends on the position that's hiring, right, and the need within that particular team and organization. If you have the technical skills to fit the role, but maybe what's lacking is your experience within cybersecurity, but because you have the technical skills and you're more well-rounded overall, we can overlook, let's say, not having a cybersecurity degree or background, and that's something you can attain or learn from through working in the cybersecurity area within AT&T, and vice versa. If you have the cybersecurity background, but you have a willingness to learn some of the more technical aspects of the role, that's something that we take into consideration as well. It can go both ways.
There is a question that came while you were sharing, and it says, does AT&T sponsor FSP, as some of the jobs listed lists poly as a requirement? And in bracket says, normally, if it is a CI, it would say so.
So that's actually something I'm not 100% sure on, but let me follow up on that one, just because I'm not confident. I know the answer to that specifically, but I can look into that and get back to you guys on it.
So, you mentioned about going into AT&T.jobs and the fact that some of these positions are coming to the table shortly. What would you suggest to those who are listening, our students, how to get noticed? One of the chief feedbacks is, hey, I'm not there. I may not have experience directly. I come out of military. I've got, the certifications, etc. But I'm just one of many. So what would you suggest, Emily, to those on the line to basically have someone remember them, that they're out there?
So I think the biggest thing is, everybody gets nervous because when you're coming into an interview and you may not know every aspect of maybe AT&T business or networks, and sort of just having that background and even not having cybersecurity experiences under your belt. The biggest thing for us at AT&T, at least from my perspective over the 9 years I've been working for AT&T, is that folks genuinely appreciate when you're honest. Like, if you have never had experience with this particular technology or tool or whatnot, you're honest that you don't know. However, at the same token, you have a genuine willingness to learn as well, right? Because part of being in technology in general is that it's constantly changing and evolving. What you're learning maybe now might be different 5 years from now, 10 years from now. You may have to learn new tools, new programming languages. That's constantly changing. So you have to kind of be adaptable and flexible by nature to really be in this industry and to be able to really thrive. So my advice is always in an interview that if there are things that you don't know, that's okay. And people won't, directly count you out simply because you don't know. But if you can express your willingness to learn and your genuine interest to learn, then that carries a lot of weight for us at AT&T. Throughout the interviews over the years, that's sort of something that I tend to look for. And you'd be surprised, not everybody will say, oh, I don't know this tool or I don't understand this technology, but they won't express that they're willing to learn. They just kind of end it there. So what we're looking for is, when you don't have the things necessarily the exact criteria or requirements that we may ask for in a role, but you are willing to step out of your own comfort zone to try to learn, try to achieve, enough knowledge to be able to do the work, then, that counts for something. And we do look for that level of adaptability and flexibility in a person. I hope that helps somewhat.
I think it's a great answer there, and I appreciate you sharing, Emily. We do have about 6 or 7 more minutes. If anyone has another question for Emily regarding AT&T, or in the meantime, tell us about maybe, as there's maybe some other questions, what it's like to work at an AT&T.
So, the day-to-day, which, depending on you as a person and the role that you sort of perform, right? For software engineers or more business data analysts that work in a cybersecurity analyst type of capacity, they come in, they're not necessarily, joining like a ton of meetings. They may have a couple meetings each day, but they are working in a team environment. Team environments are very big at AT&T. You just have to realize that, while you may have some individual deliverables, but your deliverable has direct correlation to other people's work on your team. And it really, at the end of the day, is a team effort for all the things that you need to accomplish as a greater goal. So, learning how to communicate with one another effectively is a career-long learning process. No one can say they're perfect at communicating, because miscommunication is one of the top things you encounter in large corporations. And so, one of the things I encourage, whether that's an intern, whether that's a college hire, whether that's even some of us who are more seasoned in the industry, you want to make sure that you are open, you're transparent, and you really just talk to one another. A lot of times what questions you may have or what you may be thinking is something that somebody else is also trying to rack their brain around. So, having that open communication line within your team makes things more efficient and leaves less room for gaps to occur. And also, removes duplication of efforts as well. So you want to make sure that, if you are considering a career at AT&T, hopefully you love working in a team environment. For me as a program project manager, I tend to have a lot more meetings because I'm driving technical teams on projects, from whether that's a financial point of view, from, our deliverable schedules, making sure we have the right resources, and ensuring that the team is running, on point in terms of getting to where we need to go in the time we've been given. And I also deal heavily with more executive presentations. So when we deal with that type of presentation, a lot of times when you look at the work that's being done, there's a lot that's happening. But when you present at the leadership level, you have to be able to translate all of that work that's in progress into sort of a story almost, where you identify what is the goal or what are you working on, what's the purpose of what you're working on, sort of, the high level points of how you are going about this work, and then, but most importantly, you should identify why are you doing this? Like, the question we always ask ourselves is, what's the value for AT&T? Are we trying to help build a faster, more efficient process? Are we trying to help save a set amount of money by migrating to a different tool that does the same type of, actions for us or whatnot, right? So you want to always be able to answer some of those key questions when you're presenting at the leadership level versus more from a peer-to-peer level in your working team, right? So that all boils down to knowing your audience, right? Knowing who you're speaking to. And whatnot. So, but the culture is very collaborative, like I mentioned, because it is a team environment. So if you work out of the Dallas office or if you work out of the New Jersey office, what you'll notice is that we're making a lot of strides to convert to open collaboration, drop-in spaces. Dallas is definitely ahead of the wheel on that front because they are the headquarters currently. So a lot has been invested into the Dallas location and building that location out. In Middletown, New Jersey, we still have offices, funny enough, like full-blown offices, but a lot of spaces have already started to become open collaboration spaces, and they're continuing to sort of evolve that in Middletown, New Jersey, Bedminster, etc. So, it's definitely, you cannot get away with interacting with people. Let's put it that way. So it's a really great place to work. At least for me, I am more of a people person from what you can probably sense and tell. So this is where I thrive the most, off people and people's energy. And one of the things I love about working for AT&T is the teams I've gotten to work with throughout my career. I've worked with some very wonderful people and that I still maintain relationships and friendships with beyond even if I've moved from this team to another project and so forth. So you will definitely get that sense of family, like you having a work family outside of your immediate family and so forth, because people genuinely care. And not to say that it's all just fun and dandy roses. There are moments where there are deployments, there are stressful moments, but at the end of the day, everybody works towards a common goal. And despite sometimes stressful moments, we get through it together. And I personally love the environment that I've had the opportunity to work in through AT&T. So yeah, hopefully,
well, Emily,
yeah.
Thank you so much for coming to the bottom of the hour.
Yeah.
I know that there is another AT&T session, which is on in another room if people want to continue, or they can stay and talk to you in the coffee rooms that we've set up. So thank you so much.
All right.
For your
Appreciate
time.
it.
And we'll see you soon.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
It's right now. So we're just kind of hanging in the main room. I've got let's see. We got 13 people in Microsoft, 16 in AT&T. There's
I see Emily's here from AT&T. Who else might be on the line from AT&T?
I think it might just be me tonight for
Oh.
Stephen. Like my partner from Dallas was trying to make it here, but unfortunately I don't think that he can. So it might just be me again. But I don't know if folks jumped over from the other breakout room, so I just want to make sure I don't repeat the same information people are already hearing. And if there's other questions about AT&T people want to hear about, I can certainly answer them.
Yeah, I don't, you had over 20 people on the last one, and so I'll let people tell you if they've been on the line before. So be good to know. And you can obviously continue the dialogue as well for those who have just joining. And I know Fatima, who's part of our UNC Charlotte staff, is on the line as well, and she's facilitating and recording this session.
Okay, awesome. All right, just give me one quick minute, but I will be right back in just a minute here.
Of course. If I anyone else?
I missed the beginning of the last session, so I just want to see what I missed in this one.
Okay, sir. And
yeah, same here. I was on for maybe hardly 5 minutes on the last one, so I want to continue on.
okay, good. So we'll have her at least set the stage for you, and go from there. Hopefully, none of you are in the southeast. And we wound up losing some people, flooded out, trees falling, storms rolling through. So people have done the yeoman's job in staying on board here. So, and as soon as Emily comes back, we'll get back into the program.
All right, sounds
Emily,
good.
I did hear from several of the people who did not catch the beginning of your last session. Some came on in the last couple of minutes. Couple are those who haven't heard anything from you before. So I'll turn the mic over to you and let you run.
All right, sounds good. So I'll probably shorten my intro a little bit from the last one because I think going into it, I hadn't really thought through exactly how I wanted to approach it. But regardless, my name is Emily Lua. I'm from AT&T. I've been with AT&T probably for about 9 years now. And currently I'm in the Chief Security Office, or what we call CSO at AT&T. I've been with that group for about, give or take, 4 years now. When I first joined CSO, I was in the program management capacity, and I was doing mostly project management from the standpoint of cloud security, migrating our applications to the cloud environments, more specifically the Azure cloud environment. I was working on some network security based white box projects, as well as some security productization programs. And when we talk about security productization, we're just looking for ways in which we can conduct and do security, but while also generating revenue from it. So that's what I was focusing my efforts around. But I also have a large portion of involvement in leading and driving our talent development pipeline within the Chief Security Office of AT&T. So I managed our internship program, our college hire program, and several other talent development pipelines like our military fellowship program, as well as our tech talent program for more seasoned individuals looking to pivot into other career areas like cybersecurity, for example. Just to start with, I have the most amount of experience driving the internship and college hire program. The other talent development areas are newer to my, sort of purview, but I can talk a little bit about the cybersecurity program. At the core of AT&T Business, as many of you may not be aware, because I think a lot of people associate AT&T, when they think AT&T, it's mobility, right? We talk about our phones, but we're not in the business of necessarily developing or creating the physical phones. We're dealing with how we're connecting folks, when you're making calls, right? So we're dealing with the core business that we focus around is our network and protecting and securing our network when we talk about cybersecurity. Our 5G network, for example, is being built, further built out. We have also a program called FirstNet. If any of you have ever heard of it, FirstNet is a nationwide, dedicated network that's built out for first responders and public safety officials, so that they can stay connected if, God forbid, there is some kind of, hurricane or tornado or some sort of natural disaster occurring that would normally maybe take our main network down, that this dedicated network for first responders always stays in play so that they're able to connect and be able to get to the people that need it the most. And so that's some aspect of, giving you some breadth and depth of what we do. We also have a lot of programs that deal with developing, for example, we have something called flying cows. That's something you can Google, but basically it's cell on wings. We develop drones to carry the cell signals in, like, for example, natural disasters, the last one being in Florida, where the hurricane occurred, and we sent these flying cows out to sort of help with bringing signal to folks who couldn't get help. Those are aspects of the job that really make you feel very proud of what AT&T does and what we're capable of doing in terms of making an impact on people's lives directly. Innovation is very key to a lot of the work that we do, because it takes a diverse amount of creative minds working together as a team in order to come up with very creative solutions and ways that become more efficient in doing things. So we definitely foster a culture encouraging innovation and also team collaboration. And team collaboration is something I emphasized in the last session from 8 to 8:30 is very crucial at AT&T, because that's something that you do in your everyday job, no matter what role you perform in. I perform in a program project management capacity. There are people who perform as software engineers, people who are cybersecurity data analysts, threat analysts, things of that nature, and we all work together to make the network more secure. So with that being said, I'll touch upon the internship program again. We have an internship program that's about 10 weeks in duration. It starts in the beginning of June and runs until August, second week of August. And our interns are usually placed on individual project assignments. So we look at sort of your background experience, your skill set, and what you've expressed an interest to be exposed to from a cybersecurity standpoint. And we align you to a project in that capacity, but we also usually sponsor a couple group projects that are optional for you to choose from, that if you feel you have the capacity over the summer to take on, you can also take on a group project. And then with that being said, after the 10 weeks, we do an evaluation on those projects and how you perform with the teams that you worked with. And from there, we make decisions around full-time return offers. Now, the full-time return offers is something that, obviously is driven by our budget and our business needs. So from year to year, that may fluctuate depending on that sort of environment that we're looking at in the upcoming year. But our goal is to build this out as a steady sort of pipeline where we can help to fill some of that cybersecurity gap that we're already seeing and have seen for a number of years now within the organization. And with that being said, our college hire program is still also ever so evolving. It's rather new too, but we do bring in, full-time folks graduating college into teams and allow them to work in those areas. And we sort of monitor and make sure that you're getting the right resources, the right level of support and mentorship. AT&T really fosters a culture of true care and consideration from, anyone that you work with on the team. They genuinely want you to succeed. And so folks are very willing to help you as long as you're willing to ask. And with that being said, from a role perspective, typically our programs look for cybersecurity, either software engineers, data analysts, or technical business managers. From the software engineer perspective, we have projects that touch 5G, mobility, any open source initiatives, network security, cloud security. As I've mentioned before, we have specific threat analytics teams, data protection teams. We also have teams that focus on AI and machine learning, maybe quantum technology, etc. And folks will work on developing software security features from, say an end user's perspective, and you determine what's the best design solution. And then you also code it out and you have to test your solution, and so forth. So, we have folks working on languages that really span the spectrum, Java, Python to SQL. People that work in cloud environments know Azure or AWS really well, more front-end JavaScript, HTML, CSS, etc. So it really is very diversified. We also have people who know data visualization tools, things like Splunk or, Power BI, that kind of thing. We're looking at Spark, I'm trying to think what else, APIs, etc. So, we have a very diversified field from that perspective. As well. And so, we're really looking for people who either have a cybersecurity degree or some kind of focus area within their current major that touches cybersecurity. But even if you don't necessarily have the degree, but you are focused in some aspect of IT or other areas within STEM, mathematics, physics, etc., we do take those things into consideration. But ideally, if you don't have a degree in cybersecurity, we would like to see things like if you're exposing yourself to clubs or projects in school that may deal with a little bit some components of cybersecurity, or if you do get involved in capture the flags, hackathons, things of that nature, to gain experience in the field. And so with that being said, I'm gonna pause for a second because I did just spew so much information out in 10 minutes. I want to see if anybody has any questions based on what they've heard thus far. All right, so I'm going to take it as everybody's been bludgeoned with so much information, they don't even know where to start asking questions. So what I will also comment on is maybe some of the folks missed it from the last call and some may not have heard at all, but if you are looking to apply for opportunities within the Chief Security Office of AT&T, I did say that we have our career site, att.jobs. So I'll put it in the chat here for you guys. If you go to that site, we don't have anything posted yet, but if you are interested, it'll probably get posted closer to mid to late August, maybe early September. We're just working through some changes within our organization. Currently, we have a new Chief Security Officer that just started. So we're just, moving through some of that transition at the moment. But, on the website, att.jobs, if you go to the section called careers and you can look at student careers, whether there's full-time college hire opportunities or there's internship opportunities, you can basically filter for, technology specific opportunities, and you'll find TDP, the Technology Development Program. You'll also find the Cybersecurity Program. You'll also find the EDGE program. So, depending what you're looking for, you can create an account on that site and you can set up alerts that will let you know, when an application is posted for you to go ahead and apply. All right. And we also do, like, if you happen to know somebody that works for AT&T, like a family member or somebody that, they can reach out to me, to refer someone. We also do take some referrals as well, but that referrals do not bear any sort of, heavier weight. Let me put it this way. We do a fair evaluation of everybody, whether you come in just naturally through the requisition pipeline, you're just applying, or you're referred by somebody. We don't have like a tiered sort of consideration. It's just, first come, first serve kind of thing. If you're applying, we go through and evaluate everybody's resumes in the pipeline, and the same goes for referrals. Referrals also apply through the same pipeline as well, and so forth. And we kind of go through everybody's resumes. We look through, your experiences, projects you've had, school, courses you've taken. We look at it all from a well-rounded perspective, and we go through the interview process like we would anybody. So With that being said, I will mention, because I didn't do this first in the I did this first in the last meeting I was in, but AT&T also has a very diverse set of other, programs out there. So I mentioned cybersecurity because that's the program I'm managing currently. However, if you are doing cybersecurity as a degree or major, or if you're doing computer science, IT, some kind of engineering, mathematics, any sort of STEM area, but you're interested in coming into AT&T, other avenues you can consider is the TDP Technology Development Program. That's one of actually our largest talent development organizations out there because they hire much higher numbers than some of our specialized areas like cybersecurity or supply chain or whatnot, right? They hire more from a broader perspective because they hire a large amount of college hires and interns that will then do projects that are across AT&T business. Like they source all of the interns and college hires to work on projects that could be for the chief security office. It could be for the big data organization. It could be for the labs innovation organization. It could be for the ATS, which is the technology organization, or it could be for network operations. It spans the spectrum. They're a broader program that support business units across AT&T. So they also function as a 10-week internship program. But if you are coming back full-time in the TDP program, they have I believe now it's a 2-year program for anyone doing software engineering, data analytics, technical business manager type of roles, and a 3-year program for network engineer specific roles. And they also help every particular role, undergo training. Their culture is really nice because you have basically everybody, they're just going through the same thing of onboarding and getting onto their projects. So you have more peer level support through a program like the TDP program or any really of our other internship and college hire programs as well. And so I did mention that they do heavily hire software engineers, but like I mentioned, they hire data analysts, technical business managers, and network engineers, network system engineer types as well. So, their program is very substantial, and they also have a much larger footprint. They span 7 major locations across the U.S., New Jersey being one, Texas being one, Dallas, Texas, Atlanta, Georgia. They have San Ramon, California, Bothell, Washington, and also St. Louis and Chicago as well. So they have a much larger location-based footprint. Cybersecurity mostly has more of their teams in Middletown, New Jersey, Dallas, Texas, and Atlanta. So, we do have some people spread out in other locations, but cybersecurity will focus more where we have heavier levels of support, at least on site and in-person interface with our interns, our college hires, etc. So, yeah. I'm going to pause for a second because I mentioned cybersecurity program. I mentioned TDP, the technology development program as well. I think those 2 are the main ones that carry the most relevance for the audience today. But like I mentioned on the ATT.job site, you can look into other areas as well. If there happens to be folks who are more business oriented, we have finance programs, we have supply chain programs as well, external affairs, HR based programs. So you really run the gambit. We have a lot of great programs across AT&T for you to get your feet wet and to be able to start a career. All right, so I'm going to pause for a second. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I got a couple questions.
Sure.
Yeah, the first question is, I know you talked about having a degree. Say somebody has a degree not in cybersecurity or software engineering, but we do have a certificate from Ivy Tech in cybersecurity, plus having a certification like as far as Security Plus. So would that carry any weight since the degree is not in the field itself?
Well, it really depends. Can you give me an example of like other, like what the degree itself is in? Because it depends, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be cybersecurity major or a CS major or even, you know, some kind of computer electrical engineering major. But, you know, if you have the sort of cybersecurity certifications out there, it does bear some weight because it shows that you are making that pivot into those areas. And we do take that into consideration through the interview process and whatnot.
Oh, okay. And the second, yeah, my degree was in education, bachelor's and master's is in administration, management, administration. But the second question was you mentioned about internship starting in June. Is that the only time or is there like other internship starts different time of the year?
So we primarily only have summer internships at AT&T. At one point, there were co-op based programs, but we realized that the co-ops didn't sort of generate the same level of, you know, culturally speaking, the environment wasn't as great for somebody to say, oh, I want to come back to AT&T, because what happens is usually with co-ops, you know, individuals tend to be a little bit more isolated because they're basically themselves working in a team, and they're not having other peers that are going through the same experience as them, being new to a company and working. So we've focused our attention on summer internship programs, and it's been proven to be more successful from our point of view. So unfortunately, we don't have anything outside of the summer months currently. There might be some small pockets of folks that may still even consider, you know, somebody throughout the year, like more in a co-op capacity, but I'm not aware of any currently. So unfortunately, nothing during like the fall period or like the spring period. It's all entirely that summer period from June to August.
Okay, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for the questions. All right. Does anyone else have any other questions?
Thank you so much, Emily, for your time.
Oh, yeah.
In all the questions. Yeah, so I think we can meet on the main room if there is no any other questions from other students.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for facilitating, Fatima. And I look forward to seeing maybe some of you in our application pipelines. And thank you for having me today. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Emily. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Go take a position in an MSSP, you know, go to work for an MSSP and they'll train you up and they'll get you rocking and rolling. So I didn't mean to jump in on a call. So
you didn't. We're just hanging out. This is the waiting room. This is
okay.
I just appreciate your time, Jim. No, you can stay as long as you like.
I'll stay as long as you guys will have me.
Yeah,
until you throw me out. How's that?
I won't do that.
You can flicker the lights, right?
Yeah,
like they do in the bars, just flick the lights.
Yeah, it's you remember that song, "Closing Time."
That's
One
right.
last call for alcohol. No, I had a horrible storm pass through, Jim. So when I get off this, I'm gonna heat up some dinner and then probably not go fix it. But I have 3 trees down, not in my house or my cars, so we're good to go. But that storm that hit the southeast really, I mean, cry me a river. But my pool is in disarray, as is my pool furniture. But I really appreciate your time tonight, Jim, and appreciate making your acquaintance and sticking around to be able to meet me and everything. We're a very small crew here. We're just a few part-timers who all have full-time jobs. So I work full-time for UNC Charlotte as a system admin.
Okay.
So I don't work specifically in cyber. I just do normal programming.
Okay.
But I was Army and then a high school teacher. Now I'm work for the college, just government guy. So we really appreciate folks like yourself who have that insight into not only the private sector, but your industry, who also can speak on how to land that gig in your industry.
Sure.
And I just got a really great message to everyone about you. So
Oh.
Brian said you were great. So that's
good.
That's good to hear.
He got the check, I guess.
Well, he's
He
right
got the
though.
Venmo.
Yeah, I guess
sent him a
so.
Venmo.
Yeah,
to,
he said
to make it seem like we did a lot of good
$5.
stuff.
I saw a really
There
funny video the other day. It was a group of 2 guys going on a boys trip, on a road trip, and they wrote girls trip Venmo on their back windshield, like as if it's a girls trip, and they got like $100 for beer. And it was just
There
2
you
guys that realized if they put girls trip, they could con people. This is kind of funny, but anyways, Brian's right though. We've had that asked a lot. We've had students that say, hey, what about cyber and healthcare? Because they know that it's a hot field and there's a lot of openings for it, but they feel like it's kind of nuanced to break into it. So
It's not hard. It's a pretty easy one. I mean, I have a lot of connections. I'm a former CIO. I actually used to work for UNC Chapel Hill back
okay.
1992 to 97.
Cool.
So that's what Sabrina and I were talking a little bit about that, because she's in the Research Triangle Park area. And I told her, I said, work those avenues. I mean, you got all those hospitals in your area. Go tell those people you're a volunteer, that you want to volunteer and you want to help in the IT department, and they'll open the doors. They'll get you in. I mean, we live and die by volunteers, and there's not an industry out there that you could say, hey, I want to be a volunteer, and somebody's not going to turn you away. They're not going to turn you away in healthcare. They just won't.
I'm still here. I'm messaging the rooms.
No. You're fine. Hey,
I
will jump, but you guys are more than welcome. Anybody that wants to contact me, you can share my information with anybody.
I will. And
anybody from your team, more than welcome to contact me as well.
Yeah, I'd like to reach out to you so we could talk one-on-one too. I'd love to get your input. I actually went to state, so I lived in that area for a while.
No.
Sorry, I'm all Wolfpack, but I did my master's at state. Yeah, I love Wolfpack. So
I did my undergrad at University of Maryland, and then when I went to UNC, I had a little bit of divided attention there, and my wife was a UNC person, so there used to be a real long thing. I'll tell you that in private. Because
did you hear that we rebranded ourselves at UNCC? So so we're no longer UNC Charlotte. That's gone.
Really?
Yeah, because the UNCC versus UNC, everyone got us confused with Chapel Hill. So we're Charlotte now. Just Charlotte.
Just Charlotte. Okay.
Just Charlotte. And we're actually bigger than Chapel Hill now. So we just surpassed Chapel Hill. NC State has 2,000 more students than us, but we're on track to be the largest college in North Carolina in 4 years. So
very cool.
Surprising, but I guess if you know Charlotte's grown exponentially. So is our college. So we're at 33,000 students, which is pretty wild to think of Charlotte, because not many people know about UNC Charlotte, but we're massive. So
yeah, that's great. Good to hear.
Yeah. And great, really good RN to BSN program, which I've helped. I've actually been on an IT project to build that out, which is new. So, but yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for
again, Jim.
letting me participate. I really appreciate it. I enjoyed myself.
Anytime, Jim. Would love to have you back, and I hope you have a good evening.
Great. You guys too. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Bye. So y'all that are in here, how's it going? Just hanging out?
Yeah, I'm just wrapping up some notes, whatever I can remember from each room, and
cool.
That's it for me. Thank you. I appreciate this.
No problem. We enjoyed doing it. I'm glad you got something out of it. And my only word of advice would be, if you got a note that says to follow up with someone, do it.
Gotcha.
That's how you get a job these days. Resumes are great, Indeed, LinkedIn, whatever, but you meet someone on a Zoom, you send them a message afterwards. That's how you get a job. A good one too. So.
Gotcha. Thanks, Steve. Well, I'm gonna head out, man. I appreciate it. I look forward to the next one. And
you got
everybody have a good night.
Yeah, you shoot me a DM if you need me for anything, okay? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Will do. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. All right, y'all that are in here, I'm going to hop over to one of these sessions and see what's going on. I'll be back.
Yale Udemy is connected to schools and libraries. They have national accounts depending on where you go or where you live or what school you attend. And so the way that it works is you would come here and you say, access this library, right? And so if I access this library, it would tell me what college that I go to. So let me see if was it Ivy Tech is in here? I don't know. Let's see. I'm just seeing to see if it comes up. No, but I know that.
Can you try Embry Riddle?
I believe Embry Riddle. Let's see. How do you spell that?
EMBRY.
Let's
flip the first two letters.
Oh. There we go. Nope.
How about Georgia Tech?
Let me see. Actually, let me see if it comes up with just showing Texas. I must have. Oh, that's right. It might be showing like. There's got to be more states than just 2 schools. Anyway, I'm not sure why it's showing that, but I know for the public school, I mean the libraries. Like for instance, I'm in Maryland, and so in Maryland there are a couple of libraries that's here, and so if you do when you originally log into this and you use your location, it will try to find it based off your location. So it might be able to have to find a school, but it's based off your location. So Enoch Pratt is a library in my location, right? And so if I typed in that, it will come up, but it's already there, right? So that's a library that's in the Maryland area. I don't even have to go to that library. Don't even have to step a foot in that library, but I can get me a Udemy account. So the way that it works is I click on this and it's going to ask me, what is my library card number? I will go to the the Enoch Pratt website. Right, click on that. And then I will go to library cards and create me an e-card. Use that e-card to log on, now I have access. And that's exactly what I've done. Like I have access to the Udemy account through the library, and I didn't pay a dime for that.
But you have to be in the area though, right?
For this one, I mean, no, so I'm just searching on my area, right? And so you can search, like, just to give you an idea, this is just for Maryland, but there are other libraries in other states. So it just depends on what state you are in. So if you went to go look in another state,
because I'm in New York and they always give us a hard time. So like,
let me see New York. Let me see if New York has one.
Because New York Public Library wouldn't have it, but they would have it like in Long Island. But then you would have to be like,
or Jersey, right? Or Jersey. I don't see I don't see New York on here. I don't see Jersey on here. So yeah, it would really just depend, or it might be just name something different. But you would have to do like use your location to search, give you a list based off of your location, what's around you. Some of these libraries, like even for mine, I know some people that don't live in Maryland and have a Udemy account.
Okay.
If you can read between the lines there.
Yeah.
All right.
I got it.
All right. What other questions you guys have?
I say we are over time, so if you're okay. You're the last one. So, but yeah, if you guys have any other questions.
Was this helpful?
Yeah, this is good stuff.
Did you post your LinkedIn account?
Oh yeah, I can give you my LinkedIn. So this is what I do. Like I said, I focus on free resources and opportunities that can really be beneficial. And it's just important to kind of understand that, because it's helpful to know what's out there and how it can really make a change in your career and your trajectory and what you're trying to do. 1 second. All right, I'll drop my LinkedIn in there now. But there are so many resources out there. There's so many opportunities out there. Yeah, it's I typically tell people don't pay for anything, because there's probably a resource out there that can cover it down on it. You just got to be aware of it or know what it is. And see, yeah, James posted for the The Air Force and the Army, they have a Udemy account. I know for the Navy, Coast Guard, and Marine Corps, they don't. But that's the reason why, like, yeah. So any other questions? Feel free.
I noticed that military has a lot of links. Does retired law enforcement has anything similar to that?
So here's the thing, right? With military, now yes, military has a lot of programs, absolutely. But there are also programs based off of state, right? And so state, depending on what state you are, the state also has programs that not a lot of people are aware of, resources for workforce development, for first line responders, and then also military community. And to give you an example, I mean, I'm in Maryland, so I know about a lot of stuff that's in Maryland. But I know for my state, if you were here, there's a program that they'll pay for your certification, any certification that you want. They will pay for childcare for your spouse or you if you can't get to the training site. They will provide you with $250 for a professional dress. And they also may pay for additional certification depending on how much your first one is. And all that stuff is free, federally funded dollars that was given to the state to be able to help first line responders and military utilize it. And that expands out to opportunities. But most people don't even know about it. That program actually, like for what our program is, that program actually went away a couple of years ago because they had, I think, I don't know, millions of dollars in funding and no one used it. And so like they only used like 100,000 or 200,000 of the money when they had millions of dollars. And so it was reissued. So it's also important to pay attention to what your state programs are. And I would just say like state federally funded cybersecurity programs, because everything is dumped into cyber and IT. So look into those programs and you might have a long list of opportunities. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well,
all right. Sounds good.
Okay.
Oh, did somebody have something else?
I just wanted to say thank you. Very informative.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you guys.
We appreciate you, Jay. I mean, we appreciate not only your time, but I mean, Act Now is an incredible organization that you've got over there, and I know that you're committed to not only veterans but helping folks try and navigate this nuanced deal, trying to get a job. So these resources you provide are invaluable, and we appreciate you. And I know you're a busy guy, so I appreciate your time on a Monday night to stay this late. So thanks, Jay.
I do got one last resource for the first responders. If you're a first responder, can you put a 1 in the chat so I know how many people?
Retired counts?
Yes. So, well, no, it was another. Okay, we have 2. So one other program that will be beneficial to you, it depends on whether or not you want to take this route, but this program guarantees you a job, but you got to earn it. CyberCorps. If you haven't heard about this program, it's a degree issuing program. You can get your associate's, bachelor's, or even your master's, and they put PhD or PhD in here. And they have a list of schools that you can apply to. So you'll choose one of the schools that you're interested in. And this scholarship track, essentially the way it works is a scholarship for service, meaning that you will go to school, and upon you completing your school, you will be required to give time back to the federal government, local, or state. So you can work at an agency like FBI, CIA, NRO, DEA, any of those agencies, a bunch of agencies. You can work for the state level doing operations or whatever it is related to your degree plan, or you can work at the local municipality level. And so it's a free degree and you get paid to do the job afterwards as an employee, and there's no catch to it. I know some folks that have used this program to get security clearances and get into agencies. And like I said, you just have to make sure you check out what schools you can apply to, and it's a free ride. full ride. So put that out.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, no worries. That's all I got.
Thanks, Jay. We appreciate you. Thank you all for sticking around. Happy Monday evening. Enjoy the rest of your week. As always, big thanks to Jay. Thank you, Chrissy. And us as CWCT, thank you for spending tonight with us. DM us for questions. Reach out to Jay. ActNow is, I don't mind saying, one of the best out there. So utilize the resources that they offer and are sharing, because it will behoove you to do so. So thank you.
Have a good one, everyone.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and close the Zoom for the evening. Appreciate y'all. Thanks, Jay.
Back then, information assurance. So really, kind of grew up. I wasn't a keyboard guy. I was more of a leader. And so I ended up at Verizon, where I run the U.S. public sector and the U.S. commercial security operations center. So, we've got everybody from junior analyst. We actually hired one of our interns last couple of years, to folks graduating from college, folks coming out of the military, making transitions, all the way to, threat hunters at the tier 3 level, SIM engineers, Splunk, QRadar, Microsoft Sentinel, to our advisors that work with customers on advising on how to better secure their networks, their leverage their security investments, and then of course leadership, with supervisors, shift supervisors, all the way up to myself at the SOC manager level. So really the gambit, and there's no, the point of all of this is there's no single one right way to get into cyber. So you guys, you each bring something unique from your backgrounds. You bring something that, the inquisitiveness, your thought process, like all of that makes for better cybersecurity professionals. And I would recommend, there's a gentleman that when I was in the military, the SANS program used to publish like this great big centerfold in their magazine called the CISO Mind Map. And the gentleman's name that created that is Rafiq Rahman. He actually ends up working at Verizon. I met him when I started working at Verizon 5 years ago. And it was like meeting, a celebrity, right? It's like meeting, Tiger Woods or something when you're out on the golf course. Because I have been following, his mind map. So if you ever get a chance, check it out. It really goes through how large cybersecurity profession is. And so you guys can pick what it is about cybersecurity that you enjoy. What's your passion? Is it compliance side of the house? Is it the hands-on, with penetration testing? Is it being the blue team, the good guys defending, everything in between? And, talking about the vendors, the products, there's just so many out there. It's hard to be a SME, an expert in every single brand, every single vendor, so you really get to pick, and you can move between them. If you start out in one, you decide, hey, that's really not my thing. I didn't even realize there was an entire different part of information assurance, cybersecurity, and you can move around within the field. So, hey, Steve, I see you on. I just, typical fashion, right? Just take charge. But I want to give you a moment to maybe steer me or, introduce the group here.
Sure. So I was getting my permission so I could share screen. That's why I wasn't in it right away. But so real quick, so you guys already heard from Steve. Steve's been in the cybersecurity world for a little while now at Verizon. He's one of our leaders that we work with off and on with the military recruiting team. My name is Steve Weston. I'm a recruiter on the military recruiting team. And what we do, basically our mission and focus is to not only help transitioning service members, but we also work with military spouses and veterans who are already out. And so the way that we do that is we offer skill bridge, military fellowship, and direct hire opportunities. Steve and I know each other because we've worked together in the past on some cybersecurity details. Andrew, thanks for joining. I know you're part of Steve's team. Appreciate you being here. So Andrew Sickle is also here. He is a cybersecurity professional. And then we also have Sahab Iqbal here. I know if I mispronounced that, man, I'm so sorry.
No worries. It's Sohaib.
And Sohaib is here, and he works more on the CISA side of the house. So he can give a little intro onto that. If you want to go ahead and give your intro, because you're a little bit different than Steve and Andrew. And then what I do is I got some slides I can run through. We actually have some opportunities available, whether it's direct hire or military fellowships. So, and then we'll go through that after the intros.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Steve. A lot of Steves on the call today. So, thank you to both the Steves right here. And I couldn't agree with Steve, earlier, what he said about, having, getting introduced to different gamuts of cybersecurity, right? There's no right way of getting in. So my name is Sohaib Iqbal. I am a senior manager in internal audit focused on cybersecurity aspect of audits. I got into cyber through a integrated audit approach. My background is, your traditional accounting route. Got my CPA, did some financial assurance, spent a decade doing hybrid integrated audits, and then an opportunity came up at Verizon, and I got that opportunity through networking, by the way. And I switched into the cybersecurity aspect of audits because I had the hybrid, knowledge of, accounting operations as well as cybersecurity and technology. I was able to quickly, leverage my skill set to get into cyber. In cybersecurity, as I said, I'm the third line of defense. So you have the first line, that's more engineers, folks that are actually performing the controls. Then you have the CISO org, which is basically, all your, compliance folks. And then you have third line of defense, which is basically, buttoning everything up, tying everything together to make sure there are no, significant risks that are unaddressed. So that's where my team comes into play. We also typically have a lot of opportunities in audit, more specifically in cybersecurity auditing. We don't have anything right at this moment, but it always comes up every couple of weeks, every couple of months. So, if anyone is interested in auditing, please shoot me a note and I'd be happy to, have a conversation with you guys one-on-one. Thank you to the other Steve for the opportunity to speak up.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you guys being here. And just so you know, they're recording this because there are other folks that couldn't make the session, but they're going to be going back and reviewing this throughout the week. So appreciate you guys throwing those nuggets out. Andrew, you want to give a quick introduction?
Yep, sure. Good evening. Yeah, Andrew Sickle. As you said, I work on Steve Swanson's team. My official title is senior principal security architect here at Verizon. I'm a SIEM and SOAR engineer within the U.S. SOC. So, we do a lot of security automations, building detections for our different customers. For our different SIEM platform, it's very much, your Splunks, your Sumo Logics, your, Sentinels, if you're familiar with those. And before, I've been with Verizon for about 4 years now, and before that, I'm also, I'm an ex-military myself. So I was in the Air Force for about 7 years, and I left the Air Force and kind of took my degree and went into more on the security focused side. I was always IT before in the Air Force, a bit more like SATCOM kind of deal, but always in the IT field. But I took my education in security and kind of applied that into my civilian, into the civilian side, and worked as a security analyst as a DoD contractor up to Maryland. Eventually ended up down in Tampa, Florida for a little while. kind of doing the same thing, wearing multiple hats, security analyst, engineer. And then that's where I kind of gained my skills that eventually led me to being able to work with Verizon. So yeah, happy to be here. And yeah, I can definitely help answer anybody's question. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and go through the slides real quick because I want to make sure you all have an opportunity to speak up and ask any questions. So once again, welcome. This is the Verizon Military Recruiting Team. But for those that don't know what the Skill Bridge or fellowships are, or for my active duty members that are in tonight, our Skill Bridge and fellowship opportunities are open to active duty service members who are Skill Bridge eligible in their final 180 days of service. These are 3 roles that we currently have advertised right now that are looking for somebody to fill into them within the next 30 days. This is the next page. We also have a technical project manager. And mind you, a lot of our project managers lean on folks that have a background in some kind of cyber, security plus, net plus, whether it's threat management, or it could be just like, a network IT, network operation, system operations. We're also always looking for field engineers. We're also always looking for security test engineers as well. So these are things, and you're, eligible for SkillBridge and you'd like to, try to compete for these, you can take that job ID down. And when we get to the last slide, I'm actually going to have the website that you can jump onto and enter that job ID and job title. And so you can look for these to apply. We're also always looking for field technicians. So if you have a background in cyber, darklit fiber, things like that, in upstate New York, we currently have all these roles available right now for direct hire, for those that are looking for direct hire. Field technicians, you go out, you're on the team, you go out and do all the installations of the FiOS, the darklit fiber, coaxial, things like that for business owners and residential. These are our cybersecurity opportunities that are currently available right now for direct hire. As you can see, Ashburn, Virginia is the moneymaker right here, but you have a technical project manager, a network security engineer. So Steve and Andrew can probably talk to you guys all about that. A senior NSOC engineer and a security operations consultant. We also, in Richardson, Texas, if you're in that area or looking to be at that area, we also have a few positions available there for an NSOC engineer as well. And you can see, you can look at these on verizon.com/military careers. This is our last slide with the current roles that we have advertised, and these are for outside plant technicians. So if you're looking to move up into the Massachusetts area, we are looking for some outside plant technicians. So you can copy these numbers down. I can go back through these again. So if you didn't catch them, just let me know. And while the other guys are talking, I can keep cycling through them. But always looking for these as well. And this is our military recruiting team. So if you guys want to know where you can find these roles at, you can find them at www.verizon.com/military careers. You can also email us at vzmilitaryrecruitment@verizon.com. You can also see we all of us recruiters have our individual emails listed as well. You can also connect with me via LinkedIn. I put my info in the chat at the very start. That big long paragraph. So if you find my LinkedIn in there, we can chop it up in LinkedIn as well. I want to go ahead and open it up for questions that anybody may have. If you want to use the raise hand feature, so we can call on you in order. And while we're talking, I'm just going to continue to cycle through these slides so folks can get an opportunity to copy these jobs down. Does anybody have any questions? They want to pick our brains?
Hello. My name is Tu. I wanted to ask if the jobs that you have requires clearance.
Steve, you want to tackle that one?
Yeah, we actually do. I just got my top secret renewed for a new customer that we just partnered with. So yes, there are plenty of opportunities, and that's the beauty of my team, Andrew and I. Working in the U.S. SOC, we can support commercial customers, Fortune 500 customers, but we can also support, U.S. government, public sector customers, colleges, state and local. So it's really the beauty of it is you have a choice. You know, once you're out of the military, now you guys have a choice. So if you have a desire to go one way or the other, you know, commercial or stay in public sector, keep your fingers in public sector, you can do that, or you could totally break away and just do commercial.
Okay. The other questions I have is that a lot of us students maybe, you know, get out of the military and have expertise in other career field, and they're just taking this opportunity to do cybersecurity. But as far as cybersecurity, they're an entry level. And is there a way in with the entry level when your resume really just described that you were doing something else altogether?
Yeah, you know, I'd be happy to take this one as well, and I'll pass it off to Andrew, and so maybe you'd have something to add as well. But look, there's 770,000 cybersecurity professional shortages in the U.S. alone, right? So cyber is a hot field right now, and it's going to be for years to come, right? The bad guys are getting better. And it's not Verizon versus AT&T. It's all of us, including the folks on the call here. It's all of us against the bad guys. And so the bad guys are getting better, so we got to get better. And whether you're protecting your home, you know, internet, you know, for your kids, for your family, for your, you know, friends, that's what I love about cyber, right? Is it applies to everyday activities, and so you know, I get very passionate about it, and I know Andrew does as well. So I'll give him an opportunity to talk about, you know, entry level breaking into cyber. The last thing I would say on the topic, though, is it's really how you guys write your resume. You know, you can leverage your military experience to paint the picture as your brand, right? So write your resume, write your LinkedIn, showing the brand that you want to display. It doesn't always have to be black and white, you know. So you tell the story. Everybody's a project manager in the military. Every mission that you're given is a mini project that you can run, right? So you could position yourself that way. We've all had to take information assurance. We've all had to take the annual user cybersecurity training, right? So already you're there. Data classification. You guys have your clearances. You understand data classification. So you already are a step above somebody that's out of high school, out of college, that doesn't understand that, because that's part of cybersecurity, understanding what data we're trying to protect. Andrew?
Sure, yeah. And apologies if I disconnect. There's a storm going on here, so if I randomly disconnect, probably because my power went out. But but while I'm here, you know, when I, you know, back when I was Air Force, active military, you know, I didn't, my background wasn't all in security. I did, you know, IT experience, but I wasn't doing cybersecurity. So it was bits and pieces of it. You know, as Steve was saying, we all deal with bits and pieces of it, and no matter what job you face in the military. But my resume was mostly, you know, my job in the Air Force, which is more focused on, like, you know, satellite communications. And I did a lot of self-taught, you know, self-learning on the security side. You know, I enjoyed it. In addition to my, you know, I went for a degree when I was in the military. I got a degree in, you know, more focusing on the cybersecurity. So, you know, I use that, and I use my, you know, just tons of online resources out there now, more so actually than there was, you know, 5, 6, 7, 10 years ago. So it's not always about job experience. Like, it's just, you can say, like, you know, I was using, you know, I did, I don't know, you know, 50 hours doing Hack the Box, that, you know, something like that. You know, that website, you know, it's a training website for teaching, you know, cybersecurity skills. So all that information you can put on your resume as training experience to kind of get your foot in the door on a junior side, as in a junior position, because that's what I did. You know, I found a position out of the Air Force, and I took a junior analyst position. For a DoD contracting company, and, you know, I just kind of worked myself up from there. And, you know, you just build your experience, you just apply yourself and keep learning, and you just grow. So, but there's always positions out there from junior to senior. So just like Steve said, it's all about how you kind of market yourself and put it on your resume.
So while we're talking about marketing ourselves, what are some of the ways that we can do that? And from me being the recruiter in the room, there's some ways that we can do that to make ourselves more marketable. Listen, we know you're coming out of these courses. We know you don't have 5 years hands-on experience. We know that already. But one of the things that you can do is read the job description. The job description is your checklist. It's the answers to the test, okay? So when you're reading through that and the what you'll be doing section, the need to have section, the even better section, draw little squares next to each one of those bulleted lines and use it as a checklist. Does my resume hit on these points? Is my resume and my truthful background of what I have experience doing, learning, testing on, certifications, do I have what this job description is asking for line by line? That way, when you do start applying to these entry-level roles, associate-level roles, you know, when a recruiter who might not be a veteran, let's face it, 95% of the recruiters out there are not veterans like I am, you know, they're going to be looking for the items that are on that job description on your resume. And if they're reading your resume and they're not seeing anything on your resume talking about anything on that job description, the first conclusion they're gonna draw is you're not a good fit for the role. You might actually be a great fit for the role, but you didn't do a very good job of marketing yourself. The purpose of that resume is to convey value to that hiring leader that you're the right person for the role. That's as advertised, okay? So that you can get a recruiter to reach out like me and call you and have a 15 to 20 minute conversation to talk about what's on your resume. And that's where the next part comes into. Once you get that opportunity, you have to make sure you sell your value to that person, whoever it is. My man at the beginning, Mr. Torres, I've known him a long time. He hit it right on the head. Smile, be approachable, be conversational. It should feel like a normal conversation. If you kill that phone screen, then you're going to get an opportunity to get in front of one of these guys I have in the room with me to have a conversation about, are they going to hire you or not? You know, that's ultimately what you guys really want. You know, everything that we're talking about right now, that you guys are all asking these questions, at the bottom line, the whole point of all this is we got to make sure that when we apply to these roles, we are applying to them and we're showcasing our value to the best possible of our ability with whatever's on that job description, so that we can get a phone call and so that phone call can lead to a hiring manager interview. If you guys want any more content on how to do that, you can get on my LinkedIn. I got a lot of featured articles that break down resume prep, interviewing, all kinds of stuff. I'm highly accessible on LinkedIn. But the 3 gentlemen that I have in here, they're your hiring managers, you know, at least for their individual roles.
And Steve, if I could add really quick. So
Yes,
two great question. You know, I can speak for myself and for internal audit. 9 out of 10 times when we get an application from a military fellowship or from you know, military route, we go with understanding that, you know, you may not have the cybersecurity skill sets, but you have the right attitude, right? The discipline, critical thinking, applying yourself, documentation, following instructions, things of that nature, right? Yep. And majority of these jobs come at an analyst and senior analyst levels, right? So expectation isn't that you have 5 or 10 years of cybersecurity experience, right? As long as you can do those 4 or 5 things, you know, and you can hold a conversation with Steve, you have your foot in the door, right? And then you speak to someone like myself or one of my peers, and as long as you can demonstrate some of those things, right? You're you know, we're very biased towards, you know, our military, right? So if you have those things, you know, you're very likely to get at least an opportunity to show that you know you're a good fit for our team.
I see.
Hope that helps.
The other question that I would have is, you know, for like what kind of job title is like an entry level versus kind of like, you know, with several years of experience in mid-range to senior? And what
Yeah.
kind of salary is it? Because I know, and I'm not asking to be nosy about that. It's just that when you work for the government, it's very clear, you know, the job pay band, and they post the job range and salary. I know it's not like that for the private sector.
Yeah.
Maybe you can help so people would kind of have an idea, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So I won't go into numbers too, but I'll give you a rough idea of,
Yeah, that's all I'm talking
how it
about,
works.
roughly.
Yeah. So an entry level position obviously is analyst, senior analyst. So if you have no experience at all, then you start as an analyst. If you have somewhat of a relatable experience, a year or two, you then get a senior analyst position in internal audit.
Okay.
Right? If you have 4 to 6 years, then you go to consultant level. If you have more managerial experience, then you apply for either team lead or manager. And then if you have demonstrated, managing a team, managing a department is when you get a senior manager interview. I'll tell you in terms of comp, Verizon is very competitive, right? We have a very strong base. But in addition, there's a lot of money to be made in other ways, right? So you have a short-term incentive, a bonus, right? You have a long-term incentive, which is a stock option. We are, top-notch when it comes to tuition reimbursement in terms of professional development. We really take care of our folks here, right? So at the end of the day, you will see that you're making a lot more money, especially now that, to Steve's point, we have positioned ourselves as telecom/tech company, right? And when it comes to tech, you're likely to make a lot more money compared to other industries. So hope that helps.
Okay. So is Verizon consulting to the government too? Kind of like being a contracting firm as well?
Yeah, I'll pass it to Steve.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised, right? I mean, 130, 160,000 employees across Verizon, multiple different departments and teams. I mean, you may have heard, right? We just won a partnership with the FAA. That's a large networking deal. But what people don't know is that folks like Andrew and I are going to be the ones providing the security for that network, right? So, there's everything is out there, for Verizon, a bunch of different positions, a bunch of different, again, from the commercial to state, local, education. It's really, that's why it's such a great place to work, right? Not only is it one of the leading military-friendly organizations, to include, all the different groups, resource groups that you can be a part of, but you can grow, right? I've got folks on my team. We're averaging 7 years of tenure on the SOC team in the U.S. We just celebrated 25 years for one of our tier 3 threat hunters, right? And the manager of that team is celebrating 24 years. So, long tenure, low turnover, long tenure. And, so sometimes it's good. It's all about what you want to do, of course, what your family situation is, right? But, sometimes it's good to get in the door and then build a second career and do 20, 25 years, with Verizon or another company. But, location is important. You've got choices now that you're getting out of the military. You got choices about location. You got choices about the salary, about your title, how much, energy and time you're going to put into it. Like being on call and after hours and weekends and holidays. All of that is wide open. That's for you to decide with you and your family, and find those roles that fulfill you, that you're passionate about, and then continuing to grow. You always gotta learn something new, improve every day, as my managers say. Yeah, a lot of opportunities.
Right.
So for those that don't know, I retired from the military last year. And I went through a skill bridge program. I went through hiring our heroes in my final 6 months of service. So I did a 3-month internship with Verizon. That's actually when I met Steve last year. I I was on the tail end of my internship. I performed optimally and I was pulled through full time. And here I am, you know, a year later, I'm still in the gig, right? Still with the same company. I got people that went through the fellowship with me that are on their third job already.
Wow.
I've already been here 14 months almost. One thing that these guys touched on was, you know, how long folks are sticking around on their teams. If you guys go on LinkedIn and you look up Verizon's homepage and you scroll down, you will notice that Verizon's median tenure for their employees company-wide, there's 95,000 employees on LinkedIn. That's where they derive that data from, and the average dwell time is 8.2 years. So the average employee is staying at Verizon 8.2 years when most companies are somewhere between 2 to 5. That's huge. And I did 13 years of military recruiting. That's what I retired as, a regional recruiting manager. And I'm going to tell you, retainability tells you a lot about a company. People aren't going to stick around a company for 8 years if the company's not treating them well, if the benefits aren't good, you know, the work-life balance isn't there. You know, people aren't going to stick around. If there's no professional development, they're not going to stick around. They're going to bounce, which is why when you look at a lot of other companies, people only stick around about 2 years because they get a role, they sit in it for 2 years, and then they leave the company and go elsewhere for a promotion. So, you know, I'm sure Steve can attest to that. So can the other two gentlemen in here. So, you know, when we're talking about, you know, landing this company, it is challenging sometimes to get into this company because we are very desired, you know, but the benefit to you all is if you do get your foot in the door and you're able to do that, there is a lot of lateral, diagonal, and vertical growth in this company. It was brought up earlier about our tuition assistance program. It's $8,000 a year and it refreshes every year. Wow. So if you get into the company, if you get your foot in the door, you can utilize $8,000 a year to upskill. So if you're trying to get into cybersecurity and you need a SAN cert, they cost $7-8 grand to get. You can use that to go get your GCIH, GCEH. You want to get your pen testing certification. If you're on the other side of the house and you want to get a CISSP or, you know, CCNA or any of these other big names, that's what that money's for. If you want to go get your master's, that's what it's for. You know, let's talk about the monetary. You know, depending on what zip code you're in will determine what the pay range is. I know a lot of smaller companies, they openly discuss or post their pay ranges, but oftentimes these employees are microscopic. There may be 1,000 employees in the entire company. We have 8,000 veterans in this company alone. We have more veterans in this company than most companies in the Fortune 500 index even have employees. So we are the second largest telecom in the globe. The only one bigger than us is AT&T, who you guys are going to get a chance to talk to later. You know, and with that said, our two companies are so massive that we hire everywhere. So there's no way for us to post one flat pay range across the board for everybody because everybody's living in a different cost environment. If you're in Jersey, you're paying $12,000 a year in property taxes. If you're in Florida, there's no state tax and you're paying $2 grand a year in property taxes. You know, it's totally different. So, you know, when you guys are looking at that, you know, try to figure out what am I making right now getting out of the military and what do I need to make? And if you also have to have realistic expectations on what your qualifications are, and they need to be in line with your expectations. You got to know, hey, if I'm switching up career fields and I'm starting out, you know, let's say you did aircraft maintenance for 15 years and now you're out of the blue, you're switching into cybersecurity and you only got a year experience. You just have to understand that entry-level roles are going to pay entry-level pay. If you're somebody that's in the middle of that and you've been in the industry for 2 or 3 years and this is more about, you know, upskilling and taking that next step, then, you know, your expectations should be in line with that. Glassdoor is a great resource. It's pretty accurate too. I know when I used it, it was very accurate, but just make sure that you're looking in the actual zip codes that this company actually has positions. And so, as we go into that, you know, Steve and, you know, the rest of the folks that are in here, you know, they sit in different hubs, or maybe Steve and oh my goodness. Yeah, they sit in different spots. So they're going to have 2 different availabilities, openings, careers that are available. And so for those that are in cyber, you know, the cyber hubs are Basking Ridge, New Jersey, Ashburn, Virginia, Raleigh, North Carolina, Temple Terrace, Florida, which is Tampa. Occasionally we'll have stuff in Alpharetta, Georgia, a little bit different, and Irving, Texas. And every once in a while also Irvine, California. So you got to know that if you want to come on board this company, for example, in a cybersecurity, a security engineer or a SIM platform engineer type role, you got to know like only those specific locations are where we're going to be hiring folks. And more often than not, they're going to be hybrid or on site.
I see.
So if you're in like Jacksonville, Florida, or you're in like Omaha, Nebraska, and you want to be a cybersecurity engineer, you need to be flexible to relocate to one of those areas because that's where our skiffs are going to be.
Right. Okay.
So another question reference, I guess, our side, the type of certifications you're looking for that also will go along with what you're talking about, job specific. You talk about different sides, whether it's ISSP and the different CompTIA, Security Plus, and on and on. I have 28 years in the military, in the Army, and currently retired. And I'm trying to get back in the game. I was 28 years all in as a signal officer, started as a private, did the hardware, software, governance and everything. And now I'm just trying to get back in the game. I already looked onto your site and saw the Temple Terrace jobs, but I was wondering if you're hiring management also.
Yeah,
Sure.
I do. As we win partnerships and contracts, both commercial and public sector, right? We have to have managers to run the team as we're growing out. So, it could be a shift supervisor, starting out as a shift supervisor, 3 shifts around the clock. Could be a manager position. We've got managers that run the specific disciplines. So the SIM engineer has a manager, the threat hunters have a manager. It's coming in. We certainly like to hire internally, right? To reward folks for longevity with the company, with the team. They know the processes, they know the customers, they know the team. But sometimes you just based on timing, you don't have anybody that's available for promotion. So, there are opportunities to look externally for. I was an external hire, right? We all had to start at some point as an external hire. And that's the thing. You just don't know. Don't get discouraged. You don't know who else applied. You don't know. It's kind of like a sports team, right? Trying to fit. What are the existing strengths and weaknesses of the team, and what am I looking for to fill that gap to make the team even stronger? So, could be nothing to do with you, as a bad candidate. Just it's not the fit that the hiring manager is looking for that particular team. But Sahib, anything from your side for managers?
Yeah, for on our end, because audits get more and more specific and there's a lot to it, it's really hard to hire externally if we don't have that kind of auditing skill set, right? Because you're right in front of the business, you're talking to many different points of contacts from different teams. I think 100% of our managers have some level of auditing background. That's not to say that you can come in as a consultant, show your worth and move up fairly quickly. Verizon has a culture of promotion, I can tell you, and that's mostly because we do a lot of rotations. So we take a senior manager, rotate them to a different department. So that opens an opportunity, right, for folks under them to move up. So I hope that helps.
Well, that's a great point, actually. I was going to say, we in the military, you're always, everybody says, or a lot of people say, I don't want to get into sales, right? When they're making the transition from the military, but everybody's selling something, whether it's you're selling your team, you're selling yourself, right? The capabilities, everybody's selling something. And so it doesn't mean that you have to live by the commission, in the traditional sales perspective. But you could go in and be an advisor and weigh in as a signal officer, a signal professional, you were always advising and recommending to the commander this and that for signal, and all of you for your professions, right? Your disciplines. You're recommending to the leadership, hey, this is my recommendation, and we do the same thing. Andrew and I, in the SOC, we're recommending every single day to our customers about ways to better protect their networks. But at the end of the day, it's the commander's network, it's the customer's network, in our case. And if they don't want to implement that, that's okay, right? No, we don't take it personal. But everybody sells, and so Sahib had a great idea. If you're trying to break into leadership management, there's a thing called advisory or consultant, where you're providing that leadership, that thought leadership, the recommendations to customers or internal to Verizon. But that's a great way. We get a lot of skill bridge and fellowships coming in through hired heroes coming through that way. Security solutions architect is one of the ones that is really a great pipeline. And then, as folks are saying here, what made you successful in the military is going to make you successful at Verizon or anywhere that you go, right? Because you're the 1% of America. Not everybody serves. What made you successful day in and day out in the military is going to make you successful wherever you go. So don't lose that.
Thank you.
What other questions?
Let's talk about applying. So let's say you guys get on that website, www.verizon.com/military careers. And by the way, just if you're not military, you can still go onto that site and access the career site from there. It's just we kick out that site because if you go to that, we also have our calendar of events with our information sessions posted. So if you wanted to attend a Verizon info session, you have the ability to see that info. But anybody can access the career site from that page, anybody. And so for all the direct hire roles that I was posting at the beginning of this, that's open to anybody. You don't have to be a veteran or a military spouse for those roles. The only ones that are unique to the military folks are the fellowship roles. Those are very unique to SkillBridge and the Hiring Our Heroes programs, but direct hire is everybody. But let's say you found one of those roles and you're like, you know what? I talked to Steve, I talked to Saab today, I talked to, all these other Verizon folks. Maybe you saw us at a 50 strong or a Vets to Industry or something else. What do I do? Well, if you're looking, whatever direct hire date you're looking for, if you're looking to start a new job in September, October, November, you're going to want to start getting in the mix and competing 90 days before a desired start date, because the average hiring time for any company nationally is 45 days. That's the average. Right? So for my folks that are looking for fellowships in SkillBridge, if you know, hey, I'm going to be eligible for SkillBridge February of 2024, January, December, November, you should probably start looking at roles and actively applying. Before that, you should be attending info sessions so you know who you're going to apply with, what they got going on, what are the processes and procedures for that organization, whether it's Verizon or not. Okay. If you're direct hire and you're in the mix now, then, then it is what it is. You're eligible to apply whenever, but just understand that the average hiring process is about 45 days. Now, Steve touched on it a little bit earlier. Some of our roles will get 100 people in it and we're able to contact everybody and let them know the dispositions. Some of our roles get 1,500 people and there's one recruiter running that requisition. You're not going to get somebody reaching out and holding your hand for every job that you apply to. If that's your expectation, it's unrealistic. Okay. So the best thing that you can do is wrapping this back around to what I said earlier about resumes, making sure your resume says what it needs to say. If it's not, nobody's going to talk to you. You're not going to get a phone call. You're not going to get an email. You're just going to hear crickets. Okay. That's a good way to know maybe my resume is not saying what it needs to say. Number two, maybe you were competitive, but there was some other folks maybe in the requisition that were just more competitive, especially when you're applying for the direct hires. When you're applying for a direct hire, you're competing with internal talent and external talent nationally. Okay. The fellowships and the skill bridge roles, the only people you're competing with are transitioning service members. So, you know, there's not as many people. That's why we kind of push those fellowships for those that are still in kind of hard. And if for those of you that are still in and maybe you have a year or two left, start researching now about what you need or what kind of skill bridge you want to get into, because I usually start talking to folks about 6 to 12 months out from a termination date, you know, separation or retirement, to start figuring out what are you looking for? What do you need? What do we have? What's realistic? What are the locations? For direct hire, you know, work on that resume, work on your interviewing as well. There's a website out there on Google called Candorful. It's for military folks. You can do they do free interview prep. So they'll get volunteers like myself or Steve or Sahab, and we'll act like hiring managers, and we'll go in and they'll give you a random applicant. They'll give you their resume and all that. We'll study up on what they're applying to, and then we will give them a mock interview to kind of help them. Are you smiling? Are you approachable? Is it a normal conversation? If you want to look at some, hey, how do I know if I'm matching my resume up to the job description? Jobscan.co and SkillSyncer are two sites that you can use on Google that you can upload a job description and you can upload your resume and it'll scan them and it'll give you a percentage. Hey, you're matched 90% to this job description. You're probably saying what you need to say. If it says 40%, it'll let you know where you're lacking. And if you can't make up stuff, but if you legitimately have those skills and you just didn't do a good job of matching them up, you know, or matching the job description, it'll let you know where you can go in and adjust. You know, you usually want to be about 90% or better on those tools, you know, if you want to be competitive. Somebody said about getting into the podcast. That's a great, was that Steve said? Steve said that? That's a great nugget right there. Informational interviews aren't just in these formats. You guys can go on LinkedIn. In that search bar, you can type cybersecurity analyst, security engineer, Verizon, and it'll populate you people that are at Verizon that do that job. And you can reach out to them on LinkedIn and go, hey, my name is so-and-so, you know, I'm an aspiring cybersecurity analyst. I'm finishing up my training. I'm getting this and this and this. I was wondering if you'd have 15, 20 minutes to have a chat with me about what I can do to be marketable for Verizon. I'm interested in this company. Some may answer you, some may not. But if they answer you, boom, now you can get a Steve Swanson for 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and they're going to talk to you about what you need to do. And if you really are a good fit, now you have an internal advocate within that company that can go, hey, let me find out who that hiring manager is. Let me reach out to them, because they're professional. It's a professional courtesy there that they can reach out on your behalf and refer you. You know, relationship building is just as important as the resume.
Hey, Steve, give Andrews back. You know, Andrews is a SME, is one of our experts. Maybe he could talk to the cybersecurity certifications that folks may be interested in. You know, because everything's about time, right? And you guys are transitioning, or you know, got families and stuff. So it's really important to kind of prioritize your time, the biggest bang for your buck. Andrew, do you have any thoughts on cybersecurity certifications?
Yep, yeah, sure. So I mean, it all depends on what your skill level is, and you know, whether you're entry level or already in a professional level. But so some of the, you know, obviously some of the entry level ones, which probably you might already have from being, you know, in the military, like your CompTIA ones, like your security pluses, your A pluses, your network pluses, are often great, you know, entry levels to get yourself started. You know, going beyond that, you know, I like, there's some other ones out there. If you're more interested in like being like a stock analyst or security analyst, there's certs out there for that, offered by Cisco and even Splunk now. There's a lot of vendors offering your security analyst certs out there. IEC Squared is another big one. Obviously, they have the I guess you want to call it one of the top gold standard certifications, CSSP. you are required to, you can take the test. You are required to document 5 years of experience in one of the domains, at least some of the domains in the CSSP, body knowledge there. But even if you didn't have that 5 years experience and you went and took the test, you can become an associate, an IC² associate. So, and then when you meet that 5 years, then you can get awarded that CSSP. That's obviously a big one to have. ISACA is another one with the CSM. They also have CISA as well. If you want to get more on the auditing side, there's tons out there. Even just get you to go on LinkedIn or even Googling, what are the top vendor certs out there? You'll find some good stuff out there. So you'll see some of the ones I just mentioned. I know my personal experience. For me to get my first position, junior analyst position, I actually was required to get CH, the Certified Ethical Hacker, and I had to get it before I even started. So I had probably about a month to get it. So I kind of just took some online courses and just took a chance and went for it, and I got it. But you might encounter situations like that too, especially when going into DoD contracting, because they also still have those 8570 requirements where you have to have a certain certification, and that's why I had to get CH at the time. But usually, I mean, from my experience anyway, that prospective employer will work with you on that. They're not, they'll be like, yeah, we'll give you some time. Sometimes they'll either let you join and then you have to get it within a certain amount of time, or in my case, I had to get it before I started. But I think I've seen people have different experiences there. But those are the top ones I would say. You're from the ones from IC², ISACA, CompTIA, and also EC Council too.
Yeah, and if you think about your education, you're in cybersecurity as a roadmap, right? CISSP is the MBA, right? You get that checks the box for all the subordinate certifications, right? But as Andrew said, it takes 5 years of experience. So build your roadmap to get there, right? Get a little bit of background with an A+, a Network Plus. Get a foundation in IT with those certifications, and they're pretty. I mean, look, I was a helicopter pilot and I passed them, right? So anybody could do that. But take those foundational ones. They're a couple $100. You could even use your GI Bill, your tuition assistance to pay for the exams. That's what I did. But you get those under your belt, so you understand IT a little bit, what the attackers are trying to get after, how they're trying to get a foothold. Get Security Plus, as a foundational security cert, and then you can get the incident handler or cyber system administrator or CYSA type of cert. So you can kind of start stacking and building, because again, you time during your transition and job search, you're trying to balance everything from writing the resume to working with recruiters to taking your exams, and taking care of family, relocating. So you really got to build a roadmap of what certs you're going to get, when you're going to get them, and because you're just trying, again, just like your resume, you're just trying to get to the interview so you can sell yourself. And if we love you, if the hiring manager loves you, then as Andrew mentioned, we may say, okay, we'll take you on conditionally, but you got to pass the exam in a year, in 6 months, or whatever the case may be. So never count yourself out. Steve was talking about the job announcement. Don't assume that the person that wrote the job announcement knew what they were asking for. So don't discredit yourself saying, oh, I don't meet all of those. That's okay, right? Write your resume, write your cover letter to meet as many of the items on the job announcement as you can. If it's a role, if it's a company that you're really passionate about. So don't discount yourself. Let somebody else do it. Steve?
That's good stuff. One thing that I do notice from the recruiter end when I'm hiring these type of roles for the NSOCs, is that I'll have folks coming out of the service and they want to tell me everything they ever did in the military. But they're applying for a security analyst NSOC role, and nowhere on their resume do they talk about experience with security incident monitoring and threat investigation. So they'll have all the certs, like they'll have the CISSP, the G, they'll have all the certs that they need. But in the actual resume, they don't talk about how they ever did security incident monitoring or threat investigation, which is the bread and butter of these roles. So once again, I'm going to kick this dead horse all night long, but make sure you're reading the job description, because oftentimes in the need to have section, it tells you experience with security incident monitoring and threat investigation. You need to really hit that home, because they need to know you know how to do the job. They don't want to just see certs, okay? The certs are supposed to validate your experience. But if you just have the certs and thinking, I have all these certs and that's going to get me in the door, well, you have the certs, so does everybody else. But how much actual experience do you have doing that hands-on stuff that the role is asking for? You know, it's okay if you're missing a couple certs. It's okay if you don't have to have everything. But I tell you right now, if I put you up in front of a hiring manager and you have threat investigations, threat monitoring, reporting, all and just ding, 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 and the only thing you're missing is the cert, you're going to be a strong candidate versus somebody who has the cert and nothing that I just said. You know, you got to make sure that you're doing your homework. You know, if you don't know what something is on those job descriptions, go on LinkedIn Learning and learn about it. Figure out what it is. A lot of times we have things in the military, we call it something different, and it ends up being the exact same thing. It just has a different name, you know, and you can draw your correlation with your experiences doing that as well. I think we're about up on time here.
Yes.
Any last minute words from anybody?
No, but thank you. That was a lot of information. Appreciate all the links.
Thank you so much.
You guys, this ain't it. You can get more of this. You just go on to our www.verizon.com/military careers. Whether you're military or not, it's all good. Go on our calendar of events. You can see our info session registration links, and you can join us again, meet the rest of my team, and we can go a little bit deeper. We can talk about benefits, process, all these things too. So this isn't a one shot, one kill. You guys can get to us at a later date. We have another one next Wednesday on the 16th is our next info session. They're usually at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Thank you.
Want to thank everybody for popping in the room. I know it's our first time for Verizon to be here for the CWCT. Want to thank my guests that came. Appreciate you guys. I know it's a late night for y'all. Appreciate you. Team effort. I love it.
I just say really quick, Steve, for the audience, let's make sure we continue to join these events, these info sessions, these mock fairs and things of that nature. I know a dozen people reached out to me, and I'll make the time to speak to each one of them individually. And I think that's where the biggest connections are made, right? I mean, job description and resume only go so much. You know, if you have these internal folks, then those connections really get you the job and opportunities you're looking for. So
yeah.
Steve, you're on mute if you're talking.
Oh, just saying once again, just saying thank you guys. I appreciate the V team showing up, and I'll see everybody else in the main room.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck, guys.
An interesting distribution of some of our hosts for these sessions have been caught in bad weather. It's I think right now, Steve, I believe we have AT&T and Microsoft are well represented for our 8 p.m. slots. Would that be correct?
That's right. I don't know where.
And you'll see Fatima just joined us. She just set up the recording. She's the moderator. And but Emily, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, sounds good. I guess, this is actually my first time coming on board into sort of a virtual career fair like this. If you can give me some guidance in terms of what kind of things the students would like to hear, maybe I can kind of cater the conversation that way.
That's perfect, Emily. This session's set up, CWCT has just over 1,800 students going through the program. These are individuals who are, about 76% have served in the military, law enforcement, or first responders, others as well, average age 34, some making career changes, others looking to try to get a career in cybersecurity after getting through our program certifications, etc. So what we'd like to have you share what's it like to work at AT&T, a little bit about the company, the culture, how cyber fits in, and for those who have an interest in a career in cyber and looking at AT&T, how best to be able to knock on the door and have someone answer it.
Okay, perfect. So with that being said, maybe what I'll do is I'll introduce myself, give a little bit of background there, and then I'll pivot